class, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know as a YouTube beginner to get started with kickstarting and growing your channel. We're going to cover absolutely tons of stuff, including how to figure out what the hell to actually make videos about and how to get over the fear of getting started for the first time. We're going to talk about the difference between filming on your phone versus a $500 camera versus a $1,500 camera versus a $5,000 camera setup. We're going to talk about all the different audio options. Should you record with a built-in mic? Should you use a lavalier? Should you use a shotgun mic? All these options. We're going to talk about lighting and what sort of lighting options you really need as a beginner. Hopefully by the end of the course you will know what type of content you actually want to make on your channel, and the way I'm going to teach you all this stuff is in a very step-by-step fashion as we make a new YouTube channel from scratch and do everything like figuring out what to make content about, how to actually set up the channel, how to make the channel branding and cover art and stuff look really good without paying a penny. We're going to talk about how to plan, script and film your first video using just your phone, how to edit it efficiently and upload it to YouTube with a decent title and thumbnail, and how to sustainably grow your channel while hopefully having fun along the way. So if any of that sounds up your street, I'd love for you to dive into the class and I'll see you on the other side. Alright, so welcome to the course. I'm very excited to dive right the way in, and in this lesson we're talking about why should you start a YouTube channel at all. To be honest, if you're watching this class about how to start a YouTube channel, you're probably sold on it already. But I think really there's two things to keep in mind around why you should start a YouTube channel. And the most important one is that it is a good thing to do anyway, regardless of how well it does. Because most of the benefits you get from a YouTube channel are like internal personal growth type benefits. And then of course there is the other category of benefits that everyone knows about that you can get if the YouTube channel actually goes well. So what are those internal personal growth benefits of having a YouTube channel? Well, firstly, it's a great excuse to do things that you enjoy and to share them with other people. That is just a fundamental part of the human experience. You know, if you have a hobby and you want to talk about it, or if you have something to teach and you want to teach it, in a way, it doesn't really matter how many views you get on your videos. You're probably going to get more than one view, and therefore your video is helping someone in the world out there. And that's just a nice feeling to be able to share that kind of stuff with people. Secondly, having a YouTube channel actually does help you learn a lot more about your interests. So when I first started YouTube and I was making videos helping people get into med school, I was quite interested in the topic. Similarly, when I moved forward to helping people study for their exams, the fact that I was making videos about it encouraged me to learn so much more about it. And this is a fundamental part of what makes stuff intrinsically motivating, i.e. what makes things fun. It's that when we can teach things to other people, it helps us improve our own skills at the thing, because now we're not just improving it for ourselves, we're also improving it to share with other people. And so you generally find that people who are the best in a field end up mentoring or teaching others because they're like, damn, this is great because I get to learn more about the thing itself. Thirdly, obviously, having a YouTube channel teaches you a ton of really useful practical skills. I was having a conversation with a 17-year-old the other day who was trying to figure out what to do with their life and wondering, you know, I've got the summer holidays coming up, should I start a YouTube channel? And I was saying, honestly, like, there is no better way to learn a bunch of skills which you're unlikely to pick up at university just off the bat. Things like talking to a camera, public speaking, filming, learning how cameras work, editing, presentation, design. All of these things are increasingly becoming more and more useful as the world shifts to remote, as the world shifts to this more like multimedia landscape. You know, being a good YouTuber requires the ability to write, the ability to communicate ideas clearly, and there's so many personal benefits you get by learning those skills and improving those skills over time, which you're very unlikely to pick up unless you sit down and, I don't know, do a university course in videography. Even then, I know people who've done 3-year degrees in videography, and the stuff that you learn through being a YouTuber and picking it up on the job, as it were, is so much more useful for a lot of areas in life than learning all the ins and outs of like 3-point lighting setups and things that they teach you at university. Fourthly, having a YouTube channel is really good because it helps you build a kind of alternative CV or alternative resume or alternative portfolio. Now, we've hired about 18 people for my team right now, and a handful of them have had YouTube channels, which haven't been particularly big, you know, a few hundred subscribers, a few dozens of subscribers, whatever. But the fact that they've had YouTube channels means that as an employer looking to hire these people, I can immediately see what they're about. I can see what their vibe is. I can see that, oh, this person has actually, you know, gone through the effort of picking up videography and editing and lighting and cameras and knows a bunch about these other skills, which are very useful to almost any kind of business. And to be honest, even when I was working as a doctor, there were a bunch of benefits I had to my medical career because of the fact that I had this background in design and that I knew how to make like videos and stuff look pretty, because when I would go to medical conferences, people would always need some kind of video. When the pandemic struck and all these conferences moved remote, all of the people in my hospital were like, oh, who do we know who does video? 𝗖cieห์ does video. Let's ask him to figure out how we can film our little presentation so we can submit it remotely to this video conference and, you know, potentially get CV points for that. So overall, even if your YouTube channel doesn't do particularly well by the metrics, which is fine, you still get the benefit of having those skills and also having a CV boosted up by the fact that you've got this thing. Point number 5, a YouTube channel acts as a serendipity vehicle. Now the idea here is basically, if you imagine yourself living in a little village and the only people you interact with are the people in your village and you don't talk to anyone else, then it's very hard for you to experience lucky breaks because your like world is confined to this one little village. Maybe, you know, when someone visits the village, then you're like, maybe talk to them, and then it's like, okay, so you've got a little bit of potential lucky breaks. Maybe your future spouse just happens to visit the village. That is kind of one way of approaching life. The other way of approaching life is, let's imagine you're in this village, but every weekend you go out to neighboring towns and cities and neighboring villages, and you talk to everyone you meet, and you have interesting conversations. Now let's say you go to a different village and you meet someone who becomes your business partner, or you meet someone who becomes an investor, or you meet someone who gives you a job, or you meet someone who you end up marrying. Yes, those are all lucky breaks, but the fact that you were the one putting yourself out there meant that you can increase your surface area for serendipity, i.e. more of those lucky breaks are more likely to happen to you. Again, it's not guaranteed, but you're just increasing the surface area. It's just far more likely that you're going to have one of these interesting things happen to you by virtue of the fact that you've been putting yourself out there. Now, starting a YouTube channel or having an online presence in any capacity where you're sharing things that are useful to other people acts as a sort of serendipity vehicle. And what that means is that, like for me, I can make a video and it can reach however many people, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. And those, like, of those people, now they're interacting with my stuff and my ideas and my vibe. Maybe one of those 100 people that's watching my niche videos reviewing a 𝗂𝗓𝗋 Aeron desk chair. Maybe one of those people is an employer looking to hire someone for the next job, and they think, oh, this guy on YouTube is, you know, making interesting content about this thing. I like his vibe. Let me invite him over for an interview, and I might end up landing a job with this guy. Like, the really cool thing about the YouTube channel is that you do the work once in putting a video out there, and then it acts like your little minion going out there and, you know, working for you even while you're asleep, because other people are watching those videos and interacting with them, and then you can get a lot of lucky breaks coming your way. And in fact, of all of the YouTubers I know, they've had so many opportunities in their life come through the fact that they have a YouTube channel, which they've put effort into consistently over time, grown it to a size where now they're benefiting from the serendipity that comes as a natural side effect of putting yourself out there. Point number 6 about having a YouTube channel is that it helps you make friends. About a third to half my friends these days, the ones that I see on a daily basis or weekly basis, are friends I've made through the internet. Through Twitter, through YouTube, through being a creator, through being an entrepreneur. And it's just great because as you get into this network of YouTubers, you start then being friends with other YouTubers and other entrepreneurs and other people on Twitter. And as you take all this stuff more seriously, you then just unlock this ability to make cool friends from around the world who are interested in your thing. Thanks to my YouTube channel and Twitter and Instagram and stuff, I now have people that I would consider friends in most countries in the world, most cities in the world. And so if I want to visit somewhere, all I have to do is just message a few people, be like, hey, what are you doing? Like, can I stay over at your place in Austin, or can I stay over at your place in San Francisco, or like wherever? And it's not really just the friends that you make who are also other creators. There's also this kind of parasocial relationship that forms with the audience. And so again, if I was visiting a random, you know, I'm going to Paris next weekend, all I have to do is post on my Instagram story, be like, hey, I'm in Paris. Anyone want to hang out? I did that in Monaco a few months ago. I was in Monaco. Some guy messaged being like, oh my God, I'm a university student. I literally live half an hour away from where you are. I would love to show you around the city. So we connected with him and he showed us around the city, and that was pretty cool. And a final benefit of starting a YouTube channel, there's loads more, but this is the final one we're going to talk about, is the potential to make some money. So obviously when you're starting out on YouTube, you're not really going to make any money. You need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to monetize through AdSense, but there are all sorts of different ways of monetizing a YouTube channel, which we're not going to go into. But the really cool thing about YouTube is that you actually can make some significant money. I first started making money about 9 months into starting my YouTube channel. I think I'd made about 90 videos at that point, 90. And then I started making some money. And then, you know, I remember the day when I made like $5 in a day. And I was like, oh my God, like, this means I can basically get a free lunch every day if my YouTube channel is making $5 a day. Then it was when it was making $15 a day. I was like, oh my God, $15 a day. I can basically get a lunch and a dinner takeaway for $15 a day, and it's all paid for via my YouTube channel. And then, you know, as is the case with all these things, then the numbers compound over time through consistency and through marginal improvements over a long period of time, to the point where now, you know, just through AdSense alone, the YouTube channel is making about £50,000, which is about $70,000 every month, just purely off the fact that I make these free videos, stick them online, and people watch them, and YouTube ads pay, you know, $50K a month. Now, this is the point that we're going to return to throughout this course. Like, it's not good to start a YouTube channel thinking, oh my God, I need to be hitting 2.5 million subscribers and making $50K a month. It's pretty unlikely to happen. The thing we want to focus on is actually enjoying the process so that we can sustain it through that initial like 1 to 2 to 3 year period while we don't have much traction. Like with me, for example, it took 6 months and 52 videos to get my first 1,000 subscribers. and my channel wasn't even monetized until I'd already made 90 videos. And I know so many people who start YouTube who are like, oh, I've made 10 videos and I'm not getting any growth. And I'm like, bro, you've made 10 videos. Of course you're not getting any growth. This stuff takes time. And what it takes is compounding effects over a very long period of time where you're making marginal improvements and making videos that are useful to other people. But hey, it's good because we're at the start of the journey, and this class is all about YouTube for beginners. So I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to get started on that journey. And then further down the line, there are all sorts of other resources and stuff that you'll pick up along the way on this path to growth, consistency, and having fun along the way. So yeah, that's why you should start a YouTube channel. To be honest, I would hope you're already sold on it already if you're watching this course. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's talk about the age-old question of what the hell do we want to make videos about? This is one of the biggest things that stops people from starting YouTube. They think, well, I don't know what I would make videos about, therefore I'm not going to make videos about anything at all. And I can completely empathize with this point of view. Like if you don't have a good idea of what you're actually going to make videos about, it's very difficult to actually, convince yourself to start a YouTube channel because it's a good idea, making videos about random stuff. Because then you might be thinking, why would anyone care? Why would anyone care? I don't want to be one of those influencer vlogger types people that shows myself brushing my teeth. No one's going to care if I brush my teeth. And you're right, no one will give a toss if you brush your teeth. But this does not have to be the thing that stops us from starting a YouTube channel. The way I like to think about it is that there are broadly two approaches to starting a YouTube channel around this question of what the hell do I make videos about? And we call them the architect and the archaeologist. Now, what is the difference between these two? Well, I'm glad you asked. The architect. An architect is the sort of person who has all the plans before they get started. They don't lay a single brick, they don't buy any cement until they know exactly what the house is going to look like and have all of the details of the building completely sorted in their minds and on paper, and only then do they then figure out, okay, now let's lay the brick. That's one way to approach YouTube. It is also the wrong way to approach YouTube for about 99% of people. Most people should not be an architect in their approach to their YouTube channels. Instead, most people, 99% of people, I would suggest, should be an archaeologist. Now, what does an archaeologist do? An archaeologist doesn't necessarily know what they're going to find, but they think, that area looks kind of interesting. I'm just going to start digging. And they dig and they dig and they dig. And most times, they won't find anything at all. But occasionally, they'll stumble, oh, hello, what's that? And then they'll dig more. Once they see a little bit of results, they'll start digging a bit more, they'll do some more excavation, they'll dig deeper in that one area as they start to see some level of traction. And the archaeologist approach is what I would suggest most beginners to YouTube should be doing. And so if you don't know what to make videos about, that's okay. You should just make videos about anything at all. It doesn't need to have a niche. It doesn't need to be like a specific, oh my God, I need a business plan, I need to do my market research, I need to know what I'm doing. It doesn't need to be any of that at all. You can just literally start making videos. And the things you'll learn as you start making videos about anything at all, you'll learn how to actually make videos, how to talk to a camera, how to film, how cameras work, how to edit, how to brand yourself, how to do lighting and audio and all that jazz, how to upload to YouTube, how to be comfortable talking to a camera, how to be comfortable sharing your ideas out there with the world. So those are the sort of personal skilling up benefits you'll get. Even if you only make a few videos and nothing else ever happens, you'll still be glad that you did that. And there's not one person I know who's ever started a YouTube channel who has then regretted it, even if they haven't continued further down the line. But then what you'll also find is that as you're exploring different areas, because obviously you've got multiple interests and you don't know which one of those to make videos about, you'll start making videos about a lot of them. And as you do those, you'll get some experience. You'll get an idea of what are the things you enjoy making videos about? What are the things you enjoy talking about? And if you make a few videos around a single topic for a while, you might even start getting an audience around that topic. You might be kind of making a few vlogs or making a few study videos or making a few tech videos or making a few like product reviews of parental products to help raise your babies. And you might be like, oh crap, when I review my pram, suddenly that video got like 25 views, and that's more than the 5 views I had on my random vlogs. Therefore, ooh, interesting. Maybe the audience is resonating with this video about a pram. Okay, I also have this other like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗶 baby holder that I use for my kid. Let me do a video reviewing that, because I actually kind of went through a whole process figuring out, is it worth spending $200 on one of these 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗶 baby holders? Oh crap, that video got 35 views. People are resonating with when I do reviews of parent items and stuff. And you might think, oh, this is interesting. I actually quite enjoy that. The audience seems to be resonating with it. This is an interesting area to explore, and I'm going to start digging more in that area by making more and more videos about that. I'm not saying once you hit that area, suddenly you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm a multimillionaire because I've got 1 million subscribers. That is completely unrealistic. Instead, what I'm saying is that you try out multiple different things, you throw a lot of proverbial spaghetti on the walls, and you see what sticks. And you see what sticks in terms of, I'm personally enjoying making videos about this thing, and or you see what sticks in terms of, oh, there seems to be some kind of audience willing to watch videos about this thing, and my videos seem to be resonating with that audience. You might even start to see comments being like, oh my god, I completely randomly came across your YouTube channel. I'd never heard of you before, but this video was really good. I really want to see more videos about this thing. And now you're like, oh, this is interesting. This is a direction I can go in. Whereas if you started with an architect approach, you probably wouldn't have started a YouTube channel at all, because you'd be thinking, oh my god, I have all these different interests. I don't know what to talk about. Why would anyone listen to me? I'm not an expert in anything. All of the stuff that YouTube beginners always struggle with. To be honest, I've been doing YouTube for 5 years and I still struggle with, what the hell am I going to make videos about? Do I really have a niche? I don't really know. Do I want to narrow it down? Do I want to widen it out a bit? These problems never ever go away, and every other big YouTuber I've spoken to also has these problems of thinking, what the hell am I actually going to make videos about in the future? It's not a problem that ever goes away, but I think for most people, thinking about it like an architect is not the way forward. Thinking about it like an archaeologist is the way forward. So that was the first mental model we want to think about, the architect and the archaeologist. Now I want to share a few other questions that you can ask yourself to help, ultimately narrow down what are those areas that you might potentially want to explore. And on our Part-Time YouTuber Academy, we go over much more of these in depth, but I'll just give you a brief overview right now. And broadly, there's like a 3-step process for this. The first one is to ask yourself, who am I and what do I want? And that sounds like a big question, but the sub-questions there are, what do I actually want from my YouTube channel? What are the things that I would personally enjoy talking about? And what are my unfair advantages? What are the areas of my life where I have an advantage, where if I made videos about this thing, I'd be leaning into that advantage, an advantage that other people may not have. So in my case, when I first started YouTube, what do I want from the channel? Well, the answer to that was, I don't really know. I want to treat it like a hobby, but I want to treat it like a serious hobby, and I'm not expecting to make any money, but I know in the future, if this goes well, I might make money further down the line. And I was also thinking that, I already sell products that help people get into medical school. I sell courses. Therefore, if I can attract a target of medical school applicants, some of them might actually think, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about, and therefore they would sign up to my courses. So that was the one small thing I wanted from my YouTube channel, to increase sales for my courses. Secondly, I asked myself, what would I enjoy talking about? And I realized I actually really enjoy teaching. I really enjoy helping people get into med school, because I've been doing that for years and people come to me for that sort of advice. I also really enjoyed reading up about what makes effective study techniques. I gave a talk about that like 4 years before starting my YouTube channel. It went down really well. I really enjoyed talking about it. And that was a subject that really resonated with me in medical school as well. And so I thought, hey, I could potentially make videos about helping people study for their exams. I also really enjoyed tech. I was thinking, if I can figure out a way to incorporate reviewing tech into this YouTube channel, that could be kind of interesting. I wasn't thinking about it too hard, but I was thinking like, those are some areas that I might want to explore with my channel, but I'm going to start off small, just serving this audience of people applying to medical school. And then I was thinking, what are my unfair advantages? And my unfair advantage was A, I was a medical student, and B, I was at Cambridge University. So I had the credentials to be able to give people advice about how to become medical students at Cambridge University. I was not making guitar tutorials. If I was making guitar tutorials, no one would have watched my channel. The fact that I'm a medical student at Cambridge University is completely irrelevant if you're looking for someone who's good at the guitar and good at teaching guitar to do guitar tutorials. If I was doing a cooking channel, I have no unfair advantages there. Like, no one cares about me. I have no skills when it comes to cooking. The fact that I'm a medical student at Cambridge is completely irrelevant. But if I'm making content helping people become medical students at Cambridge University, there is no one in the world a better place than I am to help people get into that thing which I was already doing. And so one way of really increasing the likelihood that your YouTube channel will succeed, because ultimately it's all a probabilistic game, there are no guarantees here, but one way to stack the deck in your favor is to lean into your unfair advantages. Everyone has unfair advantages. There is a book called The Unfair Advantage, which is written by now a friend of mine called 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 and 𝗧cielich, and they talk about this idea of the Miles framework, M-I-L-E-S. That's money, intelligence and insight, location and luck, education and status, or something like that. I can't quite remember, but basically their point in the book is that everyone has unfair advantages. You just need to figure out what your unfair advantages are, and maybe if you can lean into those, your YouTube channel is far more likely to succeed. So that was kind of step one, figuring out the personal aspect of it, like who am I, what do I want from my channel, what are my advantages, what would I enjoy talking about. Then we have step two, where we want to be thinking about who is my potential audience and what do they want. Now, if you don't have an audience already, it's going to be like, well, I don't have an audience, how do I know? But the answer there is to kind of go internally and think about, okay, what is the sort of audience that will resonate with my stuff? When it comes to educational content, this is fairly straightforward. Generally, it is you, but like a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, depending on where you are in your life and in your career. So when I started my YouTube channel in 2017 at the age of 23, I was thinking, okay, I want to be aiming my videos at people who are 17 or 18 who are on the same path as me. So basically myself, but 6 years ago. These days I'm 27 and my YouTube channel is more aimed at people like 4 years-ish younger than me. So people who are like 22, 23. And the way I think of it is, how do I make videos for that person? What are the problems that that person has? What are the problems that I had 5 years ago that I can then make videos about? We also want to be thinking, what what is the sort of content I watch on the internet? What's the kind of stuff that I consume? And is there a way that I can create things around the stuff that I consume which would potentially help that hypothetical audience member? And one way to think of it is to think of this idea of like, who is, even if I don't have an audience, like, can I conjure up this construct of a hypothetical member of my audience who 1 year from now will be my absolute super fan. This is the person that my audience is so targeted at. They resonate with it so much that they're going to tell all their friends about it. They're going to scream it from the rooftops, and they're going to start a YouTube channel talking about how much they love my YouTube channel. Who is that person? And then thinking about what they want potentially from a YouTube channel. That's another way of thinking about, okay, what is the value that I can provide to the world? And then step 3 of the process is to bring those two things together. It's this idea of, who am I? What am I good at? What are my unfair advantages? And then number 2, who is this potential audience member who's maybe me but a few years younger, or whatever your audience construct might be? And it might be a way of like bridging those two gaps. So step 3 is, what value am I giving to that person? So in my case, when I first started YouTube, it was, what value am I giving to this medical applicant? Well, I'm helping them get into med school. I'm teaching them how to do well in the entrance exams. I'm teaching them how to do well in interviews, how to write their personal statement, how to study for their exams. And then over time, that definition of what value am I giving has evolved beyond just I'm helping people get into med school. And the key thing here is that you don't have to be the salvation for absolutely every problem that that person has. You have multiple interests, I'm sure. You're watching this, you've got a growth mindset, you're interested in starting a channel, you don't really know what to talk about. Even if you've got this hypothetical audience member, they have like 20 different things that they're struggling with. You don't need to have answers to all 20 of them. You just need to have answers to one of them. So whatever that thing is, like the more niche you can go, some people say, the more likely you are to blow up on YouTube. And I probably agree with this to an extent. And so those are some of the ways that we can think about this question of what the hell do I want to make? But the crucial thing to remember is that don't let not knowing what your niche is going to be stop you from making content in the first place. Think more like an archaeologist rather than like an architect, and get started with making videos, throwing spaghetti at the wall, and then eventually you will find something that sticks and you can double down on that and start digging deeper and deeper and deeper. So those are some thoughts on how to figure out what to talk about. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back. So we've talked about what to make videos about and how think like an archaeologist, don't think like an architect. Architect is a bad idea for most people unless you're already a pro at doing YouTube, which we'll talk about more slightly. I just want to talk a little bit about how to get over that fear of getting started. And this is a thing that holds a lot of people back. Now, when I first started teaching my part-time YouTuber Academy, I assumed that the fear of putting themselves out there on YouTube was a fear that only kids would have. I assumed if you're a 13-year-old and you're worried that your friends in school are going to bully you, then okay, you have a fear of getting started on YouTube. Turns out that actually everyone has a fear of getting started on YouTube. We have real adults on our course, all the way from like age 18 to age like 68, who were worried when they started a YouTube channel that potentially, what are my friends and family going to think? Because even now, even while YouTube is such an established thing, there is still this fear of like, oh my God, isn't it a bit cringe? What are people going to say if they see me starting a YouTube channel? Like, this is just a fear that so many people have from all walks of life. And really, there's no real way to get over this fear other than to do it and recognize when you do it that no one actually cares. Like, we all spend so much time worrying about what other people are going to think about us that once we actually start a YouTube channel, all of our friends and family and cousins and sisters and mums and dads, they all have their own lives. They're not worrying about what we're doing on a daily basis. They might be like, oh, it's kind of weird that Tommy started a YouTube channel, or kind of weird that Alice has started a YouTube channel. But to be honest, they probably won't even think that. They'll probably think, oh, that's kind of weird, but it's kind of weird in a cool way. I was really worried initially, like, oh, what are people going to think when I start my YouTube channel? And then I started it, realized no one gave a toss. And I was like, great, this gives me so much freedom. And then occasionally people would be like, oh, that's a bit weird. But then they would look at the channel and they'd be like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. It's cool that you're vlogging your life. It's cool that you're giving advice on how to get into med school. I think the 99% of the fear comes from before you publish your first video. And then you publish your first video and you're like, oh, that actually wasn't so bad, and I might as well just have gotten started with this ages ago. The other thing to remember is that it's very easy to change direction once you're already moving. It's very hard to change direction when you're static. Like, so many people will be in their heads about starting YouTube, like, oh my God, I need to have everything planned out. I need to be an architect. But no, be an archaeologist. It's much easier to change direction once you're already moving in a particular direction. To be honest, when you're starting, you're not committing yourself to doing this for the rest of your life. You're literally just trying an experiment. You know what? I'm going to try this for the next few weeks and see how it goes. And then what I would suggest is that once it goes okay over the next few weeks, i.e. you enjoy the process, or you can start to feel yourself making progress or improving, or enjoying the process. At that point, you commit to doing it for at least a year, preferably 2, preferably 3. And then at that point, you don't have to think about it much harder because you already made this commitment for a long period of time. But certainly when you're a beginner, you don't need to worry about it. You can just get started. And the third thing to remember is that, look, if it all really goes badly, you can just delete your channel. You know, there's this whole fear like, oh my God, something is on the internet forever. Like when you have 0 subscribers, no one's watching your videos anyway, no one cares. And if you want to start again later on when you're better at doing YouTube, you can just start a new channel. Like it's all good. You can just delete your channel and start completely from scratch. You can also just delete your videos and just keep your channel going. There are so many options, and so many people spend so much time worrying about this, oh, I can't get started decision. It's just like, bro, just get started. It's like if you wanted to learn how to paint, and you were teaching someone to learn how to paint, and they were like, oh, I just can't bring myself to get started. I don't want to put pencil to paper. You're like, bro, it's just a painting. No one cares. It's all good. Like, you don't need to worry about it. You can just get started. You can throw it in the bin if it's really, really crap. But you have to make a lot of crap paintings before you get to a point where you actually know how to paint before you can make good paintings. So again, this is just my plea that, look, if you've been procrastinating from getting started on YouTube up until this point, however old you are, you know, even if you're 55 and watching this, I know 55-year-olds who procrastinate from getting started on YouTube. They have incredible careers. You know, the one I'm thinking of, incredible career in management consulting, like partner, made their millions, financially independent, but still struggling with the idea of putting themselves out there on YouTube. Don't worry, it's a problem that we all have, and it's a problem that we all get over time, but you can't get over it unless you get started. So please, just get started. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back. In this lesson, I want to introduce the fake, sort of fake, not really fake YouTube channel, new YouTube channel that I'm going to be creating as a little follow along as we go through this entire process of starting YouTube as a complete beginner. And I've decided that through my niche exercise, you know, the things I care about, the things I might be good at, etc., that I want to make a YouTube channel called 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen. And I want to make it a cooking and food themed YouTube channel where I can combine the idea of home cooking with the idea of like doing things productively in like a small amount of time. I kind of liked Jamie Oliver's approach. He's like a UK chef, to like 5-minute meals and 10-minute meals. And I want to kind of do something in that cooking genre. I am going to show what is the sort of market research process that I would be doing. Again, you don't have to do this. If you're just starting out, just make a YouTube account. You can skip this lesson and just move on to the next one where we'll follow along and create a new YouTube channel. Because I've spent lots of time on YouTube, and most of you have probably spent a lot of time on YouTube, you'll kind of know what are the channels in the genre that you're thinking about. But even if you don't, you can always just search. So I'm going to say productive home cooking, and let's see what comes up. Oh, Pro Home Cooks, the home cooking survival guide for your busy week. Let's check out his channel. So you've been watching 15-minute meals. This is nice. Having those breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is good. I look at the channel and I'm immediately thinking, ooh, this guy is like a professional setup. He knows what he's doing. I've actually seen some of his videos before. I'm looking at videos and glancing through the thumbnails, and I'm getting a feel of the vibe. It's all very colorful. He's got these nice like handwritten things. He's using yellow as a bit of an accent color. And I'm flicking through his channel, you know, I'm seeing, oh, how long has he been doing this YouTube thing for? 5 years, 6 years, 6 years, 6 years, my goodness, 7 years. He's been doing YouTube for a long time. And he's been doing this food stuff on YouTube for a long time. So this is a very interesting channel to me. His first video, Pumpkin Cinnabon School at 23. Herb, smoked, stuffed salmon and spicy bear. Braised ribs, grilling steak, beginner's homemade pizza 8 years ago. This is all going to have probably really janky production value as well because it was 8 years ago. Yeah, pretty janky production value. Well, actually, it's not even that bad. It's very bad. His editing is pretty reasonable. But if you compare his earlier videos to his current videos, like there's a significant, obviously, huge change in what's going on. So Pro Home Cooks is an interesting channel that I am going to be keeping in mind. Another one that I watch is 𝗬𝗓. 𝗬𝗓's Culinary Universe. Again, you look at the channel and immediately you think, okay, this is a professional setup. This guy knows what he's doing. And so I'm just like doing a little bit of market research to be like, okay, what are the sorts of channels that are in the space that I maybe want to be a little bit like? Not copying them, obviously, because there's no way I'm going to be copying 𝗬𝗓 or Pro Home Cooks, but just getting a feel of what the vibe of those channels is. Another one that I like is Pickup Limes, 3.7 million subscribers. You know, interesting channel art, probably not the direction that I want to go with mine, but like if we look at the thumbnails, oh, doesn't that look absolutely incredible? Okay, cool. Now this is like, if I was a beginner YouTuber and I was looking at these sorts of thumbnails, I'd be like, oh my God, this is like a level of pro that I'm not yet at. But that's okay, because it's like, you know, you look at the Van Goghs or like the pro artists of the world and you're like, there's no way I can do that. But it's fine, you kind of do a light version of it and you kind of work your way up. In fact, when I'm doing research on YouTube channels, I'll often sort them by oldest to be like, okay, what does a 3.7 million subscriber channel look like? And what did they look like when they first got started? So Sadia from Pickup Limes started 5 years ago. And these thumbnails are actually pretty, you know, they're reasonably aesthetic, but we can see, you know, some travel tips. they're not quite as nice as the thumbnails that she currently has. So this is interesting because this is a more doable style of thumbnail that I could choose to go in this direction if I wanted. Let's see what 𝗬𝗲 was doing if we sort by oldest. Oh, look at this. 11 years ago, he made a bunch of random videos, but then he seems like he really started doing it properly 5 years ago. And actually it seems like his thumbnails 5 years ago are very similar to what they are now, and he was crushing it from day one. So maybe 𝗬𝗲 is a bad example, but it just gives me some ideas of potential thumbnail styles as well. And then obviously I've actually watched a bunch of these channels before, so you know, if you are going down the sort of taking YouTube seriously, market research approach, I'd recommend just like watching a ton of YouTube to see what is out there and where can you potentially fit within this market. But again, as always, don't use this as a source of procrastination. Don't use this as a way of overthinking what you're going to do. It is just worth understanding what else is in that space, in the space that you potentially want to go into. So like I said, I'm going to be starting a cooking YouTube channel, and that's a thing that we're going to be following along as we set up the channel, do the channel art, do all the stuff, film the first video, edit the first video, publish the first video. It's all going to be based on me starting a cooking channel. All right, so other than just sort of the vibe of the channel and the thumbnails and the style, it is worth watching the videos as well to see what kind of vibe the videos are. This is all fairly simple stuff. Like, you're probably doing this already if you spend a lot of time on YouTube, and if you're not spending a lot of time on YouTube, you should spend a lot of time on YouTube. But let's look at a random video from 𝗬𝗲. Binging with 𝗬𝗲, how to make apple pie. I'm going to speed up.
With a 𝗖ʰ 𝗀𝗲 classic pie. We're going to start off with 12.5 ounces of all-purpose flour, then we're going to dump in a bowl of food processor.
So this is actually very simple. It's a like voiceover over just like a single camera angle, it seems, and he's just talking through it. So I'm like, okay, this is doable.
Tablespoons of sugar and 1 teaspoon of salt. We're just going to pulse that quick to the bottom before adding 2.5 sticks of cold cubed butter. Then we're also going to pulse it till the mixture resembles wet sand. Then we're pouring into a bowl. Measure out 6 to 8 ounces of ice water. Then we're going to sprinkle over top and gently fold in using a rubber spatula. Adding more is necessary until a shaggy dough forms. We're going to tenderly turn this out on your work surface, pat it into a disc that we're going to literally dust with flour and grab in plastic.
Yeah, it's literally just a single camera angle and a voiceover and some music in the background. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, this is the kind of vibe that is reasonable. I can see myself doing videos that are this sort of vibe. And it's okay to copy. I'm a beginner YouTuber. No one's watching me at this stage. I can just try and, like, the way I'm thinking of it is, what are the elements from other people's channels that I can steal like an artist, or I can copy from, and how can I combine those to make something interesting? Because, you know, Steve Jobs famously said, creativity is just combining ideas. And there's this other quote, which is that, you know, when people say something is original, it just means they don't know the sources involved. And if you just take an idea, a format from 𝗬𝗲, and then a speaking style from Peter McKinnon, and then a branding and thumbnail style from Pickup Limes, and then maybe add a dose of like Nathaniel Drew background music, it's those sorts of elements that you can take from different YouTube channels that combine to give a flavor of this new thing that you are creating. And so again, this is something that it's advice that I give to beginners who are thinking of taking it seriously from day one. Like, you know, do this market research and figure out what is your mood board. Like, what are the different elements you actually want to be taking from different channels out there, and how can you combine them to make something interesting? Let's look at Pro Home Cooks, the greatest home pizza ever. All right, so I'm just going to flick through this video. Okay, so he's got a few different camera angles.
It says, and just wood fire pizza.
Yeah. Okay, there's a lot going on. It's kind of vloggy style. It looks like he's filming this with a phone.
The whole process. This had. The dough was a little bit too small. I probably could have doubled that.
So he's got like a front angle, he's got a side angle, he's got a handheld angle. He's really clearly got a very stocked kitchen. This is nowhere near the, you know, my level. Sorry, this is way beyond my level of, you know, cooking. But okay, just flicking through. And obviously if I was doing this in real life, I'd be spending probably a whole week just like watching YouTube channels that are in and around my niche or my potential niche or the things that I potentially want to do, so that I can get an idea and figure out what are these elements I want to steal that I can combine into my own little thing. So you can do that with a bunch of channels. Like, the reason I'm making 𝗖ście Kitchen as the example channel for this class is because I've spent the last 6 months just watching tons of cooking videos because I genuinely do want to get into cooking. So I already have an existing interest in the thing. I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos about it, and so I think, you know what, let's try this out as a potential thing. And I'm thinking that my angle can be that productivity angle of like, how do I do these meals as quickly and efficiently as possible as a home cook with basically zero experience. So those are the sorts of ways in which I do market research. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video where we're actually going to make this channel. Alrighty, welcome back. In this lesson, I want to introduce the fake, sort of fake, not really fake YouTube channel, new YouTube channel that I'm going to be creating as a little follow along as we go through this entire process of starting YouTube as a complete beginner. And I've decided that through my niche exercise, you know, the things I care about, the things I might be good at, etc., that I want to make a YouTube channel called 𝗖ście Kitchen. And I want to make it a cooking and food themed YouTube channel where I can combine the idea of home cooking with the idea of like doing things productively in like a small amount of time. I kind of liked Jamie Oliver's approach. He's like a UK chef, to like 5-minute meals and 10-minute meals, and I want to kind of do something in that cooking genre. I am going to show what is the sort of market research process that I would be doing. Again, you don't have to do this. If you're just starting out, just make a YouTube account. You can skip this lesson and just move on to the next one where we'll follow along and create a new YouTube channel. Because I've spent lots of time on YouTube, and most of you have probably spent a lot of time on YouTube, you'll kind of know what are the channels in the genre that you're thinking about. But even if you don't, you can always just search. So I'm going to say productive home cooking, and let's see what comes up. Pro Home Cooks, the home cooking survival guide for your busy week. Let's check out his channel.
So you've been
Ooh,
15-minute meals,
this is nice.
having those breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
This is good. I look at the channel and I'm immediately thinking, ooh, this guy is like a professional setup. He knows what he's doing. I've actually seen some of his videos before. I'm looking at videos and glancing through the thumbnails, and I'm getting a feel of the vibe. It's all very colorful. He's got these nice like handwritten things. He's using yellow as a bit of an accent color. And I'm flicking through his channel, I'm seeing, oh, how long has he been doing this YouTube thing for? 5 years, 6 years, 6 years, 6 years, my goodness, 7 years. He's been doing YouTube for a long time. And he's been doing this food stuff on YouTube for a long time. So this is a very interesting channel to me. His first video, Pumpkin Cinnabon School at 23. Herb, smoked, stuffed salmon and spicy bear. Braised ribs, grilling steak, beginner's homemade pizza 8 yeyears ago. This is all going to have probably really janky production value as well, because it was 8 years ago. Yeah, pretty janky production value. Well, actually, it's not even that bad. His editing is pretty reasonable. But if you compare his earlier videos to his current videos, like there's a significant, obviously, huge change in what's going on. So Pro Home Cooks is an interesting channel that I am going to be keeping in mind. Another one that I watch is 𝗬𝗲. 𝗬𝗲's Culinary Universe. Again, you look at the channel and immediately you think, okay, this is a professional setup. This guy knows what he's doing. And so I'm just like doing a little bit of market research to be like, okay, what are the sorts of channels that are in the space that I maybe want to be a little bit like? Not copying them, obviously, because there's no way I'm going to be copying 𝗬𝗲 or Pro Home Cooks, but just getting a feel of what the vibe of those channels is. Another one that I like is Pickup Limes, 3.7 million subscribers. Interesting channel art. Probably not the direction that I want to go with mine, but like if we look at the thumbnails, doesn't that look absolutely incredible? Okay, cool. Now this is like, if I was a beginner YouTuber and I was looking at these sorts of thumbnails, I'd be like, oh my god, this is like a level of pro that I'm not yet at. But that's okay, because it's like, you look at the Van Goghs or like the pro artists of the world, and you're like, there's no way I can do that. But it's fine, you kind of do a light version of it and you kind of work your way up. In fact, when I'm doing research on YouTube channels, I'll often sort them by oldest to be like, okay, what does a 3.7 million subscriber channel look like, and what did they look like when they first got started? So Sadia from Pickup Limes started 5 years ago, and these thumbnails are actually pretty, they're reasonably aesthetic, but we can see, some travel tips. They're not quite as nice as the thumbnails that she currently has. So this is interesting because this is a more doable style of thumbnail that I could choose to go in this direction if I wanted. Let's see what 𝗬𝗲 was doing if we sort by oldest. Oh, look at this. 11 years ago, he made a bunch of random videos, but then he seems like he really started doing it properly 5 years ago. And actually it seems like his thumbnails 5 years ago are very similar to what they are now, and he was crushing it from day one. So maybe 𝗬𝗲 is a bad example, but it just gives me some ideas of potential thumbnail styles as well. And then obviously I've actually watched a bunch of these channels before, so if you are going down the sort of taking YouTube seriously, market research approach, I'd recommend just like watching a ton of YouTube to see what is out there and where can you potentially fit within this market. But again, as always, don't use this as a source of procrastination. Don't use this as a way of overthinking what you're going to do. It is just worth understanding what else is in that space, in the space that you potentially want to go into. So like I said, I'm going to be starting a cooking YouTube channel, and that's a thing that we're going to be following along as we set up the channel, do the channel art, do all the stuff, film the first video, edit the first video, publish the first video. It's all going to be based on me starting a cooking channel. All right, so other than just sort of the vibe of the channel and the thumbnails and the style, it is worth watching the videos as well to see what kind of vibe the videos are. This is all fairly simple stuff. Like, you're probably doing this already if you spend a lot of time on YouTube, and if you're not spending a lot of time on YouTube, you should spend a lot of time on YouTube. But let's look at a random video from 𝗬𝗲. Binging with 𝗬𝗲, how to make apple pie. I'm going to speed up.
With a 𝗖ً TV classic pie. We're going to start off with 12.5 ounces of all-purpose flour, then we're going to dump in a bowl of food processor.
So this is actually very simple. It's like voiceover over just like a single camera angle, it seems, and he's just talking through it. So I'm like, okay, this is doable.
1 tablespoon of sugar and 1 teaspoon of salt. We're just going to pulse that quick to the line before adding 2.5 sticks of cold cubed butter that we're also going to pulse until the mixture resembles wet sand, and we're pouring into a bowl. Measure out 6 to 8 ounces of ice water that we're going to sprinkle over top and gently fold in using a rubber spatula, adding more as necessary until the shaggy dough forms. We're going to temporarily turn this out onto your work surface, add it into a disk that we're going to literally dust with flour rather than plastic.
Yeah, it's literally just a single camera angle and a voiceover and some music in the background. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, this is the kind of vibe that is reasonable. I can see myself doing videos that are this sort of vibe. And it's okay to copy. I'm a beginner YouTuber. No one's watching me at this stage. I can just try and, like, the way I'm thinking of it is, what are the elements from other people's channels that I can steal like an artist, or I can copy from, and how can I combine those to make something interesting? Because, you know, Steve Jobs famously said, creativity is just combining ideas. And there's this other quote, which is that, you know, when people say something is original, it just means they don't know the sources involved. And if you just take an idea, a format from Babish, and then of speaking style from Peter McKinnon, and then a branding and thumbnail style from Pickup Limes, and then maybe add a dose of like Nathaniel Drew background music, it's those sorts of elements that you can take from different YouTube channels that combine to give a flavor of this new thing that you are creating. And so again, this is something that it's advice that I give to beginners who are thinking of taking it seriously from day one. Like, you know, do this market research and figure out what is your mood board. Like, what are the different elements you actually want to be taking from different channels out there, and how can you combine them to make something interesting? Let's look at Pro Home Cooks, the greatest home pizza ever. All right, so I'm just going to flick through this video. Okay, so he's got a few different camera angles.
It says, and just wood fire pizza.
Yeah. Okay, there's a lot going on. It's kind of vloggy style. It looks like he's filming this with a phone.
The whole process. This had. The dough was a little bit too small. I probably could have doubled that.
So he's got like a front angle, he's got a side angle, he's got a handheld angle. He's really clearly got a very stocked kitchen. This is nowhere near the, you know, my level. Sorry, this is way beyond my level of, you know, cooking. But okay, just flicking through. And obviously if I was doing this in real life, I'd be spending probably a whole week just like watching YouTube channels that are in and around my niche or my potential niche or the things that I potentially want to do, so that I can get an idea and figure out what are these elements I want to steal that I can combine into my own little thing. So you can do that with a bunch of channels. Like the reason I'm making 𝗖씨's Kitchen as the example channel for this class is because I've spent the last 6 months just watching tons of cooking videos because I genuinely do want to get into cooking. So I already have an existing interest in the thing. I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos about it, and so I think, you know what, let's try this out as a potential thing. And I'm thinking that my angle can be that productivity angle of like, how do I do these meals as quickly and efficiently as possible as a home cook with basically zero experience. So those are the sorts of ways in which I do market research. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video where we're actually going to make this channel. Alrighty, welcome back. So at this point we have 𝗖씨's Kitchen, we have our YouTube channel looking bare and looking not very nice. We're going to start to make this look absolutely sick. And the website I want to introduce you to is canva.com, which is a very easy way to make your website or your YouTube channel look absolutely sick. So what I'm going to do is over here I'm going to type in YouTube channel, and it's going to give me YouTube channel art. So I'm going to hit YouTube channel art, learn to design with Canva, don't really care, I know how to use Canva already. And the main thing is, I'm going to go through the tour, is I'm just going to use one of their templates that I like the look of. And I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to worry about this. So we've got music, beauty. Ooh, can I search food? Have they got food as an option? Oh, hello. Look at that. My goodness. This already looks good. This says 𝗖씨's Kitchen. I'm going to replace it with 𝗖씨's Kitchen. Bring you easy and fun comfort food recipes every week. I just need to think of a random tagline. You don't even need a tagline for this, but like, I'm just going to make something up. So bringing together the worlds of productivity and healthy cooking. Emoji. Smile. There we go. This is how easy it is to make something look good on Canva. Let's see. Here are some other options. 𝗖씨's Kitchen. Oh, that looks cool as well. That could be this. 𝗖씨's Kitchen. That could be that. We've got this one. That could be this one. 𝗖씨's Kitchen. Bringing together the world's productivity and healthy cooking. That could be this one. 𝗖씨's Kitchen. You know what? Let's say I was a random YouTuber. I can just like scroll through all results. Oh, this looks kind of nice. This is not a fan of the font. This looks kind of nice. This looks kind of nice. Like there's so many options on Canva. I'm just going to go back to that. So food. This is 𝗖씨's Kitchen. I kind of want the background to be a little bit darker, so I'm going to add a filter to it. And let's see, epic. No. Festive. No. Summer. No. I want like a darkish one. Drama? Oh, hello, that's nice. And I want to reduce the intensity. Yeah, that's good. I like that. 33% intensity filter on drama. I don't want to get rid of it. What looks better? That one? Yeah, I think that's fine. And good. And now I don't need to do anything else. I'm just going to hit the download button. and it's going to be a PNG, and I'm going to hit download. Now I need to sign up, so that's okay. I'm just going to make an account. Aha! Because I made a free account on Canva, I can now download this image in higher resolution format. So that is the one that I'm going to upload. And also I just recommend having a Canva account anyway. I'd even recommend signing up for Canva Pro because it makes it easier to make thumbnails. But yeah, I'm going to hit this little camera button, which lets me change my channel art. And I'm going to change this, and it's going to be 𝗖𝗲's Kitchen 3. There we go. Hit done, hit publish. And now, when I refresh, hopefully 𝗖𝗲's Kitchen should look a little bit better. Perfect! We have a high resolution photo on 𝗖𝗲's Kitchen, and this is already making this channel start to look pretty reasonable. What we need now is a profile picture. And the best profile picture is generally one of your face. So I am literally going to take one right now. It says edit profile picture, and it needs an upload. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my phone and I'm going to take a little photo. So I've got my thing and I'm going to use portrait mode so I get a bit of a blurred background, natural light, smile. There we go. Got my photo, my little photo, and I'm going to airdrop it to my MacBook so that I can upload it to YouTube. Nice and simple. We don't need to overthink this stuff. Good, that's done. Okay, now I'm just going to hit upload, and I'm going to grab this one, and I get to... God, my teeth look really yellow. Look at my Invisaligns. They also look a bit wonky. That shouldn't be happening. Bit weird. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Great. Now I'm going to hit publish, and this is what my YouTube channel now looks like. View channel. Look at that. We already have something that looks reasonable, and in fact I actually do want to slightly reposition this. I'm going to hit change, upload again, and go a little bit less headroom. So I like this, yeah, that level of headroom is good. Perfect, publish. And now I have a YouTube channel that automatically looks better than most people's starter YouTube channels. There's just no excuse for not having a channel art and a profile picture. And you know, even within our part-time YouTuber Academy, there are so many people that just don't have channel art. And it just makes the channel look like absolute trash. Like, it's so easy to just go on Canva, make a free account. It's completely free, you don't need to pay anything for it. You just download something that looks pretty reasonable. And now you have your channel art. Yes, further down the line, you can start overthinking your channel art a bit more. You can start thinking more intentionally about the vibe and the branding and all that kind of stuff. But when you're getting started with YouTube, when you're a complete beginner, none of that stuff matters. Just pick something you like the look of and get started straight away. The mistake people can make is overthinking and over-obsessing about what the channel art looks like and all that. I need to have my typography, I need to have my branding, I need all of it done before I upload my first video. But that's all a bit BS-y. It's like starting a business and then waiting to have the perfect logo and the perfect business card and the perfect domain before you go out and start actually trying to build a product or find customers. This is generally a bad way of doing things, but here we are. We have 𝗖𝗲's Kitchen, and hopefully by this point you have also, in the follow along, have made your YouTube channel, you've got your channel art, and you've got a profile picture, preferably of your face, but I guess it doesn't have to be of your face. The thing to keep in mind is that people follow other people on YouTube. We don't generally follow brands or like logos and stuff. There are lots of exceptions to that rule, but if you can, stick your face as a profile picture, and if not, you can use an icon or whatever if you really want to. If you're desperate to use an icon, a website that I like to use is flaticon.com. So if I search icons for kitchen, you know, something like, maybe something like this. This is actually quite a nice icon. So I could just download this as a PNG, free download, and cool, I've got it now. Now if I wanted to, I could change my profile picture to this kitchen tool thing. So this is what that would look like. Yeah. If I hit publish, this is what my profile now looks like. I don't personally like non-people profile pictures, so I'm going to change it back. But there is always the option, and we have the option of using flat icon if you want to get a random icon for your channel art. Generally, when it comes to YouTube channels, you don't really need to worry about like royalty-free images and that kind of stuff. But a website you can look at if you want nice backgrounds is Unsplash. Unsplash gives you freely usable images. So if I want kitchen, I can type in kitchen, and I get pictures of kitchens. If I want food, I can type in food and I get pictures of food, and I can choose to use a combination of Canva and Unsplash to like make my own banners. It's all very straightforward. The key thing is start with a template and customize the template a bit to suit your likings, and then we are ready to go. So at this point, we have 𝗖𝗲's Kitchen bringing together the worlds of productivity and healthy cooking to form the basis of our YouTube channel. So I hope you followed along. I hope you've gotten this far. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome back. It is now time for our very first challenge, and in this video we are going to beat perfectionism and we're going to upload our first video to our new YouTube channel without any preparation. Yes, I know, that sounds scary. If you're a beginner to YouTube, you're probably overthinking your first video, so the main thing we need to do is we need to besmirch the blank page. This is the thing, I don't know who it was. Was it like Van Gogh or some famous artist who said that whenever he draws something, he always puts a pencil mark in the middle of the page so that he stops thinking that the blank page is sacred and that the first stuff he does actually matters. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our phones, we're going to record a video, and we're just going to upload it to our YouTube channels, and it's not going to matter. Like, no one's going to care. Our channel has 0 subscribers at this point. I don't think anyone is ever even going to see it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go on the camera app on my iPhone. Nothing fancy. I'm not using Filmic Pro. I'm not using all these other fancy apps. I'm just hitting the camera button. I'm going to go into video mode. I'm going to turn the phone sideways because it's YouTube and YouTube is still broadly a sideways phenomenon. And I'm just going to hold my phone like this. And I'm just going to talk to my phone. It doesn't matter if it's 4K, it doesn't matter if it's 1080p. The point is we just get it done. And I'm going to talk to my phone and just introduce myself and say, hey, this is my YouTube channel and here are the videos I want to make. So let's just go for it. I literally have not prepared anything at all, and this is exactly what I want you guys to do. Hello, how's it going? This is an introductory video for my very first YouTube channel. And what I'm going to do is I'm theoretically going to be uploading videos about cooking, combining my newfound love of cooking, because I'm just starting to get into cooking, and my love of productivity, and just to make this channel about like recipes and stuff in my day-to-day life. And we'll see how it goes. Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to be watching these videos. No one's going to care. But hey, a few years from now, it'll be interesting to look back on to see, just to see how I've changed as a person and what the vibe is. And I know that if I didn't do this video, I would be overthinking the hell out of this. And I'd probably never film my first video. So I'm keen on, my first video being this sort of handheld thing. I know the studio looks all fancy, but completely ignore that. That doesn't really matter. I'm literally just filming this with an iPhone. And yeah, if you have any ideas for content, then I'd love for you to leave a comment down below. If this kind of vibe sounds up your street, cooking with a hint of productivity, a twist of productivity, then by all means hit the subscribe button, although I don't think anyone's realistically going to see this video except my grandma. But yeah, please do leave a comment. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the channel. Okay, so that was my very first video. So literally what I'm going to do is now I'm going to go on the YouTube app. I'm going to log into my new account, and I'm just going to upload it straight from my phone. We are not editing this at all. So, YouTube app. Okay, now I'm logged in on my phone, on the YouTube app. And if I look at your channel, it says, we've got the profile picture, we've got the channel art, and now I'm going to hit create. And it's going to let me upload a video. And I'm just going to upload completely wholesale this video that I've just filmed. I'm going to hit next. And I'm going to title it be like my first video, 𝗖𝗓𝗓. Oh, actually no, I'm going to call it Welcome to 𝗖𝗓𝗓's Kitchen. My first video. That's a reasonable title. Welcome to 𝗖𝗓𝗓's Kitchen. My first video. Great. Now, add a description. I'm just going to say sort of, welcome to my new YouTube channel. Please hit the subscribe button if you'd like to see more. And I'm going to add a little smiley face. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. Cool. Then I'm going to hit next. No, it's not made for kids. Unless you have a specific video made for kids, you want to click the no button on that. I don't need to bother with age restriction. And I'm just going to hit upload video. And now, fingers crossed, the video should just get uploaded. Now, after a little bit of a while of waiting, as I've refreshed this a bit, here we go, uploads. Welcome to my first video. Welcome to 𝗖𝗓𝗓's Kitchen, my first video. No views, 18 seconds ago. We've literally just beaten perfectionism. We have besmirched the blank page, the blank slate of our YouTube channel by uploading our very first video, by filming horizontally with our phones, 0 preparation. This was easy. Hopefully. Hopefully, by the end of this lesson, you will have done this as well. Please just do this. You can always get rid of this video later. You can always delete it, make it private, make it unlisted, or you can do what I did and just leave it up on your channel. I have one of these videos on my main channel. You can just leave it up, and then if your YouTube channel gets big, 3 years later, people will look back on your first video and think, oh my god, it's so inspiring that you started by filming videos just with your phone. I want to do the same. And you might inspire people to start their YouTube journeys. Again, we're not going to worry about thumbnails. We're just going to, we have uploaded that first video and we have besmirched the blank page of our YouTube channel. So hopefully that was helpful. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so at this point, let's have a look. Let's have a look at how we're doing. We've got 𝗖𝗓𝗓's Kitchen. is got the very first video with 1 view from me, published 8 minutes ago, because I uploaded it 8 minutes ago. Welcome to 𝗖𝗓𝗧𝗃 Kitchen, my first video. At this point, let's talk about what our next steps are going to be, and I think we generally want to start with brainstorming some ideas for potential videos that we might do next. Now, I have not yet thought about this. I'm literally doing this on the fly. I'll show you what my thought process is as I'm brainstorming these new videos. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open Apple Notes. Basic note-taking app, doesn't need to be fancy, doesn't really matter, don't bother with Notion, Roam, all these other fancy apps. You don't need to worry about them just yet. I'm just going to open Apple Notes and start thinking about, okay, what are the different ways I might brainstorm some video ideas? So, 𝗖𝗓𝗧𝗃 Kitchen video ideas. So I kind of know that kind of my vibe equals cooking plus productivity. And I kind of like the idea of 5-minute meals, weeknight meals. I kind of like that general thing. I like the general philosophy of, you know, chuck ingredients at the pot and hope for the best. I don't really vibe with the whole fine dining, tweaking every ingredient, and I want to figure out, I think my angle in the cooking space is going to be, what is the quickest and dirtiest way that we can make healthy, tasty meals, basically. So that's, I think, what I want. Kind of my audience, probably, again, I'm thinking of myself, but a few years ago, or even myself, but last year. So I'm imagining a sort of, I don't know, 25-year-old college graduate, first job, orders takeaway all the time, doesn't know how to cook anything but an egg, even that's bad, never cooked anything before, etc. But interested in getting into cooking because it seems cool and healthier and cheaper and a good way of hosting / bringing people together. So I'm just sort of brainstorming a few thoughts. I'm like, okay, I think maybe this is the direction I want to go, but I'm going to be an archaeologist about this. I don't want to plan all this stuff out in advance. I want to archaeologist. I want to find little bits and figure out where my potential niche can be. So I'm going to start by just sort of brainstorming ideas off the top of my head, and then I'm going to go into other YouTube channels and see, and just do some searches on YouTube and see, oh, what are some video ideas that I can steal like an artist? What are some video ideas that I can copy? So, video ideas. So I could potentially sort of reviews of cooking gear, but stuff aimed at beginners, potentially. And I actually do have a 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗃 Harry Potter collection, you know, Dutch ovens, which I bought the other day. So I could do a review of those. I can do review 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗃 mugs ×4. I've got some of those. Review 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗃. I don't really have any other. Ooh, review School of Wok, because I bought one of those woks the other day after reading some reviews online. So I can, you know, I can always review these products. What else can I do? Ooh, as a beginner, so beginner learns series, something like that. I could do my favorite cooking channels, where I can talk about like Babish and Pro Home Cooks and Ethan Chbosky and Pickup Limes and stuff. I can just make a video talking about my favorite things there. I can make a sort of why I'm learning to cook, how I'm learning to cook type video. I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. And then I can think, okay, essential pantry shopping list and essential kitchen gear. And what I can do with those sorts of videos is I guess I can look at other YouTube channels and other blogs and stuff to see what they recommend and be like, hey, I watched 10 other videos and here are the things that they have recommended. So what I'm doing there is taking a sort of curator approach where I'm just taking advice from other people or maybe taking advice from a book and being like, cool, this is what this book says about the essential kitchen gear that I need. I'm going to buy it and I'm going to make a video talking about the reasons I've bought all this kind of stuff. And as you can see, this is a very higgledy-piggledy approach. I'm not overthinking this. I'm being an archaeologist rather than an architect. And the key thing when we're starting out a YouTube channel is to just make lots of videos. It doesn't matter what they're about. And this is the sort of the formula that we teach on our YouTuber Academy is level 0 or level 1 is where you're making one video at a time and it's a struggle to make every single video. That's the place where everyone starts. Then you go to level 2, which is where you're then making one video every week and you're not concerned about the quality. All you want to do is figure out how do I make one video every week. Then you have level 3. Level 3 is where you want to make one good video every week. So until we get to level 3 where we're already making a video every single week, we don't want to be caring about the quality of that video. We want to focus on quantity to begin with. So these ideas, these are all probably pretty bad ideas, but the point of it The point of these videos is not to grow my YouTube channel. The point of these early videos is to grow my own abilities at making videos. Now, unless you're a professional videographer, unless you have so much background in video editing and audio editing and lighting and cameras and all that kind of stuff where you already know how to make good videos, then if you're that person, then the architect approach is probably better for you. So me having done YouTube for the last 5 years, if I was starting a new channel from scratch, it would be the architect approach because I already know how to make good videos. But if I was a beginner and I didn't already know how to make good videos, those first 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes even 100 videos, my first 50 videos are not for my audience. My first 50 videos are for me to help myself improve my own abilities to make videos. And then once I know how to make a video every week, at that point I can start thinking about delivering value to my audience. And I think this is really the way we want to think about it. We don't want to have any expectation of growth. No one cares about our videos. No one's going to watch our videos because our videos, quite frankly, they just suck. They're really, really, really bad. You would not expect to read the writing of someone who's never written before. You would not expect to buy the painting of someone who's never painted before. So how can we possibly expect our viewers to give us their most precious resource, their time and their attention, for videos that are objectively absolutely awful? We cannot. Therefore, our first 50 videos are for us. Our next 50 videos are for our audience once we know how to make good videos. So all of these things I'm writing down. Reviews of cooking gear. I'm not expecting anyone to watch them. Beginner Learn series, my favorite cooking channels. Who cares? No one gives a shit about what my favorite cooking channels are, but the point is me making that video helps me develop my own cooking skills. And as a side effect, as a bonus side effect, maybe someone will watch those videos and maybe they'll comment and maybe they'll subscribe. But the point, again, is for me, it's not for them. Okay, so those were some ideas about how to brainstorm stuff. Again, first 50 videos for you, your next 50 videos for them. Let's talk a little bit about filming styles as well, because that kind of comes into when we're brainstorming video ideas. Now, there is one style, the most common style of video on YouTube is where a person is talking to a camera and doing something. For example, this is a talking head type video. I'm talking to the camera, maybe doing some stuff on the side, maybe we've got a screen recording, maybe I'm showing some stuff, maybe I'm being like, hey, I want to do a review of this glass. But ultimately, it's a video of me talking to the camera. Those are the videos that we're probably going to be focusing on as beginner YouTubers. There are other formats of videos. You can do a faceless kind of voiceover type thing where you show what's in front of you rather than your face, and you do a voiceover at the top of it. We're not really going to talk about those because those are a bit more complicated. You can do faceless animation channels, things like Wendover Productions or 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 or CGP Grey, where you're telling a story through a voiceover, through music, through animations. Again, those are also really hard. We're not going to focus on those. What we're talking about in this YouTube for beginners is the easiest videos to do, which is you speaking to a camera and doing stuff. Sort of, if we think of what people like binging with Babish do, you don't really see their face on camera, which is fine. If you're like one of those people who's so terrified of showing your face on the internet, you don't necessarily need to show your face. For example, one of my YouTuber friends is called Mr. Who's the Boss, and he is huge on YouTube. He's nearly on 10 million subscribers, probably will be by the time you're watching this. But if we look at his old videos, I wonder if we can see them. How to optimize your ZTE blade, Olympus camera review, how to install a custom ROM. Let's look at this one.
Okay, hey YouTube, just doing a quick video on my orange San Francisco ZT blade I've only got.
You don't see his face. For 3 years or so on YouTube, Aaron never showed his face. Coca-Cola montage, I don't even think that's his face. He's just doing videos where he's reviewing the tech, where he's kind of like talking over the top of it and doing a voiceover. Again, that's a reasonable way of getting started if you're terrified of showing your face. In fairness, he was like 14 at the time and didn't want people in school to know his stuff. If you're beyond the age of school where you're concerned about bullying, you probably should not be concerned about showing your face, but hey, whatever. Those are the two easiest sorts of videos. Either the speak to camera video or the voiceover while something else is happening type of video, but the ones we're going to focus on are the speak to camera type videos. Alright, so these are just a few brainstorm video ideas that I've got, and I think what I'm going to do is my first video is going to be a review of the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter collection Dutch ovens. Probably no one is going to watch the video. In fact, the thing with that video is that someone might watch the video. So if I go on YouTube and I'm going to search for 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter, if I search for that, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 18,000 views, 1,700 views, unboxing, someone's made an unboxing video, 2,000 views, 3,000 views, kettle review, Dutch oven. Okay, so I mean, there's a few people who've made videos about it. The top 3 are from 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 themselves. But no one has really made a review of the Harry Potter Dutch oven. And so if I make a review called 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Dutch oven review and have a good thumbnail, there is a chance that some people might see this just because they might be searching for it. I have no idea what the search traffic on this video is. I could use a plugin like vidIQ or TubeBuddy to figure that out, and those will be linked down there below in the resources section if you like. But I'm going to keep things simple. The point of these first 50 videos is for me rather than for them. So I'm just going to make a video review of the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter collection I'm not a pro cook, I don't know anything about it, but hey, I've used the product once or twice, and so I can give my very first impressions as a complete beginner. So that is going to be the test video that we do here. But hopefully this gives you an idea into my brainstorming process as I'm a very early on in this process. The other thing that I would probably want to do is cooking for beginners. I would do a bunch of searching on YouTube. Cooking basics, 5 basic cooking skills, 15 mistakes most beginners cook makes, simple recipes. You know, I'd probably start incorporating some recipe themed content if I was taking this seriously, and I'd probably be looking at a bunch of cooking channels that are big today and see what were their early videos and are there any title ideas that I can steal or borrow from those. So yeah, this is what we've got so far. Could feasibly make my next 10 videos off the back of just this list, but thank you for watching and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to the course. In this lesson we are talking about scripting your video. So firstly we're going to talk about should you script your video and to what extent you should script your video. Then we're going to talk about how to script your video. And then we're going to talk about how to know when your script is ready. So let's start with number 1. To what extent should we be scripting our videos? Now there is a spectrum for this. There is the fully scripted spectrum on one hand, where you're literally just reading off of a teleprompter or reading a voiceover script. Fully scripted, word for word, that kind of thing. And right on the other end you have a video that's completely unprepared. Like literally just, I'm going to make a video, I'm going to hit the camera and I'll figure it all out as we go along. Now most YouTubers are going to fit somewhere in between those two spectrums in terms of like scripting stuff. The place that I normally recommend for beginners is somewhere in the middle, i.e. it's worth scripting your video in terms of bullet points and rough talking points about what you're going to say, and it's worth scripting out the rough structure of the video in terms of bullet points, but it's not worth scripting things out word for word. Now, yes, scripting things out word for word will probably make your video a bit better in that it will make it more engaging and a bit more like, probably increase audience retention. But when you're a beginner, it's actually really, really hard reading out a script word for word. It really makes it sound like it's reading. It's really hard to use a teleprompter, and it makes filming a video become like a 5 hour long job if you're trying to read from your laptop and then memorize a line and then, deliver that line and then read another line and then memorize and deliver the line. And, it just ends up being like really annoying. Feel free to try this for yourself, but I have dabbled and we've had 1,000 plus students through our YouTuber Academy who have done various degrees of scripting. The place where most people are comfortable is scripting out rough talking points, but not scripting out much more beyond that. In fairness, this does depend on what your channel is about. If you're a faceless animated channel where that relies heavily on storytelling and animations and stuff, then obviously you do have to script your voiceover word for word. But for most of us, those of us who speak to a camera and do stuff on camera, I think bullet points is really the way forward. Let's now talk about how to script the video, and there's really nothing fancy here. Again, I'm just going to open up Apple Notes and I'm going to do my first video, which is the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Dutch oven review. Now, when it comes to scripting a video, there's a few things we want to keep in mind. The first one is what are my title ideas? And then we have thumbnail ideas. Then I'm going to say what's the hook/intro of my video. Then I'm going to talk about the main body or the main value. And then I'm going to talk about what am I going to say at the end. Well, that's all I need to do in scripting a video. And we want to start from the top. We want to start with title ideas. Again, as a beginner, your first 50 videos are for you, the next 50 are for them. You don't need to overthink the title ideas, but, I can literally just use this. 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Dutch oven review. Or 𝗧𝗯𝗹 X Harry Potter Dutch oven review. Something like that. So that can be a title idea. Trying out the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Dutch oven. I want to say, I think for this one, the very vanilla basic title of what is the product and sticking review at the end of it. Review for beginners. Or just even review. That's totally fine. Thumbnail idea. Now I'm thinking, okay, well, what's the thumbnail of this video going to be? Probably sort of close up of the Dutch ovens. Probably. I probably don't want to have my face in it. And my rationale there is that at the start, if I'm trying to get views on this video, no one cares about my face. Well, when people are searching for this video, what they care about is the product. And that's why most tech review channels don't have their face on the thumbnails, because generally, if you're targeting search traffic rather than browse traffic, but that's a bit more complicated. If your video is targeting search, it wants to get at people who are searching for the thing itself, rather than people who will just see it randomly on their homepage and be like, ooh, that looks so intriguing, I want to click on it. So I probably want to shoot with my iPhone a close-up of the Dutch ovens, and that will be my thumbnail. Potentially one of me holding them up and smiling. Maybe like if I hold them up like this and smile, then, that adds a human touch to the video. Maybe people will click on that more. So we'll take a few different thumbnail examples for this one. It's easy to overthink title and thumbnail. Most pro YouTubers do their title and thumbnail way before they film the video. Most noob YouTubers, beginner YouTubers, film the video first, and they think about the title and thumbnail as they're uploading the video. It doesn't really matter when you're starting out, but we want to move towards thinking about title and thumbnail kind of intentionally even if we are in those early days where we're making the videos just for ourselves, because title and thumbnail is such an important part of kind of moving forward with video. Now let's think about the hook or the intro. Again, don't need to overdo this. For a video about a Dutch oven review, I'm probably going to be like, I'm just going to say it. Like, often what you can do is just repeat the title of the video in your intro. So this is how MrBeast, for example, big famous YouTuber, says that he knows his video title is good if his opening sentence can literally just repeat the title. For example, I built the world's most dangerous escape room is as a title. He knows that's a good title because at the start of his video, he can literally say, right, so I built the world's most dangerous escape room and blah, 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 blah. So it's kind of interesting. Generally, what we want to keep in mind is that the first 30 seconds of the video is the most important. And so we're in that first 30 seconds, we just want to really make sure that the audience knows that they are getting the value that they were promised. So when someone clicks on a title and a thumbnail, that creates an expectation in their mind. If my title is Le Creuset Harry Potter Dutch Oven Review, and the thumbnail is a photo of the Dutch oven, they're expecting to get a review of the Harry Potter Le Creuset Dutch Oven, right? And so in my intro, I need to be like, this is going to be a review of the Harry Potter Le Creuset Dutch Oven. So they're like, oh, I got what I came for. If in my intro I started like, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the channel. You know, I've got a new YouTube channel. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe button, and make sure you sign up to my newsletter and check out my product, blah, 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 blah. They're getting disinterested because they clicked, uninterested rather, because they clicked on that video expecting something, and I'm not delivering on that expectation. So that's just a general principle. We have like a whole 2-hour-long session about this, a live session in our YouTuber Academy, but as like a very basic thing, make sure in your first 30 seconds you are delivering on the expectation that they were promised. And so, hey guys, welcome. I'm going to say, hey friends, welcome to the channel. This is my first video, etc., reviewing the Harry Potter Le Creuset Dutch Oven. Great. That's all I need to say for that. Now when it comes to the main body, what I'm thinking about is what is the broad structure of the video? What are the general areas I want to talk about? So I'm probably going to start with a caveat that I'm a beginner and don't know anything about cooking, but these were cool. Then we'll talk about the design, plus close-ups, B-roll close-ups of the items. Then we'll talk about tech specifications, which I can get on the website. And then we can talk about what it's like to cook with them. And 5 closing thoughts. Something like that. Cool. So now for each of these, I'm just going to be thinking what are the bullet points that I want. So caveat that I'm a beginner and don't know anything about cooking, but these were cool. Why I bought them, used them for spaghetti bolognese, and they did the job nicely. But don't expect a professional chef review of these. Design and close-up. Go over design of both and show close-ups. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't need to worry about that. Check Le Creuset website. Ooh, discuss sizing. Discuss sizing. Yeah, because I remember thinking when I was buying these that like 28 millimeters, 28 centimeters, 26 centimeters, 24 centimeters, what's a good size? Did a bunch of researching so I can kind of share some thoughts on sizing, what it's like to cook with them. So spag bowl, discussion, because I cooked a spaghetti bolognese, and also a fajita discussion, because I cooked fajita in them, in the smaller one. Bigger one, smaller one, and aesthetic vibes of cooking with them, where I kind of want to explain how it made me, encouraged me to cook because of the aesthetics, and then closing thoughts, nice but expensive, check them out if you like. Easy. And then right at the end, the final bit of scripting our video is the end screen, so it's that message I'm going to give to the audience at the end of the video. Generally, you don't want to end a video with a, hey guys, thank you so much for watching, please make sure to hit the like button, please make sure to subscribe, because at that point people are just going to switch off and leave the video. Generally, you want your end screen to point them to another video. The problem is, this is my first video, so I have nothing to point them towards. So I know that in my YouTube studio, at the end of the video, I can choose the option that says latest upload. So I'm going to say in the end of my video, thank you so much for watching. If you want to watch more, click here to see my latest video. Thank you so much. Hit the subscribe button, blah, blah, blah. And then in my end screen, I can select my latest video as that one, and it will always update to my latest video. And while I have one video on the channel, whatevs. No one knows, like, they won't have anything to click on, but that's okay. We're kind of building the foundation for the rest of our channel. This is the extent of the scripting that I've done for this video. Now, I've made something like 450 plus main videos for my main channel, another 50 for the second channel, another sort of 500 to 1,000 for online courses. And this is the level of scripting that I do for most videos. For I'd say 90% of my videos, they have this level of scripting. You know, maybe 5% of them are completely unprepared. If it's just like I'm answering questions. But even if I'm answering questions, I'll still semi-prepare them by knowing what the questions are going to be in advance. Or if I'm going really ham on research, like, you know, researching scientific papers and doing reviews and like that kind of stuff, then I'd put a lot more scripting into it. But 90% of my content is scripted sort of with this level of bullet points. And the nice thing about this is that it really encourages you to lean into your personal experience. As I'm moving forward with my YouTube channel, I'm thinking about like, how can I make this channel unique? And the way I make it unique is by making it uniquely kind of authentic. Yeah, like you can escape competition through authenticity, as Naval Ravikant famously says. There are loads of people in the world who are going to be making cooking channels, but there's no one in the world who's going to make a cooking channel by me, because I am somewhat unique. You know, there's another phrase, there are no unique messages, only unique messengers. And so this encourages leaning into personal experience and showing the vibes and all that kind of stuff. And I think this is the level of scripting, maybe a little bit more, that most beginners should be aiming for. And if you need to do a video that requires so much heavy scripting, I would suggest it's probably the wrong video to make as a beginner, because all of the other bits are hard enough. Yet if you add scripting and like reading from a teleprompter or reading from a script, it just really takes the joy and fun out of the whole process of making videos. At least that's what most students in our part-time YouTuber Academy find. So hopefully that gave you an insight into what my scripting process looks like. Hopefully by the end of this video, you will have scripted your own video as well. And I'll see you in the next one, where we're going to talk all about how to actually make one of these videos. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back. Now we're getting into the fun stuff. This is where the rubber meets the road, and this is where we start to have fun in terms of actually filming the video. Now, because this is a class for beginners, we're not going to worry about fancy camera gear, and in this lesson we're going to talk about how you can film pretty reasonable videos using just your phone. And what I have here is one of these like phone tripod-y type things. You can get these off of Amazon for like $5, $10. You can get them from any shop. It really doesn't matter. If you have one that has this little gizmo on top, this is known as a cold shoe mount. It's easier to mount a microphone on it, but again, that's not a huge deal, doesn't really matter. And to show you how to do this phone thing, we're actually going to move away from this setup because, to be honest, this is kind of unfair. We have the lights, we have the cameras, we have multiple cameras, we have a studio. This is just not a beginner-friendly setup, and therefore, we're going to switch to handheld mode, and I'm going to show you how I'd set up the iPhone to film a hopefully reasonable looking video in a random place in this building. So hopefully you can do the same. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go around a bunch of different random ass places that don't have any fancy light setup, and I'll show you what an iPhone setup would look like in those contexts. My God. Oof. Okay, so this is a seat. This is far from ideal conditions. Lighting is not great, but whatevs. I have my iPhone plugged into, well, attached to this dock thingy. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the bog standard camera app on the iPhone. I'm not going to do anything fancy with Filmic Pro or any of these other fancy apps. If you want, we'll put some links to resources down in the resources-y type area where you can find more videos about exactly how to film with an iPhone and how to level up your filming. But really, default camera app is all we need to do. Okay, so this is what the kind of non-selfie mode looks like. I'm just going to switch it to selfie mode, and we're going to see what this footage looks like. Okay. So we can see here that this is probably not ideal because we can't see me at all. So what I'm going to do is basically figure out a way of moving this further away from me so that the framing looks kind of reasonable. And what I'm trying to aim for is like my, in fact, I'm going to hit record over here as well. Should I hit record? No, it's recording. And I guess what I'm aiming for over here is like the top of my head just about brushing the top of the frame. So if I use the selfie mode, I have to actually have I've got to have my iPhone kind of far away. But actually, this is not bad. Like, as far as iPhone footage goes, this is actually kind of reasonable. Now, if I hit record over here as well, I wonder if that'll work. Yeah, this actually could be a YouTube video. So at the moment, I'm looking at myself in the camera screen, and we've got Gordon in the background, but that looks kind of weird because that, where I'm looking, is not where the camera is. In fact, this is where the camera is, over here somewhere at the top of my iPhone. And so instead of looking at myself filming, what I should be doing is looking at the camera. And now as I'm looking at the camera, hopefully this looks like I'm making eye contact with you. Whereas if I'm looking at myself in the screen, it looks like I'm looking at something else. So we want to be looking at the camera. So this is one way of filming ourselves with an iPhone. It just means we have to put the iPhone a little bit further back. That's the kind of framing we're aiming to get at. And now if I was filming a video like this, in this video we're going to be reviewing the part-time productivity planner from the Essentially Stationery line built by 𝗖mě H𝗶𝗶𝗏, blah, 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 blah. This actually looks like a reasonable setup for a video, and I have done zero in terms of lighting, in terms of background. The iPhone is just doing all the work in making this look look somewhat reasonable. Now, the other way that we can go about this is actually not by using the selfie mode on the camera, but instead by turning it around and using the other angle. So here's what that looks like. So now what I'm doing is I've turned the iPhone around and I'm gonna look at it and see what this looks like. The problem is I now can't see myself. So this is basically a two-man job. Either that or requires some kind of mirror, or it requires me plugging in my iPhone into my laptop. I have a video on my channel where I talk about how to do this, but I just want to show you what the basic principle is. Generally, the camera on the back of an iPhone is higher quality than the camera on the front, and this applies for basically all phones. So you get slightly better quality if you use the back cameras rather than the front cameras, but you do run the risk of not being able to see yourself. So 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, I'm going to enlist 𝗧𝗯𝗹's help and be like, 𝗧𝗯𝗹, can you set up this phone in a way that makes it look reasonable with the main angle. Now, another thing that we want to keep in mind while setting up our shot is that we want the angles to be straight. We don't want it to be like, oh, you know, this is looking at me from above or looking at me from below. We want it to be dead on straight, and we just want to try and move the position of the phone so that it accomplishes that. In fact, you know what? I have an idea. 𝗧𝗯𝗹, I'm going to ask you to sit over there, and we're going to use you as the subject for this. And I'm going to show you how I would set up a phone in this context. Oh, perfect. Yeah, so this is looking pretty reasonable already. I feel like 𝗧𝗯𝗹's a little bit far away, and he's got too much headroom over here. So what I want to do is just move the phone closer so that we get a little bit less headroom, because I kind of want his head to be just about brushing the top of the frame. And somewhere here seems pretty reasonable. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that when you're setting up your phone, you kind of want the angles to look straight. So this looks reasonable because you can see we've got these straight lines in the background and they look straight on the iPhone. What we don't want to do is have it like this or have it like that. Like that is like, you know, the phone is looking up on 𝗧𝗯𝗹 and the angles are a bit wonky. We also don't want to do this. This looks really bad. Like, it just looks awful. Like, often the trick to something looking good on camera is just the lines being straight. Now here is where the lines are just right about straight, and this looks pretty reasonable. So 𝗧𝗯𝗹, if you can say some stuff.
Hello, my name is 𝗧𝗯𝗹. I've been enlisted to help Ali with his phone video thing.
And yeah, this quality seems pretty reasonable. So here I'm using the 1x lens. If I switch to the 0.5, now 𝗧𝗯𝗹 is suddenly miles away. And the way that would work is if I put this camera much closer to him, and now that's just a slightly different framing. Now 𝗧𝗯𝗹, if you can speak to the camera.
Hi, this camera feels weirdly close to me.
It does feel weirdly close because this is a wide angle lens, but you know, it just shows you, you know, based on whatever your phone is, you can like figure out the best kind of way to set your framing. I think, to be honest, if you're a beginner, just use the selfie mode, because then you can see yourself, and it's a lot easier to know what's happening when you're seeing yourself than when you're not seeing yourself. But it just goes to show the power of phones these days in producing a reasonable picture, even if we haven't thought at all about the light, camera, or anything else. And I'm going to do this in a few different locations. So let's go outside, and we'll see what this looks like from the phone there. And I'm going to switch to selfie mode. So now I'm literally just going outside into our office area, and I'm going to plonk this phone on this table, and just see what it looks like in selfie mode. Okay, yeah, reasonable. I think I'm still a little bit tall for this, so I know this is probably bad practice, but I will slightly angle up my phone on the tripod just so my head fits in there, and let's just make it a little bit less wonky. Again, what I'm focusing on is, like, I want the background lines to be as straight as possible. Again, this is not ideal because my face is a little bit, you know, if we look at those lines in the background, they're slightly wonky, but there's not much I can do because I'm confined to the length of this table. And so here is another random video setup where I haven't really thought too hard about it. I've literally just gone outside, hit the record button on my phone using the default camera app, nothing fancy at all, and this looks pretty reasonable. This is another way that you can get started using just your iPhone. Let's just drive this point home by kind of doing this kind of iPhone setup in a bunch of different places. So I'm going to get up now, move around the building a bit. La, walking down. You can turn this into a little vlog mode if you like something like that. Thank you, Gordon. All right, this will do. Oh. Again, so we have loads of background noise here, and this is not a particularly fancy background, it's not particularly aesthetic, but if what I'm focusing on is like, I just want to get my footage looking reasonable and get it looking at the point where my head is just brushing the top of the frame. So now if I'm doing a review, I can be like, in this video we're going to talk about the American Express black card, and I'm going to review that black card, and I have to keep in mind, I have to remind myself of this because I don't usually film like this, to not look at the screen, but instead to look at the lens. Now I'm looking at the lens, and hopefully this looks more like I'm speaking directly to you. And so, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. In this video we're going to be reviewing the American Express black card, and I'm going to tell you all about the benefits that I've had from this card over a long period of time. So yeah, conditions here are not amazing, but it still shows the power of the iPhone in making stuff look somewhat reasonable. Alright, so we've switched the iPhone over to cinematic mode now, which means it's going to artificially blur the background. This is a feature on most more modern-ish phones, which can look quite nice. And like in an ideal world, when it comes to lighting, again, we don't need to overthink this as a beginner, but the sort of lighting setup I want is where there is a big soft light source, like a window, at a sort of 45-degree angle from myself. So if I was standing like this and filming a video like this would look pretty good in terms of like, yeah, the general lighting, the general vibe, and you can probably think, oh, this actually looks pretty reasonable, especially with cinematic mode turned on. It's kind of annoying holding the camera, and so I guess what I'd be trying to do is set myself up something like this. Oh god, this is very unstable. Where, oh, this actually works. Where potentially now if I was filming a video like this, we can see head's just about brushing the top of the frame. The lighting is pretty reasonable and pretty aesthetic on me. I'm using cinematic mode, so the background's a little bit blurred. And so what I could be doing is I could be talking to the camera like this, talking really about anything at all. This would be a good setup for my, I don't know, if I'm doing a video about my favorite cooking channels. I could just sit down on the sofa and be like, alright guys, this video is about my favorite cooking channels. Let's sit down and have a bit of a chat. This is quite cozy, it's quite nice. We've got a bit of blur in the background. We've got that light. And again, I haven't done anything. We've literally just roamed around this building, just trying to find decent spots for the iPhone to go. And like I said, you don't need to overthink this. The iPhone, or whatever phone, will compensate for almost any terrible lighting condition. But in an absolutely ideal world, we would be shooting somewhere 45 degrees from a window. And hopefully this looks pretty reasonable. In fact, I could probably even shoot a main channel video just by using this natural light. And we'll talk a little bit more about light in the video about lighting. But again, moral of the story, you don't need to overthink these things. Just get a phone, get a tripod for your phone that costs like $10, and find a way to have straight lines in the background, like those. They're all kind of straight, which means my angle is straight. Make sure you're looking at the lens rather than at the screen, and that's it. Make sure roughly your head is kind of brushing the top of the frame, because that kind of looks reasonable and is sort of what horizontal video is supposed to look like. So that brings us to the end of our iPhone lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about how you can basically set up a basic camera setup. Then we'll talk about lighting, then we'll talk about audio, so you'll have everything you need to film your first video properly. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back. So we've talked about what it's like filming on an iPhone. In this lesson, I want to show you what the differences are between kind of different levels of upgrading your camera setup. And so what we've done is we've got these 4 different cameras. We've got the iPhone 13 Pro, we've got the Canon M50, we've got the Sony a7C and the Sony a7S III with various lenses on them, trying to vaguely recreate the same scene that we have with our main camera angle, which costs $6,000 or something stupid like that. I want to show you what the difference is between, like assuming we have optimal conditions, like studio conditions, what is actually the difference between shooting with these cameras at different price points. And so let's start with the iPhone. Honestly, so this iPhone has cinematic mode turned on, and to be honest, iPhone cinematic mode footage is actually really good. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that this is shot with an iPhone, and even if you can, this is a level of production value that, you know, means that you're like, no one's really going to complain about this level of production value, even if it's just coming from an iPhone. So if you're a YouTube beginner, again, another place in which beginners seem to get hung up is, oh my god, I can't get started filming YouTube videos unless I have the perfect camera gear. You don't need the perfect camera gear. Phones these days are absolutely incredible. You don't even need to have the brand new state-of-the-art iPhone 13 Pro with like the Pro modes. Almost any phone like iPhone 8 Plus or almost any Android phone from 2012 or beyond will be able to film at a reasonable camera quality, and especially while you're making your first crop of videos where you're still learning the craft of editing videos and talking to a camera and filming and lighting and all that jazz, you don't need to worry about upgrading your camera. But having said that, if you do want to upgrade your camera, this is what the Canon M50 looks like. Now, the angle is a little bit weird and I'm not really a fan of the Canon M50, but it's a $500 camera setup and it's a fairly beginner-friendly YouTube camera. It's got a flip-out screen, which means you can see yourself while you're recording. And this is what it looks like when I'm talking to the Canon M50. Again, I don't really like it. To be honest, I actually think the iPhone footage looks better. with an iPhone than the $500 Canon M50 setup personally, but that's a pretty reasonable camera to upgrade to for beginners, and once you learn how the settings work and all that kind of stuff, you'll be able to kind of make the camera work for you. This is another point I want to make in this session, that like really it's kind of not really about what camera you have, but it's about how you use the camera. If I was someone who was using a Canon M50 $500 camera on a daily basis, I'd figure out a way to get the most out of it. I'd have been watching loads of tutorials, trying to figure out the appropriate settings, figuring out the best LUTs for it, and the best like color grading profiles, and just making sure I know how to use the camera that I have. Basically, the main thing I want to take home from this lesson is that it's not really about the gear. Everyone says gear doesn't matter, and it's kind of true to an extent. You can get amazing quality footage just using an iPhone, or you can get pretty reasonable quality footage using a camera. That's not the thing that generally tends to make or break YouTubers, but having said that, if you can get your production value looking as good as possible, that is another thing that helps you stack the deck in your favor when it comes to kind of making content that has a bit more of a wow factor to it. So this is the Canon M50 $500 setup. Let's now switch to the Sony a7C. Now the Sony a7C is a $1,500 full frame camera. We don't need to go into the differences between crop sensors and full frame and stuff. That's not really beginner friendly, but again, more resources in the video description, and you can always dive more into this stuff at a later date once you've got a few more videos under your belt. And we've got the Tamron 28-75 lens attached to it at a focal length of 28mm. So yeah, this looks reasonable. To be honest, what looks better, this or the iPhone? I'm not really sure. Probably if we're doing a direct comparison of iPhone versus a7C, the a7C will look a bit more natural because the iPhone is doing computational photography to do its like cinematic background blur, all that kind of stuff. If we turned off cinematic mode on the iPhone, the background would look quite flat because it's not very good at the blurred background effect. But this is what a setup that costs around about $2,500 looks like. Again, it's not really about the gear. It looks reasonable. You don't really need to upgrade beyond this. This is sort of like where you get significant diminishing returns when it comes to spending more money on camera gear. So this is the $2,500 a7C with the Tamron 28-75 lens. And now let's move on to the Sony a7S III with the 24mm G Master lens with a Peter McKinnon ND filter applied to it. If you don't know what all this gear means, it doesn't matter. This is like a $6,000 camera setup, which is pretty overkill, but it's the main setup that I use for my videos and have been using for the last like 6 months. But let's bear in mind that for the first year of my YouTube channel, for the first 2 years actually, I was shooting with a camera that costs around about £900, so like $1,200. That's still kind of expensive, but this was like 4 years ago before phones were amazing. Now phones are amazing, and to be honest, I could get a YouTube channel to 100k subs probably just off the back of filming with just an iPhone. But this is kind of like the gold standard with like a nice lens and a nice camera and stuff. But again, this is a course for beginners. It's the thing I'm going to keep on repeating because it needs to be said multiple times is that it's really not about the gear. Provided you have like a baseline level of production value, at that point the gear stops mattering so much unless you're competing in an industry like tech or photography or videography where the gear that you use actually matters, because the production value is the unfair advantage you have, the thing that sets you apart from other YouTubers. So tech YouTubers like Marques Brownlee, MKBHD, with over 15 million subscribers, he'll spend like $500,000 on a camera robot, a robotic arm that he can program with a fancy $50,000 camera attached to it, just for 5 seconds of footage for one of his videos. Because he will know that in the world of tech, that is what's needed to really stand out and to really stay on top of your game. And that's one of his unfair advantages. He can throw money at the problem and he can have that technological advantage over the competitors in the tech space. But if you're a beginner, you're not trying to do that. You aren't spending $500,000 on a robotic arm. All you're trying to do is just make content that's reasonable, that you enjoy making, that provides value to your audience. And whether you're filming with an iPhone or a Canon M50 or a Sony a7C or a Sony a7S III, or even if you don't know what any of these camera things mean, you can always learn this kind of stuff over time. I knew basically nothing about cameras when I first started. I was filming with a Sony a6000. Actually, I started just filming with my iPhone. But over time, as I watched more YouTube tutorials and learned more about the craft, while I was continuing to make videos, that is how my camera knowledge evolved. And so the mistake that you don't want to make is to think, oh my god, I need perfect equipment from day one to get started. Just start with your phone. Phones are pretty reasonable these days. This footage looks pretty fantastic if I say so myself, I hope. And you can just get started with this and then you can level up your cameras over time as you go. So that's really the main point of this lesson. Don't overthink the gear. Just get started, make the videos, and over time you can always upgrade and you can always kind of figure out the optimal camera setup for you over time. So that brings us to the end of this lesson. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you in the next one. Alrighty, welcome back. So we've talked all about upgrading our camera setup and we've decided that, for the rest of this class, we're basically going to film things with the iPhone. So right now I'm filming with the iPhone. But in this video, we're talking about the importance of audio and how to get decent audio for your videos. Now, the thing with audio is that audio is actually probably one of the most important things because people will sit through bad video quality if the audio is good. But your video quality can be the most amazing thing in the world. You could be shooting with the fanciest camera in the world, but if your audio quality sucks, then no one's really going to want to sit through that. And so that begs the question, how do we get good audio? And so in this lesson, we're going to kind of try and break that down into kind of the simple steps and the ways you can level up your audio. All right, so let's start with level 0. And level 0 is where we are not using any external microphones at all, and all we're doing is using the audio that's on our device. And so right now I'm filming on the iPhone 13 Pro, and the iPhone is about 2 hands lengths away from me. So by the standards of microphones anyway, that's pretty far away. This is what it sounds like when I'm just speaking in without using any external audio. This is just the pure native audio of the iPhone. This is what the audio on the iPhone 13 Pro sounds like without any external microphone attached at all. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. This probably doesn't sound amazing. It probably still sounds reasonable. Probably sounds possible, but it's not amazing. We've got a bit of a hum in the background. The room is quite big. It's kind of a little bit echoey, and the iPhone is really far away from me, and we're not plugging in any kind of external microphone. So that's level 0. Now there's sort of 2 different things that we can do to basically level up our audio to the max. And those 2 things are, number 1, use an external microphone, and or, number 2, bring the microphone closer to us. And those 2 factors are basically the only real determinants of audio quality. Number 3 is like the acoustics of the room, but to be honest, you know, if you're shooting in a really big open church hall, you're gonna get a lot of echo. If you're shooting in your bedroom, your living room, wherever, usually there's not much you can do about the acoustics, and things like setting up acoustic panels and sound blankets and all that jazz, that maybe gets you an extra 5% of audio quality, but really the key thing is external microphone, number 1, and number 2, bring the microphone closer to you. So now we're going to show you what both those different things look like. So first of all, we're going to plug in an external microphone, and we're going to plug in the Rode Video Micro into the iPhone. Now the iPhone has a lightning port, and the lightning port requires this lightning port adapter, and then we need this extra thing to be able to plug the Rode Video Micro into it. And so we're going to plug this in right now. All right, so right now we have plugged the Rode Video Micro into the iPhone. Now hopefully you can hear that this sounds a little bit better than what it did before, and we're going to play some samples with and without all this stuff anyway. But you can see that the iPhone is still quite far away from me. It's still like, you know, 2 hand breadths away, but now we just have an external microphone. So this hopefully shows that the addition of an external microphone does improve sound quality significantly compared to no external microphone at all. And that's why we say for most people, you know, the Rode Video Micro is like a $40 microphone. You can get microphones super cheaply, and they really do level up the quality of your videos because it just makes such a big difference to have external audio. And so that's why this is broadly the setup that I'd recommend for beginners. Like, get some cheap ass tripod that takes a phone. You can get those for $10 off Amazon. Use your phone and then plug a microphone so that that microphone sits on top of it. That's like one very easy way to level up your YouTube setup immediately without spending much money while you're just filming using your phone. Okay, so now we have switched our audio. What we've done is we have boomed in the same microphone. So we've got the Rode Video Micro, but we've stuck it on a microphone stand, and we've got it closer to my mouth. So while before it was quite far away, now it's, you know, probably to this sort of length away from me rather than to of that sort of length away from me. And you can hear what the difference sounds like. Now, what I suspect is that the addition of an external microphone will be more important than the addition of the boom pole and bringing that microphone closer to us. But generally, those are the 2 things you want to do. You want to add an external microphone, and then you want to bring it as close to your mouth as possible. So if we do the test, this is a test of what the audio sounds like on the Rode Video Micro while it's boomed in. So it's like this far away from my mouth and still connected via the lightning port to the iPhone 13 Pro. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. But broadly, you can take a cheap ass microphone, you can plug it into your iPhone or whatever your camera is, and you can just bring it a little bit closer to your mouth. And that generally gets you kind of 98% of the way there towards decent audio. At that point, you can then upgrade the microphone. You know, this is a $40 microphone. What we actually use to film our videos is like an $800 Sennheiser MKH416 microphone. To be honest, it's probably a little bit overkill, that particular microphone, and maybe when 2 people side by side hear the difference between this and the Sennheiser, which is like 20 times the price, they might be able to tell the difference. Maybe not. Who knows? Basic moral of the story, to improve your audio, step 1, add an external microphone. They're quite cheap. Or step 2, bring it closer to your mouth. Now there is an option, a third option, which actually incorporates both of them and means you don't have to have this boom pole lying around, and that is switching to a lavalier microphone, and that's what we're going to do next. Alright, so at this point we have talked about 3 different audio setups. We've talked about what the audio sounds like just using an iPhone, number 1. We've talked about number 2, what it's like having a Rode Video Micro sitting on top of the iPhone, far away from me. And number 3, we've talked about what it's like having a Rode Video Micro connected to the iPhone through a cable, but boomed in, i.e. on a microphone stand, $20 microphone stand you can get from Amazon, just more close to my mouth, about this far away compared to that far away. And you've heard what those different audio levels sound like. You'll notice now that I am wearing a lav microphone. Lav stands for lavalier, and it's one of those lapel microphones that you clip onto your top or your shirt or whatever. You'll notice that you can probably see the wire in here. It's because the wire we have for the lav mic we had lying around is not long enough. So, moral of the story, if you are buying a lavalier mic for your videos, you should get one that has a longer wire so that it can go down your top and under the table, and so it's less visible. But the good thing about these is that it automatically is A, an external microphone, and B, very close to your mouth. So hopefully, you'll get pretty reasonable audio quality. And it'll be much better than just having no audio quality, having no audio options at all plugged into your iPhone or your camera. And ultimately, when it comes to figuring out what audio setup you want for your content, really the key is we want a decent balance of audio quality, yes, but also convenience. Lav microphones, I'll be honest, are pretty convenient. It's also pretty convenient to just have a Rode Video Micro and just stick it onto the top of your microphone. The thing that we do where we boom the microphone in and you have an external microphone pointing down and all that stuff, it's kind of inconvenient. And I think the benefit you get from them when you're a beginner is not huge. Right now, my main channel, these courses, we're not talking beginner level content, and so we're doing everything we can to level up production value. Even if it means we get an extra 1% gain for an extra $1,000 of expense, that's worth it for us. But as a beginner, it's not going to be worth it. So I think the lavalier option is very reasonable, or just stick an external mic onto your iPhone and call it a day. I think that's also very reasonable in terms of leveling up your audio. And like I said, there is other stuff you can do to soundproof the room and reduce echo, and basically it just means having furniture and having soft furnishings and rugs and stuff, but that's way beyond the scope of this, and you can find tons of videos on YouTube where people who are actually pro at audio are explaining all the various things that you can do to make your audio sound better. And if you're looking for specific gear recommendations, then again, you'll find loads of stuff if you just search YouTube. The stuff is always updating, and therefore, if we recommend gear here, it's just going to go out of date immediately. But channels that are good are DSLR Video Shooter and Gerald Undone. And if you just search YouTube for best shotgun microphone under $500 or whatever your budget is, you'll find various options for that. But hopefully this gave you an idea about how to level up the audio in your videos. Moral of the story, use a lav mic or use an external mic. Just don't use the built-in audio onto the iPhone or onto the camera, because usually it's not very good. So thank you so much for watching. This has been a long one, but I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Alrighty, welcome back to this lesson. In this lesson, we're talking about the importance of lighting. And the main thing that I want to emphasize here is that actually, if you're filming with a phone, lighting is not overly important. Yes, if we look around, we do a lot in the way of artificial lights. We have this big ass softbox and all that stuff. And yes, if you're filming with a fancy camera, then having a big ass light is one of the things that you can do to really level up the quality of your videos. But to be honest, when you're filming with an iPhone, big ass light versus no big ass light doesn't really make a huge difference. It kind of really starts to matter when you start going into kind of proper camera mode. So yes, in a dream world, you would have a setup like this, where you have at 45 degrees a very big soft light source, and that's really the key to decent looking lighting. Just as big a light source as possible and as soft a light source as possible, which is why these whole soft boxes, the whole point of them is to diffuse the lighting so it becomes softer, and softer light looks more pleasing to the eye and makes kind of faces and skin tones appear much nicer. Conveniently, there is another source of good, high-quality, soft light, and that is daylight outside next to a window. So when you're standing next to a window, for example, that basically acts as a soft light source. So if I hit record over here, now you can see that the light on my face on this side, it's quite nice. It's quite aesthetic. It's quite pleasing, and it's because I'm literally sat right next to a window. So I could record with the window kind of at 90 degrees, i.e. right next to me like this. Or like we showed in a previous video, if I was sitting here, moving all these plants. Now the windows are sort of 45 degrees from me, and it's sort of lighting me at a 45 degree angle. So I think 45 degrees is absolutely ideal if you can get some kind of light source at 45 degrees, whether it's a window, whether it's an artificial light or whatever. 90 degrees is pretty good. The thing we generally want to avoid is having a light coming right in front of us. So right now, with this particular angle, the window is, well, we can see over here, the window's in front of me, and the light is hitting my face. And that generally is not particularly pleasing because it makes the face look a bit more flat because you've got the light shining you straight in the face. So for example, if we go over here, I would not want to film a video with the light like hitting my face kind of directly on, because there's something about that that just looks a little bit not nice, a little bit less nice than filming a video like this, where this light is now like 45 degrees in front of me. So that's really the key thing with lighting. It's sort of like the 45-degree rule. Try and get your light source either, you know, in a dream world, 45 degrees from you, but if you have to, 90 degrees is totally fine as well. So I'm going to swap places with Angus now. Now over here, this is actually kind of reasonable. If I set up the camera in this position, or something like that, change this up a bit, you can see the background is absolutely awful, and it's kind of not great because, again, the camera is not like at eye level, it's looking up, but whatever. So we're working with what we've got. But you can see we've got a window over here, and so I've got this nice soft light coming in at 90 degrees from me. And in fact, if I was actually filming this for a YouTube channel, I would probably, to be honest, set up my camera over here so that now the window source is sort of actually at 45 degrees. It's not at 90 degrees, it is at 45 degrees. And this is what that setup would look like. Again, I'm filming with an iPhone, so it doesn't really matter because the iPhone will just compensate for the light anyway, but we've kind of hit the sweet spot of 45 degrees in this mode. So the thing that I encourage you guys to do is, as you're figuring out where to film your videos, again, if you have the option, try your best to get a light source 45 degrees away from your face in either direction. Try to make that light source as big as possible and as soft as possible. And like we said, window is often the way to go if you don't have a big ass softbox and artificial light. All right, we're actually outdoors in this building, inside the building now, and there's two interesting examples of light situations. It's actually the two bathrooms. So one has got great lighting, this one, and one has terrible lighting, this one. So we're going to show you what it's like in both lighting conditions. So let's go into the little bathroom, and I'm going to sit on the toilet seat. We're going to close the door and only use the iPhone. And the only light we have is that light at the top, which you can see is just like terrible kind of spotlight. This is an example of like horrible lighting situation, horrible audio situation. It's ridiculously echoey, but we're going to show what this looks like anyway. And I'm just going to plop my phone over here, plop as it were. I'm going to hit record. And now this is what this sounds like and what this looks like. This is by far the worst lighting and sound situation imaginable. Super echoey, it's probably not great at all, but actually this actually doesn't look horrendous. I'm just talking to an iPhone, and phones are so good these days at just compensating for bad lighting conditions. If you stuck a proper camera here, you know, got a cinematographer or a videographer along, they'd be just absolutely aghast at how can you possibly be filming in this setup. But yeah, terrible lighting, it still gets the job done. And so really the message I want to drive home in this lesson is that you don't need to overthink the lighting thing. Similar to background, as we're going to talk about, lighting is something that you can just improve over time if you want to. It's not something that's massively important to worry about in the early days. You can just get your phone, stick it on a tripod, go to the frickin' bathroom, and you can still hit record. And to be honest, I'd be quite comfortable filming a video in this setup despite the lighting and audio conditions being absolutely horrendous. Okay, so that was this awful lighting condition. We're then going to move to the other bathroom that has much nicer lighting, and we'll see what that difference looks like. All right, now we are in this other disabled bathroom, which actually has a really good light source, this soft light from the window. And so let's see what this would look like if I were recording a video here. Again, this light source is in front of me like that. This looks quite pleasing. In fact, you know what? I'd probably stick the camera over here. I'd sit on the floor and adjust things so that the lines are, I can't really get the lines straight, whatever. Try and make the best of a bad situation. But hey, it's not too bad. This is a big kind of soft light source, 45 degrees from me. I'm just sitting on the floor, I'm talking to the camera, and again, the phone is actually really good. This is just a selfie camera as well. I'm not using the fancy back camera, I'm not using fancy cinematic mode or anything like that. I'm just pointing the phone at myself with the selfie camera, and again, I'd be very comfortable filming a YouTube video if I was a beginner just using this setup. So again, moral of the story, yes, lighting is good, yes, 45-degree rule, yes, try and get a soft light if you can, but if you can't, if you're filming at night, filming in a bedroom, filming in a bathroom, it really doesn't matter. I know a few doctors actually who've blown up, you know, several hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube, and they film videos on their phones in the middle of a shift when it's super dark and there's no decent lighting around, and they still manage to do well, because unless you are in the field of like photography, videography, tech to an extent, quality does not matter as much as the content does. So focus on the content, focus on getting better at the content, and the quality will naturally improve over time as you be a little bit more intentional about what your setups look like. So that was a little primer on lighting, 45 degrees, soft light source, if at all possible. Yes, an artificial light will make your videos look slightly nicer, especially if you're filming with proper cameras, but basically don't overthink it. Focus on the content. Focus on getting better at the craft of making videos, and lighting is something that you can improve slowly over a long period of time. So thank you for watching, and hopefully we'll see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back to the course. It is a new day. We filmed all of yesterday and then we lost light and then we got tired. So we've now started again on day number 2. And today in this lesson, we are talking about how to make your background look great. Now, a few points to begin with. Firstly, don't overthink this. If you're a beginner, you actually don't need to worry about what your background looks like. Remember, your first 50 videos are for you to hone your skills. Your next 50 videos are for your audience to actually provide value. And over time, your background can and will change. So it's far more important that you actually get filming those first few videos. The background is like maybe a 5% difference in terms of like quality of your videos. But really the true value comes from the video itself. The background is just sort of a little cherry on the top, a little sort of nice to have. But having said that, the background is kind of important. It's one of the main levers we have for figuring out what is the vibe of the videos and what's the vibe that we're trying to create for our channel. So to reiterate, having a perfect background should not be the thing that stops you from filming videos, but you can over time adjust your background and make it a little bit more interesting. Which begs the question of what is it that makes a background interesting? And to be honest, the answer is it really depends. It depends on what kind of vibe you're trying to create. I personally think for most channels, the kind of vibe that I like is the holy trinity of lamp, bookshelf, and plant. And I think if you have a lamp, if you have a bookshelf, and if you have a plant in your background or multiple copies of those things, it will just automatically make your background look nicer. But that's creating a very specific vibe, which is the sort of vibe that I personally like for my channel and that I personally like for other YouTube channels. And I know that because I spent a lot of time watching YouTube videos and analyzing their backgrounds and figuring out, oh, what is it about that background that I like? Is there something that I can incorporate into my own channel? So if we look at this background, for example, we have this holy trinity. We have a lamp over there, which is providing some nice accent lighting, and we have a color changing light bulb in there so we can change the colors of the lights if we really want to. We have plant over there, we have plant over there, we have plant over there, we have plant on the bookshelf. We've got lots of plants in the background, and we've got a bookshelf that has a bunch of books, and even if I move, you'll see that there's this other mini bookshelf that's kind of covered up by me right now, but that is the one that then gets shown depending on if we move angles around this room. So that's what we've got at the moment. This is sort of like 5 years into doing the YouTube thing, so this is probably unsustainable and unfeasible for most people unless you have large amounts of control over your living room or your bedroom or wherever you want to film your videos. But however small your space, like putting some books, putting a lamp, and putting a plant is probably going to be possible if that's the vibe you want to go for. Let's now have a look at some of my older studio setups and we can see how things have evolved over time and how I was thinking about the background. Alright, so this was from November 2020. This was my desk setup in my Cambridge flat, and we can see, you know, this was about half of a living room which I'd completely repurposed into a studio. So we have a big desk, we've got plants in the background, we've got this Kentia palm, we've got this little Christmas tree, we've got a plant over there in the corner, we have a bookshelf in the corner, we have a lamp in the corner with the bookshelf, we even have a guitar, a cajon, a little bit of a piano because I'm adding in the music vibes, and it was a very deliberate choice to add in musical instruments in the background so that we can, you know, that's the vibe that I want to create. You'll also notice that there is a ukulele in the background over there, which is currently not visible, but it would be at different angles. And you can see that I'm going for quite a light mode kind of vibe. This is filmed at night because this was when I was working full-time as a doctor, so I didn't really have time to film during the day. But you've got this blue accent that's created by the lamp in the corner. We've got the orange accent created by the lamp in the other corner. Teal and orange, like blue and orange, is like a pretty pleasing complementary color set, or opposing color set, just in terms of kind of color grades and stuff. Like a lot of people like pairing teal with orange, and I thought, hey, that fits my vibe, let's do that. In the foreground as well, we also have this colorful keyboard, which is again a deliberate addition because I thought, ooh, keyboard that's white, blue, and pink is actually kind of the vibe I'm going for. And there's a very deliberate choice of books in the background. So we've got a few board games at the bottom of this bookshelf, and then we have a few books. I think it's the Throne of Glass series or something like that, where I saw those in a shop and I was like, ooh, those books look really nice because they're white and blue, and white and blue is the vibe I'm trying to create. Therefore, let me buy these books specifically to stick on the bookshelf in my background. Now, we're going to go on the channel and we're going to look at the older videos. So I'm going to show you when I first started doing YouTube, what did the backgrounds look like. So we've got a few singing videos. Here we go. This is really bad. This is awful. This was like my first proper video that I did, which now has 137,000 views. Damn. And I was filming this in a random hotel room in Cambodia where I was on my medical elective while I was doing a plastic surgery placement. Did not have any knowledge about what makes a good background. It was literally just the hotel room curtains behind me and a very harsh light from a desk lamp shining onto my face because I knew nothing at the time. So this is not a very good background, but hey, it did the job, and it goes to show that the background is not massively important. Then, you know, this was all still in that hotel room where I was like, oh, I don't like filming against the curtains, therefore let me film with the white wall in the background. Again, not thinking too hard about it. Then I got back to university, and this was my background in my room. So we can see over here I've actually made a mistake with framing in that I probably have too much headroom because and this looks kind of weird. I'm also weirdly off center. It's not quite the rule of thirds where I'm off to a third of the screen, but it's just like a little bit off, like as if it's somewhat unintentional, as if I sort of intended to be in the middle. But you can see, again, I've got a bookshelf in the background because I had a bookshelf in my room. We've got a little teddy bear at the top, massively overexposed on the lighting, so this is not fantastic. And then sort of 50 videos later, here was one. This was another background that I had where I was like, if I have the camera far enough away from me and use a, I don't know, 35mm lens, then I'll be able to have my computer monitor in the background. And the computer monitor looks kind of nice because it shows that, oh, it's a computer monitor, and that's the vibe I wanted to create. But it was a university room where I didn't have a lot of stuff going on, so I couldn't do a lot with the background. And then a few hundred videos later, I finally decided to make this one. This was a iPad Pro medical school review video, which now has 5.7 million views, and this was like my 90th video or something like that, a whole 9 months into starting my YouTube channel and making 2 videos a week. And this was when I realized that, oh, this actually looks quite nice because I've got the light coming in from the window. I did not have an artificial light for this video. And if I clean my room and have most of the background behind me, the camera does a good job in blurring that background. So this looks kind of nice. Again, none of this was completely intentional. This was just what my room happened to be like. But you can see how I'm thinking about approaching the background. Let's look at some other examples. So an example that I really like is Pickup Lines. And this is one of my favorite YouTube channels to get inspiration for with regards to vibes. And you can immediately see, I think we showed her example with thumbnails as well. You can immediately see the kind of vibe that she's creating, this like wholesome, healthy, green kind of vibe. And so if we look at her background,
You ready to do?
You'll notice that this is there's just loads and loads of green and stuff in the background. And it's very sort of earthy tones, but with loads of green. And it's very kind of light mode rather than dark mode. And it just makes you feel wholesome and nice. And she's just got loads of plants everywhere. So all of these are intentional decisions that 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 is using to make her background seem more naturey and wholesomey, because that's the kind of vibe she's going for. Okay, let's look at Peter McKinnon. Peter McKinnon is also one of my favorite YouTubers. And as I said in the kind of, whatever session it was, I tried to make my vibe to be the Peter McKinnon of medical school. And so if we look at his background, you know, there's a lot of camera gear in the background because that's the vibe he's going for. He's got a bunch of lights. You can see lights up there, lights over there, lights over here. He's in a studio. It's kind of cool because he's got a lot of like lines leading up to him, and you get like a lot of straight lines. But this is also very kind of dark mode vibe. The way he's dressed, the way he's lit, the background, it's very like dark mode. It's very different to mine, and it's very different to Pickup Lines. It's not like Peter McKinnon is not going to have loads and loads of greenery in the background with a white wall and like bright lights and bright blue colors, because that's not the kind of, it's not the vibe he's trying to create. The vibe he's creating is a more sort of grungy, masculine, tattoos, pirate icons, like, you know, kind of very, grungy kind of vibe. And it works really nicely because that's the vibe that he's intending to create. So the thing that I'd encourage you to do is that as you're thinking about figuring out what your background should look like, be intentional about the vibe that you think you want to create. And if you don't know, that's totally fine. Again, you can steal like an artist. You can read this book, steal like an artist, and follow its advice and actually steal like an artist, where you're just kind of getting inspiration from other people, you are stealing ideas from them. And then over time you can be like, oh, I really like that element from Pickup Line, that element from 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, that element from Mr. Beast, that element from, I don't know, Nathaniel Drew, or whoever your inspirations are. And you can start incorporating those slowly over time into your videos. Let's use another example that's kind of different. This is 𝗧𝗧𝗍 𝗏, which you might be familiar with. And again, his whole vibe is that he's got this very like DIY setup. He's got his office in the background. Again, 𝗧𝗧𝗍 𝗏 would not be caught dead with like bright blue stuff, with lamps, with green plants everywhere. It's not the vibe he's going for. The vibe he's going for is homemade, DIY. That's his editing style, it's his filming style, it's his background. It all works nicely to create the brand that is 𝗧𝗧𝗍 𝗏. Now, at the start of your journey, again, it's not overly important because you probably don't know what your brand is, you don't know what your brand values are, you don't know what vibe you're trying to create, but just keep that in mind slowly over time as you make more and more videos of being intentional about the vibe you want and therefore adjusting your background accordingly. And yeah, I get it. If you're filming in a tiny bedroom at university or in your house, or you've got kids running around all over the place, or you've got family that means you can't like completely control your living room to whatever you want, that's totally okay. We all have to work within the constraints that we've got, but there is always stuff that we can do to make our background look nicer. And to be honest, like one of the main things is just make it clean. One of the most unprofessional things you can see from a background is that it is untidy. Like if we look behind this camera right now, it's an absolute mess. We would not be filming with the absolute mess in the background. But that's okay, because in front of the camera, where you guys are seeing, looks super clean and super nice, hopefully. And I even spent some time tidying up the bookshelf this morning to make sure the books were aligned, because books that are like sort of wonky, books that are not in the right size, it just all looks a little bit messy. So even if you're not going to add anything to your background, just make sure your background is clean and tidy, because that is far more aesthetically pleasing than a messy and cluttered background, unless of course you're going for messy and cluttered. Even Casey's background is pretty messy, but it's like organized chaos. And it doesn't look as if he's just, you've landed in a pigsty. It looks like, oh wow, everything is organized nicely into place. So those are some tips on how to set up your background. And then when we actually get around to filming the video, I'm going to pick the most random, like unnecessary part of this space, of this room to film in. And I'll show you how physically I would change up the background to make sure it's clean and to add in these elements of personality that I care about. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to give you some quick tips on how to improve your camera confidence, i.e. how to speak to the camera a little bit better. Now, this is something we all struggle with. No one finds it natural to speak to a camera as a completely inanimate object. It always feels really weird. People always feel, oh my god, I hate the sound of my voice when I hear myself on camera. People often think, you know what, I'm reasonably comfortable speaking in a group setting, or speaking in a class, or presenting in real life, or even speaking on Zoom calls. It's just something about hitting the record button on a YouTube video that makes me freeze up and makes my life really, really, really suck. I have a few different ways of dealing with this. We're actually working on a course about this, which will be linked somewhere over here at some point. But basically, number one, it just kind of comes with practice, but you already knew that. Number two is we want to figure out like baby step ways to improve our camera confidence. One of those is actually to send more video messages to our friends. So what we can do is we can just open the camera and, I don't know, just like make a video message, selfie mode on the camera, being like, hey, Gareth, how's it going? Just wanted to say thanks for all the work on the kind of Creator MBA course that we're working on. Just wanted to check in to see how things were, and yeah, have a good day. Whatever, anything like that you can send to your friends, you can send to your coworkers, send to your colleagues. And it's things like that, like the more practice we have talking to an inanimate screen or lens and kind of delivering information, or kind of saying what we want to say in the same way as if we would if that person was standing in front of us, the more comfortable we're going to seem on camera. Tip number three is that we kind of want to be thinking of the camera as if they were a person. Now, there's sort of two ways that I go about this, and I kind of have two minds, two different approaches to talking to a camera. The first one is the coffee conversation. It's when I usually have a glass in my hand and I'm kind of talking like this. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. In this video, I want to share my thoughts about why I decided to quit medicine. And to be honest, it was a bit of a difficult decision. I've been really struggling with this for the last 7 years, but ultimately I decided that this is what I wanted to do. And it's this sort of slightly lower energy, a bit more low-key, like as if I'm kind of confiding in a friend, and I'm treating the camera as if the camera was my therapist, almost. The camera's not going to respond to me, but it's like my therapist. I'm pouring my heart out, and I'm doing it as if we're just sitting across a coffee table. So right now the camera is about a hand's length away from me, and I can talk in that kind of way. The other way to talk on camera, and this is what's more popular amongst YouTubers, is to slightly dial up the energy. So if my usual energy, like right now in speaking, is maybe a 5 out of 10, when I'm presenting a YouTube video, I'd probably go up to about a 7 out of 10. And this is what that looks like. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to speak faster, but it does usually mean that you're coming across just a little bit higher energy, a little bit more confident, using a little bit more in the way of like hand gestures and stuff like that. Now, if you were sitting across a coffee shop from me and I was talking like this, it would be a bit weird. It would probably sound a little bit preachy, but generally when we see stuff coming across on camera, by default, we imagine it as being a slightly lower energy level. And so to compensate for that, we go for a slightly higher energy level while we're talking to the camera. But to be honest, like when it comes to speaking to a camera, everyone has their own style and any style can work. What I would recommend is that if you don't yet know what your camera personality is, you watch a lot of YouTubers and see who you want to copy. So one example that I always say is that Peter McKinnon, the YouTuber, was who I wanted to copy with my camera style. I thought, I want to be the Peter McKinnon of medical school because he was very dynamic, he was engaging, he was fun, and my failure to imitate Peter McKinnon ended up morphing into my own personal style. And so you're never really going to quite copy someone because you could never really copy someone's style word for word, but you can take inspiration from that style, and even attempting to copy someone's style will eventually result in your own style coming through. One quick thing that I do when speaking to a camera is if I make a mistake, I usually clap my hands or snap my fingers because A, that makes it easier to see the waveform spike when I'm editing the video, if I'm editing the video myself, but it also functions as a bit of a psychological reset. It also functions as a bit of a psychological reset. It helps me think, it helps me think. I can just snap, I can take a breath, and I can continue. And what you don't want to do is like snap, and then what you don't want to do is snap, and what you don't want to do is snap. And like what you want to do is leave a pause before and after you snap, because then it's much easier in the edit to string those things together. Whereas if I snap and immediately go into it, then when you're editing your own videos, you realize that it's actually quite hard to edit out that pause, which is why it's okay to pause when you're filming a video that's going to be edited. Pauses can always be removed in the edit after the fact. Now, I've got a bunch more tips on how to speak more comfortably to a camera, but what I'm going to do is I've already made a YouTube video about this called kind of Secrets of Public Speaking or something like that. And I'm just going to include that video in this class wholesale. That's another 10 tips on how to get better at public speaking, which also applies to getting better at speaking to a camera. So I hope you enjoy that. Right, so when I was younger, I used to be really, really bad at public speaking. I was super shy. I never wanted to put myself out there, and I was really terrible at talking to pretty girls. But over time, I've improved at 2 of those things. And so in this video, I'm going to be giving you my 9 top tips for how to be a better public speaker. Let's get into it. Tip number 1 is get the hell out of your own head. When we're talking in front of people, you know, public speaking is like the biggest fear in the world outside of like spiders or like death or something. But like when we're public speaking, we can often feel like there's all this judgment that's being cast on us and that people are here to judge the things that we're saying. And so it's very easy for us to get into our own heads and to worry about the things that we're saying and to worry about how we're coming across and worry about our body language and whether we're sweating through our top. All of this stuff gets in the way of giving a good talk, giving a good speech. And so for me, whenever I'm giving a speech or even talking to a camera, I always try and remember that it's not about me. The audience does not care about me. They do not give a toss. The audience only cares about themselves. You, the viewer, as much as you like me and care about me, potentially, you actually don't really care about me. You only care about yourself. You care about the hopefully the value that I can provide to you. And therefore, for me to be in my own head worrying about how I'm coming across is kind of counterproductive because it gets in the way of the message that I'm trying to give. And so keeping that in mind, that no one cares about us, get out of our own head and let's make it all about the audience, I find that really helpful. Tip number 2 is to speak through a smile. Now, I'm going to show you what this looks like before and after I apply this technique. And while doing that, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor for this video, which is Audible. If you haven't heard by now, Audible is the absolute best place to get audiobooks from anywhere. Audible is probably the single app that's most changed my life. And I often say to people that if I could only have one subscription in the world, it would be a subscription to Audible. Now that's me talking normally without speaking through a smile. Now I'm going to say basically the same thing, but I'm going to have a smile on my face while I'm saying it. And hopefully you'll see the effect that it has. So Audible is genuinely one of the most life-changing apps that I've got. I listen to Audible for many, many, many hours each day. And these days, now that I'm actually leaving the house a little bit more, I'm going in the car, going on road trips, going on picnics. It's like enjoying my hot girl summer, as it were. I've always got Audible as a companion. These days I'm listening to a book called Unconditional Parenting, which is all about parenting. And it's like really, really interesting, even though I'm not yet a parent. And so with that, hopefully you'll have seen that when I'm speaking through a smile, hopefully I come across as much more engaging and enthusiastic rather than when I'm talking like this, because I could be saying exactly the same thing. But as soon as I start speaking through a smile, hopefully it just sounds a little bit better. So this is an absolutely fantastic hack for getting better at public speaking. Tip number 3 is to avoid the British Airways mode of speaking. So this is what I mean by the British Airways mode of speaking. If you're looking for a great way to experience audiobooks this summer, then head over to audible.com/𝗖𝗓𝗋. And if you're an Amazon Prime member, you'll actually get 53% off your Audible subscription for the next 4 months. This is an incredible deal and it's an absolute no-brainer. So that is my British Airways voice. This is the voice that a lot of us put on, you know, sometimes I call it the primary school teacher voice as well. It's the voice that a lot of us fake put on when we're giving a speech because we're thinking of it as giving a speech. And it's like, when I am giving a speech, I have to talk in this exaggerated sound, sort of like an air hostess or like an announcement on an aeroplane flight would sound. But if you're still watching this, hopefully you realize that that is not the way we want to be speaking. We want to be spoken to. We don't like it when people talk to us in this kind of fashion. And so to get over this like sing-songy British Airways primary school teacher way of speaking, what I try and do is I think of my kind of, when I'm speaking, I'm sort of going downwards. And so if I tell you about Audible while speaking and going down, it might sound something like this. Genuinely, Audible is one of those apps that's most changed my life. I've been listening to fantasy audiobooks for absolutely years now. Since like 2017, I've listened to Audible for around 3 hours a day. Particular favorites of mine are the Mistborn series by Brandon Sanderson, Stardust by Neil Gaiman, also a great public speaker, incredible for listening to if you want to improve your public speaking. But if that sounds up your street, then head over to audible.com/𝗖𝗓𝗋. And if you're a Prime member, you'll get 53% off your first 4 months. So that was me talking in not British Airways mode. I was sort of talking in a more matter-of-fact fashion and sort of aiming to go down, rather than talking in a sing-song fashion and aiming to go up at the end of a sentence. And so that's just something to keep in mind. Avoid speaking like a primary school teacher, avoid speaking like a British Airways flight attendant. Be yourself and think and try and speak how you speak when you're around your friends, which is not in this kind of sing-songy kind of fashion. All right, tip number 4 is let your personality shine through. Again, one of the issues that we have when we're public speaking is we think of it as I'm giving a speech, and we don't want to be thinking of it as I'm giving a speech, because then for some reason we feel all stuffy and we feel formal. And you know, even if it's something like a business presentation or a presentation at work, you know, I've given so many presentations at like medical conferences and at teaching sessions in the hospital, and I always try and let my personality shine through and try and be a little bit more casual and a little bit less formal. Like if I'm at a medical conference, even if I'm talking about something really serious, the audience wants a personality. The audience wants banter, they want humor, they want to have a good time. To an extent, they care about the content of the speech, but broadly, they all just want to have a good time, and they're all just kind of sitting there, kind of sweltering in the heat. I was at a conference in Singapore a few years ago, sweltering in the heat, and they just want to have a good time. And when you let your personality shine through, when you're your own unapologetically weird self, the audience really appreciates that. And so whenever I think of public speaking or speaking in general, I think that I should not stifle the kind of quirky aspects of my personality. Maybe I'll throw in a toilet joke here and there. Maybe I'll reference Harry Potter. Maybe I'll talk about Disney songs or how I was singing in the shower the other day. That kind of stuff sounds a bit trite and trivial right now, but generally it helps my personality hopefully shine through videos and through speaking, ramping that up slightly rather than dampening it down, which is what we're prone to do when we're public speaking. I think that's the way forward. All right, tip number 5 for public speaking is try and add banter and humor and stories to the stuff that you're doing. Again, we're just getting outside of this mindset that I'm giving a speech, therefore I have to be formal and I have to be boring, and instead think that really the only thing the audience cares about is having fun. And so how do we make the audience have fun? We can add jokes, we can add banter, and we can add storytelling. This is not a video about storytelling. Maybe we'll do one in a little while, but fantastic book by one of my friends, Matthew Dix. It's called 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲. It's absolutely incredible. My favorite book of 2020, and that is basically all about how to tell a better story. And in fact, that's also available on Audible. So head over to audible.com/𝗖mě to get your audiobook of 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 by Matthew Dix if you want to learn to be a better storyteller in every way. All right, tip number 6 is don't read from a script. Whenever we're reading from a script, it's going to sound absolutely terrible. Like there is no way to make reading from a script sound not like reading from a script, because we all go into this reading thing. And we've all seen people, you know, at speeches and stuff where they look down, they've got their notes, and the way they deliver it, it's obvious that they're reading from a script. They automatically go into British Airways mode. This is basically not the way forward. And certainly for me, I find that whenever I'm having to read from a script to make a YouTube video, it's just not fun and it sounds absolutely terrible and it takes me absolutely ages to get it right because I just hate reading from a script. So what I would recommend is if you're giving a speech, just use some talking points. It's useful to have an outline. It's useful to know how you're going to start and how you're going to finish. And it's useful to know what broad talking points you want to hit. But beyond that, I think there is a degree, like it's very possible to over-prepare a speech. And as soon as you get into that realm of over-preparing, you're going to sound like you're reading from a script, and that's not going to be particularly engaging. So don't worry about the script, focus on the bullet points. Tip number 7 is to just speak louder. Like generally when we're giving a speech, we want to be adding a little bit of energy because people want to have fun. Ultimately, they don't really care about the content, they just want to have fun. And a super easy way of adding energy to whatever we're saying is to just speak a little bit louder. So the way that I think of this is that my normal speaking style is about a 5 out of 10. So this is about a 5 out of 10. This is how I'd be talking normally if I was hanging out with friends. But I'm going to ramp it up to a 7 out of 10 if I'm giving a video. So this is me kind of talking at a 7 out of 10. And certainly if I was doing a speech in public, I'd kind of be talking at this kind of pace, or this kind of loudness rather. So this kind of loudness would be kind of weird if I was sitting across from someone at a coffee table, or if I was at a dinner party. This sort of loudness would probably be a little bit excessive, but it's a YouTube video, I'm giving a speech. Or if I'm giving a speech in public, I would ramp up my loudness to a 7 out of 10 rather than a 5 out of 10, which would be my baseline. All right, tip number 8 is to speak slower and pause more. This is something that I really struggle with. I did a course called Ultra Speaking, which is really good. Link in the video description if you want to check it out. I did a course, and like the main thing that the instructors were telling me on this is that, look, you just need to be more okay with taking time, be more okay with speaking slower, and being more okay to take pauses. Because a pause to the audience does not sound nearly as long as a pause to us. And if I'm actually giving a speech, rather than trying to race through a YouTube video at breakneck speed, the pauses are what allows the audience to appreciate the thing that we've just said. And the guys at Ultra Speaking, the way they talk about it, it's like when we're speaking, like if you imagine a snow globe, when we're speaking, it's like we're shaking up the snow globe. And then when we pause, we're giving time for the snow to settle. So I still kind of suck at this. It's a work in progress, but certainly I found that my speeches and my talking in public becomes more powerful when I'm more confident that I can speak slower and I can take more pauses. Whereas otherwise, the thing that I struggle with is that I'm sort of in my head where I'm like, oh my God, what if what I have to say isn't really valuable? I'm trying to respect people's time. Therefore, I'm going to race through this as quickly as I can so that they can go on and do something more interesting. But I'm having to kind of rewire my brain into thinking, no, people are here, they want to listen to me, I am providing value, and it's actually better for the audience if I slow down a little bit, if I let this snow globe thing settle, and if I take a little bit more pauses. And finally, tip number 9, something that I found helpful is to actually play public speaking games. So again, my friends at Ultra Speaking, they have this Ultra Speaking simulator that gives you lots of interesting games. And so I'll show you what one of these looks like. So this is Triple Step, which is one of my favorite games. And the idea here is that we've got to give a speech about a random topic, and then we've got to incorporate the words that are appearing on screen as they're coming on screen. And this is like kind of hard, but it's also quite fun to do. I enjoy doing this sometimes in my spare time. So I'm going to do it on the maximum settings. Let's do 30 seconds, integrating 8 words into it, and it's going to suggest me a title. So let's see what this looks like. The color of life. To be honest, I think the color of life is blue. Blue is my favorite color, and I find that, for example, if I'm running a marathon, I see the blue sky and it really helps me focus. If I roll the windows down in my blue Tesla, again, it allows me to feel the breath in my face, even when I'm going to the toilet, having just been for a round of horse racing. I just feel the color blue everywhere around me. It's sort of like an engine. When you have the perfect color, you can feel as if you're like a Ferrari engine driving down the road. Even if you're like voting for popsicles or, you know, whatever, it's just the color in the sky. It feels like the color of luck. Ugh, that's scary. That's hard. But these sorts of games you can get on Ultra Speaking. They're free. Put a link in the video description if you want to check it out. They're just kind of fun. Good way of improving public speaking. Right, so those were my 9 tips at getting better at public speaking. If you like this video, you might like to check out this video over here, which is the lessons that I've learned from the last 4 years of being a public speaker on YouTube. Those are just general life lessons that kind of being a public figure, D-list celebrity has taught me. So thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. All right, so those were a bunch of different tips on how to get more confident speaking to a camera. And like when you first start filming videos, it's probably going to feel really bad. It's probably going to feel like you're wading through treacle because it's just such a nightmare trying to film the video. But that's okay. Like, we all make mistakes. I still make mistakes all the time while filming content. I've been doing it for 5 years. It's okay. You just sort it out in the edit. It's sort of like writing. Like, the first draft of writing is pretty crap, but then in the edit is where it starts to get good. Similarly, when you're speaking to a camera, it really doesn't matter how many mistakes you make because you can always just get rid of all of them in the edit. So hopefully that's helpful. That was some tips on how to get better at camera speaking, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Okay, now we're getting into the fun stuff, and we're actually going to be filming our first video. So in this lesson, we're going to be setting up for our first video, and we're not going to use this setup because this setup is a bit unfair and not very beginner friendly. So instead, I'm going to walk around and I'm going to find somewhere totally random, probably this one, where it's just basically a desk. It's nice because we have a bit of a window behind us, but otherwise there's not much going on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, should I use cinematic mode? You know what, let's actually just use normal mode. Normal mode rather than cinematic mode. You know what, I'm just going to use normal mode, whatevs. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to use normal mode, and we're just going to set up the phone, and we're going to talk about like how we're actually getting this set up. Oh, before we do it, what is the setup? Well, the setup is an iPhone 13 Pro with a random ass Amazon tripod phone mount thing, and this Manfrotto mini tripod thing, which I got off Amazon as well. You can get any kind of phone tripod. They're super cheap. And what we're going to do for audio is we are going to use our Rode Video Micro, please, if I can grab it. Thank you. So this is the Rode Video Micro, which is again $40 from Amazon. We're going to plug it into the top, and we're going to, oops, thank you very much, plug it in via the lightning port into our iPhone. There we go. And then we're going to, where's the pluggy thing? Oh, that red cable. Thank you very much. We are going to be just basically plugging in to the microphone. And there'll be, of course, be links to all of this stuff in the resources area. So for now, you know, this microphone is $40, the cable's about $5, this tripod is maybe $30. $70 setup, we have what is going to be a pretty reasonable filming setup. And so this is the gear that we are now going to be using. And this is fun. I'm excited about this. So I'm going to set up the tripod first, and we're going to see how we can make this background look not awful. So currently, this looks pretty bad because like there's too much going on. Huh, I wonder if we actually just go straight rather than... How am I setting this up? I kind of do want a table in front of me because when I show the items, I want to show table. And maybe we'll move this a little bit further back. Oh God, get out of the way. All right, how's that? That could work. That could work reasonably well. You know, a slightly annoying thing about this mic is that I can't then really see myself. Yeah, I want to get my phone up to sort of some kind of eye level. So what I'm going to do is take some Amazon boxes that we've got lying around and just like, there we go. This is a pretty janky ass setup, but I'm sure it will get the job done because we are beginners after all, and as long as we are making the videos, it doesn't really matter what we are. Okay, now what? Okay, so I'm happy with the kind of eye level of this right now, although I would actually like it to be, like the table to be more visible, because I want to kind of show the item and then put it down. And so right now this view is not showing the table, so I need to probably move the camera a bit further back, which is annoying because it's going to make the audio worse, but whatevs. Ugh. And see, we really are just working with what we've got. Ooh, could this work? This kind of thing could work. Okay, good. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, I think this is good. This works nicely. Okay, so I'm happy with the general framing. My head is just brushing the top of the frame. We can see my table so that when I talk about the gear that I'm going to be reviewing for the video, I can kind of lean forward. I can talk to the camera like this. I need to make sure I'm looking at the lens rather than at myself because that looks kind of weird. And I can like have stuff on the table. So now we need to figure out, we've got the gear, we've got the framing, we now just need to make the background look a little bit nicer. And the key thing to making the background look a little bit nicer is just like cleaning it up a little bit. So we can see that random coat needs to go. There's some boxes there, there's some boxes here. I'm just going to do my best to clean this up so that it doesn't look so atrocious. So here's what that looks like. Great, okay, now this background is so much cleaner than what it looked like before. So we're going to do a little before and after. I don't know what that's going to look like in post, but this is starting to look pretty reasonable. Now the things that I want to do is I could just film the video like this. This looks reasonable. No one's going to complain if they see a 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter review. What's its face? Let's get my product. I could film the video like this if I wanted to, but I actually do want to do a little bit of modifying of the background just to... What's that box? That box is a bit annoying. Yeah, oh well, it's hidden by my chair anyway. Modifying of the background just to make things look a little bit better. So we said the trifecta was books, plants, and a lamp. We don't have any lamps that are easily movable, so I'm not going to bother with that. But I am going to stick a plant or two in the background, and we can see what that looks like. I don't really like the fact that there's obviously like some kind of office-looking fire door. So I want to see if I can put a plant in that corner over there. Just stick a plant in there just to add good vibes. So let's try that and see how it looks. Navigating my way through this office. What kind of plant should we use? I think this plant would be good because it's quite tall, quite self-contained. Good. I think house plants like this are just like so good for just making any background look so much better. Ooh, all right. Does that work? Does that work in the background? It kind of does, but another kind of general principle, which I learned from Peter McKinnon through watching a bunch of videos, is that you ideally don't want to have stuff coming like sprouting from your body or sprouting from your head. So right now, if I film the video like this, like my body is sort of half covering the plant and half not. So I kind of do want to move it a little bit more in this direction, unless I can potentially move this drawer unit over here and shove the plant over here. Would that work? Would that look good? Aha! Okay. That's looking reasonable. This background is now automatically more interesting because we have a plant. I think that's kind of nice. There's not really a lot that I can do about that fire door keep locked. Is there anything I can do about that? No, there is not, but I can get rid of this Elgato green screen. Okay, so this is looking okay. What else can we do with this background? To be honest, I think not a lot. I think we are kind of stuck now because we've got the plant. I could put a bookshelf there, but I'm not allowed to cover the fire door. Do we have anything else that we can use to add vibes? I like fake plants. Fake plants add good vibes, especially in the foreground. So I could stick a fake plant like over here somewhere, and this would be a nice little, like, I don't know. Oh, over here. That works nicely. So now when I'm talking about the video, I've got a little fake plant over here as a bit of a foreground object. We've got plant over there, kind of in the background, and now I can just say my video like this. And this is actually, I think, a pretty reasonable kind of setup. I do tend to have a tendency to move around a bit, so we might see that yoga mat, but I don't really care at this point. I am now happy with my setup to film my first YouTube video. So that's how we kind of took a random spot of the office, made it look a little bit nicer by basically just cleaning up the background. We've got the setup, we've got everything ready to go, and now I need to film my video based on the script that I wrote a few lessons ago. So thank you for watching, and see you in the next lesson. Alrighty, welcome back. It's now time to film our video. So you can see what I've done is I've taken my laptop and I'm sticking it in front of me so that it can't be seen in the frame of the iPhone. And I'm going to bring up my script. So I've got my script in front of me. I'm going to zoom in a bit so I don't have to worry about it. So title is 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Dutch Oven Review. Thumbnail we'll think about in a little while, but I've got some ideas. Now I've got my hook intro, hey friends, welcome back to the channel. I've got the main body where I'm talking about caveats, design, tech specs, what it's like to cook with them, and closing thoughts. And I've got an end screen where I point to my latest video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit record on the iPhone. I've got it on cinematic mode so that it will artificially blur the background a little bit, but if your phone doesn't have cinematic mode, that's totally fine. It doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to run through and show you how I would film this video in real time, no cuts or anything like that. And by the end of this video, once you've seen what I've done, I want you to also go out and film your first video if you can. I think that would be ideal. So let's do this. I'm going to hit record, and this is attempt number 1 at this video. Now, actually, microphone-wise, I'm actually recording my audio from this Rode Video Micro. This lavalier microphone is actually just to kind of record with this proper camera, so you can kind of ignore the fact that this lavalier exists. Although this is what it would look like if you had a lavalier that was like underneath your shirt, snaking around here and plugging into the iPhone if you really wanted it to. But yeah, let's go. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel, or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗬𝗲's Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive, they're a bit absurd, but I thought, you know what, I'm getting into cooking and I freaking love Harry Potter, and so I thought, why not? Let's find a way to buy these and then to cook with them. And here I am making a review, because to be honest, I looked on YouTube and I couldn't find many reviews about it. Okay, what's coming up next? Ooh, in fact, yeah. Okay, caveat, I'm never going to do anything about this cooking video, cool. Now, quick caveat before I start the review, I'm a total beginner to the world of cooking, and I actually don't know anything about how to review cooking gear, so if you're looking for a pro chef to review these, I'm sorry, you're out of luck, but this is a beginner's review of the topic, or should I say of the products. As I said, I bought these because I was in the market for a Dutch oven, as per Tim Ferriss's The 4-Hour Chef, and I bought the Harry Potter editions and paid extra for them because, you know, it's Harry Potter and I freaking love Harry Potter. I have used this one so far to make a corn spaghetti bolognese, which turned out really nicely, and I've used a smaller one to make a vegan fajitas, which also turned out really nicely, and now I'm a huge fan of cooking in them. So let's get started with the design. Now, the design is pretty nice. These are pretty standard Dutch ovens from 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲. 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 famous for apparently having some of the best Dutch ovens on the market. What size is this? 26 centimeters? I'll go over sizing in the next one, actually. They are available in red and blue. In red, you only have available this larger size, which I believe is the 26 centimeter one, although let's just double check to make sure. What? Yes, 26 centimeters indeed. And this is, you know, this sort of size. It's pretty heavy, it's pretty hefty, it's sort of how hefty you'd expect a Dutch oven to be. And the little one is 20 centimeters. So this is much more, it's like a nicer size for cooking for a small number of people. I think this is more like kind of small family vibes, whereas This huge one is more like if you're cooking for a party, I suspect, although I don't know, I'm not really a pro. But the real cool part of these things is the lids. So for the red one, you get this lid, which has 𝗧𝗯𝗯𝗲𝗃, and it's got, you know, if I hold it up like this, you'll see it's got the glasses over here, it's got the hair over here, and it's got a little lightning scar, which is kind of nice. The lightning scar acts as a bit of a lid. So that's really cool. And then the little one is Quidditch. So I don't know if you can see on the camera, but we've got 𝗧𝗯𝗯𝗃 at the top. We've got these 3 hoops when they're playing Quidditch, and we have the golden snitch as a bit of a handle. So that's like actually a pretty cool part of it. And to be honest, this is why I bought the collection. And I also got a cast iron pan, which is 26 centimeters, which then fits this lid. And I've got that in cerise, which is their red color as well. So now it's as if I have multiple items in the Harry Potter collection, because even though I've only got 1 lid. So that's pretty ideal. Design-wise as well, we've got the handles, which is convenient, and obviously if you're sticking these in the oven or in the hob, the handles do get really hot because this is enameled cast iron, I do believe, but kind of the way it works is that, well, if you stick an oven mitt on it or oven handles or anything like that, it becomes much easier to carry so that you don't burn yourself, obviously. Whew, okay, fine. Okay, let's talk about the technical specifications. Okay, so I've written tech specs in my script, but I kind of went a bit off script and I've already sort of discussed these. So I'm just going to cut that from the script. I'm just not going to bother with that. So that was a little bit about the design. Now let's talk about Right, so that was a little bit about the design. Let's now talk about what it's like to cook with these items. So, like I said, I made a big corn bolognese in this, and I cooked for around about 22 people, managed to make a whole pot full of corn bolognese. So I think I got like 4 cans of canned tomatoes or pasta sauce or something, put it all in, put a load of corn mince, because it's vegan or vegetarian or something like that. I chopped up some celery, chopped up some carrots, and I shoved them all in there. And then I actually had this all prepared like an hour or so before the guests arrived, and this was just simmering on the little stovetop. By the way, I was using an induction cooker, and these are induction cooker friendly. Like, they work with all sorts of cookers, and it was just simmering away, and it added a really nice smell when people came in, and they saw it sort of simmering away as people came into the house for the party, and they were like, ooh, what is that? And it kind of created a really good vibe. It was super easy to clean up afterwards as well. Like, I think the fact that this is enameled cast iron means that it's quite easy to clean. I just used a little bit of like soap and just like rinsed it out a bit. Didn't put it in the dishwasher, because apparently you're not supposed to do that with cast iron, although to be honest, I'm not sure about what that's like with enameled cast iron, but it was amazing. It was very easy to clean and brand new, and now I'm really looking forward to cooking with this again. So that's what it was like cooking with this one, and yeah, I thought the size was perfect for like a whole ton of bolognese that was sort of servings for about 20 people, although at the end there wasn't really much left over. So if you're trying to serve for 40 people, this is probably not a good size, but 20 people, bolognese where you're making pasta on the side in a different dish, this worked really nicely. Now let's move on to the 20 centimeter one. I cooked some chicken fajita mix in this. So I got some garlic and salt and onions, and chopped them up, shoved them in there, used some kind of Mexican fajita mix, and chopped up some vegan chicken, chucked it all in there, and some bell peppers, chucked it all in there. What else did I have? I think I had a few tomatoes as well, chucked it all in there, and this worked kind of nicely. So I was feeding 4 people, me, David, Lauren, and Lucia. Yeah, 4 people, and to be honest, I probably could have made more. Like we finished it all quick, but everyone had like 2 or 3 fajitas each, and the food then finished, and I was like, oh, I'm actually feeling a little bit more hungry. I kind of wished I could have cooked a bit more, but when I was cooking those, it was sort of about half full. So I could have easily kind of gotten more value out of this had I just added in more bell peppers or more fajitas or more chicken bits or more whatever. And so what I'm doing is that, and so these days and so overall amazing experience of cooking with that one as well. Again, super easy to clean because enameled cast iron, and everyone was like blown away because this lid looks like pretty sick when you bust it out and stick it on your table. This is probably the one that I'm going to be using more on the daily to cook, because this one is more party-sized when I'm cooking for a large amount of people. But to make dals, to make stews, to make soups, this is the one that I'm going to go for, and it's the one that I find myself reaching for when I kind of look at when I think, and it's the one I find myself reaching for when I think about doing any sort of cooking with it. Okay. So now let's go into closing thoughts. And so now in terms of closing thoughts, to be honest, these are really nice. So this was £360 and this was like £280 or something like that. And I checked in the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 shop to see how much the non-Harry Potter versions were. And the non-Harry Potter version of this was £300 and this was like 220. So I was paying about an extra 20% more for the benefit of the Harry Potter branding. And I thought personally for me, that was a price worth paying. And since I've gotten these, I also got the spatula set and I also got the mug set. So by the way, if you're interested in a review of those, leave a comment down below and I'll review the Harry Potter mugs and the Harry Potter spatulas. And I'm trying to get the casserole Voldemort dish as well, but that was out of stock. I found that because it's just the Harry Potter vibes and I freaking love Harry Potter, it has encouraged me to do more cooking now that I have these, but it is, it does come at that expense of the extra 20%. Although, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 lifetime guarantee, these apparently last for generations, so I'm hoping my kids and their kids' kids will also be fans of Harry Potter so they can use these items as well. So yeah, if you like them, I'll stick links to the video. So yeah, if you like them, if you want to check them out, I'll stick, if you want to check them out, I'll put links in the video description to the 𝗧𝗧𝗹𝗲 website where you can check these out and you can buy them if you like. And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here, which is my latest upload. I'm hoping to do more reviews and stuff on the channel. And if you have any requests for ideas of content that you'd like to see, please do leave a comment down below. Hit the subscribe button if you aren't already and if you want to see more cooking themed stuff. Thanks for watching and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye-bye. Whew, right. I'm actually kind of sweating. It's actually quite hard doing a review of something that you're not that familiar with. But okay, cool. So I'm going to stop recording on the iPhone. And that's it. So you hopefully saw as I was doing that I was making a bunch of mistakes, but I was just kind of going with the flow, correcting myself, kind of going a little bit off script, but roughly following the talking points that I was talking about. And I did cut out the technical bit of the video because I realized I couldn't be bothered to talk about it. So that's video number 1 down. 49 more videos for me to go as I improve my own ability to make videos. And then I'll start worrying about actually making the videos valuable to the audience. So next video, we're going to be editing this up. So thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Alrighty, welcome back. So at this point we have filmed our lesson. We have we still got the sweat stains, the pit stains in our t-shirt underneath our hoodie. But now we're going to film a little bit of B-roll. B-roll basically meaning close-up shots, or rather B-roll defined as anything that goes on top of the footage. You have A-roll, which is where you see the person talking to camera, and you have B-roll where you cut away to other things that are happening. And so for this, I'm just going to shoot some B-roll right here, where I can just get some close-up shots, again with my phone, of the different elements of the 𝗧𝗧𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter pots. And I really should get this whole class sponsored by 𝗧𝗧𝗹𝗲. Yeah, I'm literally just going to go on my phone and just like film random bits of B-roll. So yeah, I'm literally just going to go and, should I go cinematic mode or video mode? Let's go video mode. I'm just going to go video mode, hit record, and just do a little bit of like close-up-y type stuff. So, just a little bit of movement here. I quite like overhead shots as well. So I can show this. I can like stand up, make my overhead shot a bit more legit. There's a nice close-up. And we're just adding a little bit of, dynamism to the shot. If I want, I can really go fancy and shove this like fake plant over there in the corner to be like, oh, hello, now we have a shot. And yeah, just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, hello. 26, France. And now I'm going to do the same thing with the other one. Made in France, very nice. 𝗧𝗧𝗹𝗲𝗃, and I can show these. To show a close-up of the golden snitch thing. Show a close-up of the golden snitch thing. Not really concerned about what's in the background. Oh well. And now I can sit back down and I can do a little bit of like handheld B-roll like this. Boom. Ooh, what a pro. What a pro. This is going to look so bad, but like, to be honest, we're beginners at this point. We're not doing anything fancy. Oh, I'm using my chair as a slider. Oh, I'm clever. So here's one way you can kind of minimize camera shake is like tuck your elbows in and then like hold the phone out like this, because what you don't want to do is have your kind of phone far away from you because it's going to shake. You want to like tuck your elbows in, is that sort of, and try and kind of get more than one contact point with the device. I'm sort of pushing it in a little bit, and so as I, They call it the ninja walk when you're holding a camera like this and you're sort of like walking like a bit of a ninja. None of it is particularly perfect like a slider or a gimbal would be, but it just adds a little bit of flair to our video. Let's go close up with this. Go that way. Hello. Let's do the same with this one. So I'm just trying to be a little bit creative, just trying to get some B-roll shots. And to be honest, I think that's fine. Oh, and then we'll do some shots of this sort of side by side. And that's it. 2.5 minutes of B-roll filming, and now I was just kind of rolling the camera because I know in the edit I can just like chop the bits out that I need to stick in my video, and that's us done with filming B-roll. Again, we don't really need to overthink this. Yes, if you're doing tech reviews, product reviews and stuff, then having fancier B-roll does make for a more engaging video, and having some amount of B-roll makes the video generally better, but it kind of depends on what your genre is, what your niche is, what your vibe is, what you're going for. There are plenty of people that have millions of subscribers that don't use any B-roll at all because they rely on the kind of the force of their personality and like actually the content speaking for itself. But yeah, you know, it's not overly complicated, but some B-roll is usually better than no B-roll. So that's it for this lesson. Let's now dive into the edit. And so see you shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's now talk about thumbnails. Now, thumbnails are a ridiculously important part of what makes for a good video, good being defined as people click on it and people are watching it. And in order for people to click on the video, they have to see the thumbnail, they have to see the title, and they have to be sufficiently intrigued, or they have to want to click on it, and then they click on it. A few things to keep in mind. The first one is that thumbnails are really important, but getting good at thumbnails is very much an art rather than a science. And like there is some science associated, but it's more an art than it is a science. Secondly, getting good at thumbnails is a thing that will happen over time. Your thumbnails are not going to be amazing from day one because getting good at doing thumbnails requires a large amount of different skills, like kind of an eye for design, an eye for photo editing, an eye for like how to actually take decent photos, how to think about what photo best summarizes the video, but in a way that doesn't quite summarize the video, but actually creates intrigue and makes people who are searching or browsing for the video want to click on the video. There's all sorts of skills that go into it. And so the main point I want to make in this class is please don't overthink the thumbnail thing. Again, this is one of the worst things you can do where you're thinking, oh my God, thumbnails are so important, but because they're so important, I'm going to ramp up the pressure and the stress so much that I'm never going to film a video. I'm never going to shoot a thumbnail. It doesn't matter if your thumbnails are really, really bad initially. I promise they will get better over time. So with that said, we're now going to go back in time and I'm going to show you exactly the process that we went through to shoot the thumbnails for this class for the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter pot product video thing. I'll be honest, this is a little bit all over the place. I would have liked it to be more structured, and then we were thinking, should we reshoot this and make it more structured? But then we thought, no, this is actually what our process looks like for creating thumbnails. It is a little bit all over the place, and so you'll get this idea of what it actually looks like to be like, okay, we've done this video, now we need to figure out a thumbnail, how are we going to do this? And I'm going to walk you through exactly what the thought process is for the shot placement, for the photos, whether we're choosing photos with me, photos without me, photos with the pots, and then how I'm editing those photos. So let's go back in time and I will see you in a little bit. Alrighty, so we have filmed our video. Now we need to shoot a good thumbnail. So tip number one for this is actually take a photo for the thumbnail because the thumbnail is important. Even when you're starting out, it's good to get into the practice, into the habit of doing a proper thumbnail. What are the different ways that we can do a thumbnail? Tip number two here is do a little bit of market research. I've done a little bit of market research and I've seen that the sort of thumbnails we have for these 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 videos are not very good. But ultimately, this is a product review. So the options I've got for a thumbnail are I could take a photo with my phone of just the products. Maybe it could be an overhead shot. Maybe it could be like a more close-up shot, something like that. Or I could do a shot of like, I don't know, me holding a thumbnail, you know, something like that. Probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot a variety of different options. And then once I bring them into the computer or edit on my phone or whatever, then I'll decide, okay, which of these thumbnails do I really want to go with? So let's just try a few of these. So I'm going to start with the overhead and I'm going to see is there anything I can do to make this look a little bit more interesting than just a boring ass kind of white drop, because this looks not very interesting right now. But maybe if I bring in a plant, stick it over there. Threes are kind of nice, so maybe could do a photo like this. One thing to keep in mind is that the YouTube aspect ratio is 16:9, and so I think iPhone shoots 4:3 by default, and so I'm going to need to crop this out, so I sort of at the top and the bottom in some kind of editing software. So maybe if I shoot like this, that could be an option. And in fact, I might as well just edit this right here. So I want to crop it to an aspect ratio of 16:9. Will it give me the option? Aha, 9:16, perfect. Oh, that actually looks pretty reasonable. So this is cropped to a 9:16 aspect ratio, and I don't really like that keyboard in the background. Is there a way I can get rid of that? So we want to say 9:16, perfect. So I can just do a little bit of editing on this. And this is what that thumbnail would look like. It's kind of reasonable, but actually it's a bit annoying that that keyboard is in the background. So you know what? I'm going to take advantage of that and actually move the keyboard out of the way and put something else in there that sort of looks, I don't know, vaguely interesting. Let's stick another plant, why not? Another fake plant. It's all about the fake plants. So now, if I imagine my field of view, something like this. Could that work? Boom. Okay, let's see what that looks like. I'm going to stick this in. I'm just going to edit this on the iPhone again. Adjust crop aspect ratio 9:16. Oh, still looks a bit crap because now we have these wires in the photo, but let's get rid of the wires completely. Something like this. Could that work? To be honest, that could work. That's a reasonable looking thumbnail. We've got a screen recording of this anyway, so this works. At this point, we've got two potential thumbnail options. So I've done the overhead one, but as we can see from these, like there's a bit of light. We've got this kind of top lighting. It doesn't really reflect too nicely, so I'm gonna try this out. Let's see if we can do something else with these thumbnails. I like the idea of doing like a close-up, but currently this background is just really awful, and what I don't want is I don't want my thumbnail to look bad because the background is awful. So what can I do? You know what? Let's take this outside, as it were, and let's see if I can do a decent thumbnails out of doors, because we have a slightly nicer background outdoors. Let's grab the other one. And you might think I'm spending a lot of time doing a thumbnail, and it's only a thumbnail. But no, we never want to hear that phrase, only a thumbnail, because a thumbnail is arguably the most important part of the video, because it's the thing that people see when they first... Ooh, this could look nice. Yeah, this could look quite cool. I'm going to keep in mind the rule of three, so I'm going to get a fake plant. Yeah, just generally when you have like 3 things in photo, it looks better than when you have 2, or because we like odd numbers. So let's take a photo here. Nice. Okay, so that does my overhead shot. And again, if I edit this for aspect ratio, edit, let's rotate, and now let's 16:9 it. Here we go, something like that. I mean, that could be actually a pretty good thumbnail. If I saw that on YouTube, I might be thinking, huh, reasonable looking thumbnail, why not? Okay, well, that'll do for those thumbnails. Now let's try and do some close-up ones. And this doesn't take too long, but it does involve putting a little bit more effort into a thumbnail than you would ordinarily think. Ooh, okay. So maybe we do actually this kind of thumbnail. So it's not quite like a straight down shot, but it could work. Okay, so let's try that. Let's do a little bit of editing. Edit, and 16:9, good. And just crop out the... This could work. Doesn't look amazing, but let's try this one as well. So I'm going to rotate, and then aspect ratio and in fact let's edit this one too, so we'll just rotate. So actually if we can, like, I much prefer the natural light outdoors than indoors. Indoors the light looks very fake, artificially kind of thing, whereas if we flick, we can be like, immediately there's something about these thumbnails that just seem more legit than the other ones. Don't really like that one. I actually quite like this. I think this is a really solid thumbnail. Let's edit this a bit more. Maybe we'll add a bit of rotation. Something like that could work. Yeah, that could be a good thumbnail. Let's see, what other options do we have? The other option we have is actually just me taking a sort of a photo of myself holding up the things. So, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, can I enlist your help, please? I'm going to enlist the help of 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 as a friend to take some thumbnails of me. 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, I just want you to snap some photos of me holding up these.
Sure.
But we want to keep in mind that the horizons need to be straight, so we don't want to be looking, we want to be at eye level. Yeah, something like this, where I'm maybe like holding up something like this, where I've got this one over here. And I don't know, stick that over there, whatever. How's that looking?
Yeah, looking good.
Just stamp a few of those. And if we can turn on cinematic mode as well, so portrait mode on the iPhone, which blurs the background. Let's see what that looks like. Should I do anything else, 𝗲𝗯𝗹𝗲?
I think you're good. I mean,
And this is the setup that we do for all the thumbnails. Like, often we take like 50 plus photos for each thumbnail. If you don't have a friend, you can set yourself up on a tripod. Ooh, that could look quite nice. That looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, I think that does us nicely for our thumbnails because it's getting kind of cold. Thank you for the help, 𝗲𝗲𝗋. And let's go inside and we'll just do a bunch of edits to these thumbnails. We can leave these outside, they'll be fine. Alrighty, back into the warmth. So, what am I doing with these thumbnails? I quite like the ones that don't have the effect on them. So this is kind of nice. This is nice. Okay, so I'm going to hit edit on this. Again, I'm going to aspect ratio 16:9 for you. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Okay. So when you 16:9 it, it means that the thing gets cropped out. Let's try it for this one. This could look nice. I think 16:9 should make this reasonable. And this is always the danger when you're doing thumbnail photos, that it's very easy to over crop, to not keep the 16:9 aspect ratio in mind. Although this looks pretty good. This actually does look really solid. And let's just do a minor bit of editing on here. Contour light, no. Definitely not. I don't want to use any of these fancy effects. But I think if I... adjustments, oh, here we go. Vivid, vivid warm, vivid cool, dramatic, dramatic warm, dramatic cool. I actually quite like dramatic cool. So this is normal. This is vivid, that's a bit much. I could dial down. I like dramatic cool as a sort of vibe. And I'm just going to dial it to maybe, I don't know, 60% or something. And I think that looks reasonable. Okay, so now I have this as a thumbnail, which is looking pretty good. Or I've got this option. Either way, we now have two pretty reasonable looking thumbnails. Let me just see if I can edit this actually to give it some kind of effect. I quite like vivid for this because it does make the colors pop. So, okay, there we go. And we've just done some thumbnail editing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to airdrop these onto my MacBook. Yeah, in fact, actually, I think this could be a little bit more dramatic as well. So let's sort of ramp up the dramaticness. Good. Airdrop onto my MacBook. Okay, let's open up these images. So we have that as a thumbnail, and we have that as a thumbnail. Actually, to be honest, I think both of these look very nice. I kind of like the one that has me in it, but I've got two thumbnail options, and I can always, if I really want to, I can change up the thumbnail. But that's like a more advanced tip and trick. What I might do here is I might just get feedback from some friends being like, hey, which of these things do you prefer as a thumbnail? And I don't know, either of these could work. So basically, moral of the story, how do you shoot a good thumbnail? Well, you be intentional about it. You do a bit of market research to see what other thumbnails are there of the sort on YouTube. Number two, you actually take some photos, and it's worth taking lots and lots of photos for the thumbnail until you land on the perfect one. There's no such thing as a perfect thumbnail. It probably could always be better, and often you don't know what's going to work as a thumbnail, but you just sort of try and put yourself into the viewer's, into the reader's eyes, into the audience's eyes. So on reflection, for this particular video, where I'm targeting search traffic, i.e. 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter review, people probably don't want to see my face in it, they want to see the product itself. And so I'm probably going to go for the thumbnail that has the close-ups of the product, and I've done a bit of editing to make them pop a little bit more. Because the thing we also want to keep in mind when it comes to a thumbnail is that people are scrolling very fast on their phones or on their computers through YouTube, and we want our thumbnail to catch their eye. And so actually let's look at this. If I do this particular video, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter, what do the thumbnails look like? Yeah, the thumbnails are not particularly good. So hopefully mine will stand out. Oh, this is nice. That's like a nice close-up of one of them. But other than that, the thumbnails are not amazing, so I'm not competing with very much that's going on here. But hopefully my thumbnail can be good. And the other thing to keep in mind is just trying to get a variety of thumbnails. Yes, we did a bunch of different shots of like me just holding it up in different positions, but we also did a close-up. We also did like a sort of oblique angle. And generally you want to have a few different ideas of like, here are some possible thumbnails of this video. But yeah, again, this is a sort of like getting good at thumbnails is a fundamental part of being a good and successful YouTuber, so we want to work on that skill over time. And you know, through our part-time YouTuber Academy, we often interview big YouTubers, and we always ask them, you know, what do you wish you had known when you got started? And they always say the importance of titles and thumbnails. Everyone wishes they'd spend more time thinking harder about title and thumbnail, you know, rather than treating those as a bit of an afterthought. So hopefully that's helpful. That's how you shoot a good thumbnail. Take lots of photos, edit them to make them pop a little bit more. You can do that on your phone. You can find a Lightroom tutorial if you really want, and yeah, stick a thumbnail on. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. All right, so we're back in the future now. So hopefully you saw that walkthrough of what it was like to shoot those thumbnails, and now we have a thumbnail for this video, which I think looks pretty reasonable. A few other points to mention about thumbnails. So firstly, it's pretty easy to know what the thumbnail would be for a product review. If the video is like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch Oven Review, it's obvious that the thumbnail is going to have that product in it. And really, you've got fairly limited options for thumbnails there. It's like a shot with the product, a shot of myself with the product, a shot of the product with food. There's like a limited sort of shot selection, and so in a way it's a lot easier to do a thumbnail for a video like that. But what if you're doing videos where it doesn't obviously lend itself to a thumbnail? That's where it gets a lot harder to do the thumbnails, and that's where the art and the science really starts to come in. For example, let's say you're doing a video called, I don't know, how much money I made in 2021. It's like, what's the thumbnail for that going to be? It could just be a photo of me just sitting there doing like this. It could be a photo of me doing like this, and then using Canva or Photoshop, we add in some like fake money falling down from the sky. It could be a photo of me doing this and like some fire in the background with some money on fire. It could be a photo of me doing just looking at the camera, smiling at the camera with some dollar signs in my eyes. There's lots of different stuff that thumbnail could be, and it's hard to know, like, this is not an easy thing. Like, if there was an easy way to do thumbnails, more people would be very, very successful on YouTube, because, you know, people like Mr. Beast say the thumbnail is like 70% of the overall value of the video, just because it's the main thing people see that dictates whether they're going to click on the thumbnail. But with all of these options, the other thing we want to keep in mind is that really your vibe attracts your tribe. And so if you look at other YouTube videos, there's companies like vidIQ and video creators that do analysis of thumbnails, and they'll say that a thumbnail should have a shocked expression on your face, or like, oh my god. They'll say that, hey, statistically thumbnails that show the whites of the eyes do better than thumbnails that don't. They say statistically thumbnails that have emotion behind them do better than those that don't. And yes, that is true, but we have to keep in mind that that data is being skewed by the fact that YouTube skews quite young. And so, oh my god, like a thumbnail that appeals to, for example, a 10-year-old child will probably get more views than a thumbnail that's a top-down shot of a book, like some of my book club thumbnails, because those are appealing to less of a mass market audience than generally kids on YouTube who have large amounts of time to watch content on YouTube and therefore spend large amounts of time clicking on stuff and therefore get all those views. So the thing we want to keep in mind is that, like, depending on it, like the vibe of the thumbnails, yes, it's about like optimizing the thumbnail for the individual video, but it's also about like what is the sort of channel you want to make. You know, the sorts of thumbnails of a channel like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, which is like quite kind of almost meme-y, like it's quite like YouTube-y, his thumbnail styles. And if you compare it to a channel like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, that's like still kind of appealing to a younger crowd, but a little bit less memey, a little bit more sophisticated, if I can use that word. Then you look at a channel like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, where those thumbnails are pretty sophisticated, they're pretty minimalistic, they go with his design aesthetic, they go with his vibe. They're not particularly like YouTube memey. He doesn't have like massive colors or major whatever fire in the background. He doesn't do that kind of thing. You look at a channel like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 and how her thumbnails are this like very nice aesthetic that clearly does not appeal to 9-year-old kids like some of Mr. Beast's thumbnails do. But it's a really nice aesthetic that appeals to her audience. So over time, we want to figure out like what is the vibe we want to create for our channel, and that kind of helps us narrow down the scope of what sort of thumbnails we're going to do. For my channel, I don't want to do thumbnails like Mr. Beast. I don't want to do thumbnails like 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, but I do like the vibe of 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲. I like the vibe of 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲. I like some of Peter McKinnon's thumbnails. I like Becky and Chris's thumbnail style. So it's like, as I'm going through YouTube, I'm looking at channels and thinking, ooh, I really like this thumbnail style. And then I'm trying to figure out like, what is my style based on, like, what's the vibe I want to create for my channel? Now, this is again a more advanced thing, and I'm only mentioning it here because there is so much nuance to all of these topics. Like, we could do a whole course on how to shoot thumbnails, and it still wouldn't cover everything because it's not an exact science, it's an art, and you get better at the art over time. But that's just another thing to keep in mind. Like, if, for example, you are a 35-year-old business consultant targeting an audience of 34-year-old business consultants, you don't need to do fire in the background or like, oh my god, like reaction face, YouTube thumbnails. That's not going to appeal to the sophisticated nature of your crowd. If, however, you are a gaming channel and you're appealing to 9-year-olds, then yes, maybe like a, oh my god, with like a screenshot of the game in the background and maybe some like fire emojis or whatever, maybe that would appeal to the target audience of your channel. So, you know, a lot of this is stuff that we discuss on our Part-Time YouTuber Academy, and there's all so much nuance behind all this stuff. And, you know, we've got more videos on our Part-Time Creator Academy channel, which is coming up about thumbnails. But yeah, basically, moral of the story, don't overthink it too much. It is a skill that will improve over time. And as long as you take a photo and edit it slightly, you're already kind of ahead of the curve, and your thumbnail is hopefully nice. So yeah, I wish I could talk about thumbnails for hours and hours and hours, but that would be a whole course in itself. Maybe we'll do a whole course on thumbnails. Who knows? Anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Alrighty, now we get to the fun stuff and we get to actually editing this footage. Now, I actually have an entire course on how to edit in Final Cut, but I'm going to be using the free software iMovie, which I have basically never used before, and I'm hopefully going to show that by just sort of understanding the basic principles of editing, we can demystify editing and it becomes a thing that is, you know, not that hard, broadly. So, let's open up iMovie. I've already airdropped my footage from the iPhone onto my computer. Depending on what phone you're using, you can plug it in and just transfer the footage across. And hopefully, this will actually work. What's new? Cinematic mode. Oh, what else? Don't care. And I'm going to click File, New, iMovie Library, and we're going to say 𝗖𝗓𝗋 Kitchen. Great. I'm going to import media, and I'm going to import my file and my B-roll. Now the first thing I'm going to do is the A-cut. So I'm just going to blitz through what editing this actually looks like. The point of the A-cut is we get rid of all the pauses, but I'm not going to explain all the things that I'm doing because I already have an entire course on this that you can follow, and that'll be linked in the video description. So we're basically going to drag and drop this into here. And now I'm going to zoom in, and I just want to cut out all of the pauses. My Final Cut keyboard shortcuts don't work on this. Okay, so I need to blade. How do I blade? God. Split clip, Command B, good. Okay, I understand. Command B, good, delete, nice. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓𝗋 Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive, they're a bit absurd, but I thought, you know what, I'm getting into cooking, and I freaking love Harry Potter, and so I thought, why not, let's find a way to buy these, and then just cook with them, and here I am making a review. This is going to YouTube, I can find many reviews about it. Okay, so what I'm doing as I'm doing this is that I'm looking at the audio waveforms, and I'm trying to figure out like where are the massive pauses, so I can just like cut out those massive pauses wholesale. So I find a massive pause, I'm going to blade over there, and then I'm just doing, and then I see over here that there's another big pause, so I can just delete that. Any reviews about it. Now, quick caveat before I start the review. Good. I'm sorry you're out of luck, but this is a beginner's review of the topic. How do I zoom in? No, I don't want to zoom in. I want to make this small. View. Audio skimming. Topic, or should I say of the products? Nothing happening there. Nothing happening there. Delete. As I said, I bought these because I was in the market for a Dutch oven, as per Tim Ferriss, the 4-hour chef, and I bought Harry Potter editions and paid extra for them because, you know, it's Harry Potter, I pretty love Harry Potter. Cool. And what I'm doing is I'm just trying to find when I start talking so that I can just completely cut out all the pauses. There are also apps that let you do this. Recut and a Descript let you automatically get rid of pauses, but I'm just going to try and keep things as simple as possible for iMovie. This one so far to make a corn spaghetti bolognese, which turned out really nicely. I've used the small one to make a vegan feta, which also turned out really nicely, and I'm a huge fan of cooking them. Blade, delete, good. And I'm a huge fan of cooking them. So let's talk about the design. Now, these are presented Dutch ovens in the market. They are available in red and blue. What I believe is the 26 centimeter one, although let's just double check to make sure. Oh. Yes. Yeah, blade. Yes, 26 centimeters indeed. And this is, you know, this sort of size. It's pretty heavy, so how heavy you expect that to be. And the little one is 20 centimeters, so this is much more, it's like a nicer size for cooking for. So okay, I'm not even going to watch this whole thing. I'm just going to skim through this, and I can just see on the waveforms exactly what's going on. And I'm just, the point of the first pass is just to get rid of all the pauses. Got one lid, so that's pretty ideal. Design-wise, well, the handles are convenient, and with the oven, the whole handles do get pretty it becomes much easier to carry so that you don't burn yourself, obviously. Okay, fine. Okay, let's talk about the technical specifications. Okay, so I've written text specs in my script, but I kind of went a bit off script, and I've already sort of discussed these. So I'm just going to cut that from the script. I'm just going to build that. So that was a little bit about the design. Now let's talk about right, so and now you can see over here, if we zoom right into the waveform, you can see these little spikes. Now the point of these little spikes is that's when I've done this or that or whatever, and that means I can just sort of visually see where I've made mistakes, and so I kind of know, okay, I need to cut beyond those mistakes so that all the mistakes get cut out. So that wasn't. Delete all that. So that wasn't about design. Let's not talk about what it's like to cook with these items. So something like that. I chopped up some celery, chopped up some carrots, and I shoved them all in there. And then, and now, so before it gets right, this was just simmering on the little stove top. By the way, I was using the I'm looking forward to cooking with this again. So that's what it was like with this one. And yeah, I thought the size was perfect for like a whole ton of bolognese. I was sort of serving for about 20 people. Although at the end it wasn't. Now let's move on to the 20 centimeter one. And so what I'm doing is that, and so these days as I'm, and so overall amazing experience cooking with that as well. Again, super easy to clean because plus iron, and everyone was like blown away with this list, but it's like pretty sick when you bust it out and stick it on the table. This is probably one I'm going to be using more. It's the one I find myself reaching for when I think about doing any sort of cooking with it. Okay, so now let's go to cooking. And so overall amazing experience. And so now in terms of closing thoughts, to be honest, these are really nice. They were, so this was, I was paying about... see, I was looking for a mistake in that waveform over there, but turns out that was just the spike for me putting the metal lid down, but that's fine. And I checked in the loop, I thought personally, so yeah, if you like, I'll stick links to the video. So yeah, if you want to check him out, I'll stick, so yeah, if you want to check him out, I'll put, I hope you, and that's the end of, so yeah. So you can see I've made like lots of mistakes in quick succession here, and I can see from the waveform that bump, 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 cool, 4 mistakes in a row. Let's just get through those. So yeah, if you... So yeah, if you want to check them out, the links in the video, you can buy them if you like. Mistake over there. So. And that's the end of my review. And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here, which is my latest upload. I'm looking to do more reviews and stuff on the channel. And if you have any requests or ideas of content you'd like to see, please leave a comment down below. And subscribe if you want to see more cooking stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later in the next video. Bye. Cool. And now I can just blade that and delete. Okay, 9 minutes. Great. In 9 minutes, we've done the first cut, and we have chopped down a 9-minute video into a 6-minute and 57-second video. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through each of the cut points and just make sure they're as tight as possible, because I don't want to have any pauses at all in this video, because getting rid of pauses is kind of philosophically how we keep up engagement in our videos, because when we pause in a video, that pause it gets like sort of magnified in a way in the audience's mind. So I'm a fan of just like chopping out all silence completely, unless it's specifically designed and used like effectively. Hey friend. So at the start, hey friend, there's like too much pausing, so I need to get rid of the hey friends and just go straight into hey friends. There we go. And I'm just going to look at each of the cuts and see whether the cut is tight. I've made many reviews about it. Now, quick. Okay, that wasn't too tight. I want a tighter cut. About it. So let's blade there and get rid of that. Now. And let's blade there and get rid of that. I looked on YouTube and I couldn't find many reviews about it. Now, quick. Good, that's a sharp cut. Topic, or should I say of the products? As I said, that is not a sharp cut. So what I'm doing is, as I'm scrubbing through, I've got audio skimming on iMovie. This will be a setting depending on whatever video editing app you're using. I'm just sort of hearing for when I first start speaking, and that is where I want to cut. Okay, this is of the products. As I said, I bought these because I was in the freaking love Harry Potter. I have used this one so far. That's fine. And now I'm a huge fan of cooking in them. So let's get... Oh, I don't like that pause. I'm a huge fan of cooking in. So I can get rid of some pauses at the end of the clip number 1 and at the start of clip number 2. Cooking in them. So let's get... Nice, that's good. Having some of the best Dutch ovens on the market. They are available in red. Good. To make sure. Yes, 26 centimeters. That's fine. Is 20 centimeters. So this is just kind of nice in the lightning scar. 𝗧, which is their red color. Design-wise as well, we've got the handles, which you can carry so that you don't burn yourself, obviously. So that was a little bit about the design. Let's now talk... I think that's fine. Vegetarian or something like that. Chopped up some celery, chopped up some... That's fine. Them all in there. And then I actually had this all prepared like... Fine. Brand new, and now I'm really looking forward to cooking with this again. So that's what it was like cooking with this one, and yeah, I thought nice. Dish. This worked really nicely. Now let's move on to the 20. Nice. More chicken bits or more whatever. And so overall I made... That's reasonable. Any sort of cooking with it. And so now you can use these items as well. So yeah, if you want to check... Oh, that was a lot of pause. These items as well. So let's get rid of the pause at the end. And use these items as well. So yeah, if you want to check them out, I'll put links out and you can buy them if you like. And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed it. Now a bit of a pause at the end here. And you can buy them if you like. Buy them if you like. get rid of that 0.1 second pause. Out and you can buy them if you like. And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over. Okay, good. So basically we now have a 6 minute and 55 second video with no pauses in between the cuts. So that is good. We're nearly done, to be honest. Now all we need to do is add B-roll and add a bit of music, and then we're sorted. So let's see. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel, or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen. I'm gonna hit M to add a marker here, because when I say this is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, I want to pop up text that says 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, but first I want to add the B-roll. So I'm just kind of using the marker thing to keep track of the fact that I have a marker here and that I want to add something to it further down the line. Alright, so now to add the B-roll, basically what I want to do is I want to set in and out points for each of the clips on my B-roll that I want to go into the video. Again, far more details on this in my actual Skillshare editing class on Final Cut, or you can just like find a dedicated tutorial for whatever app you're using to edit. This is not that, this is just kind of doing things quickly. To make it easier to set in and out points, what I want to do is I want to zoom quite far in. So what this is doing is converting this little thing. So now I can kind of scrub through and I can see exactly what I was doing when I was filming the B-roll. So let's see. What are the shots that I want? And when adding B-roll, I'm not going to use the sound from the B-roll clip. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show waveforms. And can I get rid of sound completely? Can I get rid of sound? Who knows? It doesn't matter. I don't need to see the waveforms. I'm just going to delete the sound from this recording. So I'm using I to set an in point. And that's an out point. And now I'm going to drag this and stick it over here. And now I'm going to take the sound slider and drag it all the way down. Good. So now here's what this looks like. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen. And in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive. Yeah, that looks alright. Cool. Let's add some more B-roll. Okay, so I like this a bit. Good. So I've used my in and out points to select a clip of B-roll that I want from here, and I'm going to drag it somewhere random, get rid of the audio, and then I'm going to figure out where I want to put it. Kind of expensive, they're a bit absurd, but I thought, well, I'm doing cooking, and I freaking love Harry Potter, and so I thought, why not? Let's find a way to buy these and then to cook with them. And here I am making a review, because again, on YouTube I can find many reviews about it. Now, quick caveat before I start the review. That actually looks reasonable at that part of the video. Now, quick caveat before I start the review. Okay, let's find another bit of B-roll. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's a good bit of B-roll that I want to show, and then I'm going to put that back on. Nice. Excellent. So I've set the in and out points. I'm just going to chuck it in here somewhere. In fact, I'm going to put this fairly early on, because the thing with B-roll is that like at the start of a video it probably matters more, because that's when we really need to engage the audience. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel, or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, and that doesn't quite work there. My first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲𝗃 Signature. 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive. That looks pretty reasonable. They're a bit absurd, but I thought, you know what? I'm getting into cooking, and I freaking love Harry Potter, and so I thought, why not? Let's find a way to buy these and then to cook with them. And here I am making a review, because to be honest I looked on YouTube and I couldn't find many reviews about it. Now, quick caveat before... Cool, that's fine. Let's find some more B-roll. Okay, that's a close-up. That'll do. Drag and drop, stick that in here, get rid of the sound. Quick caveat before I start the review, I'm a total beginner to the world of cooking, and I actually don't know anything about how to review cooking gear, so if you're looking for a pro chef... Good. Anything fancy? Oh, I'm using my cell. Sorry, that's very loud. Let's get rid of all the sound there. How to review cooking gear. So if you're looking for a pro chef to review these, I'm sorry you're out of luck, but this is a beginner's review of the topic, or should I say of the products. As I said, I bought these. Okay, and now I can't be bothered to... actually, I'll use this shot. This is nice. Ooh, that's actually a nice shot for the opening of the video. I do like that, because this shows both of them side by side. Hey friends, welcome back to the channel, or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. Good.
Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive. They're a bit...
Great. I have added all the B-roll that I want to. I could go through the video, add more and more of it, but you kind of get the idea. I'm trying to keep things simple here. And this is just our first video. And so it doesn't really matter too much if we spend absolutely ages trying to get this video right. So I've added my A-roll. I've gotten rid of the pauses. I've made sure the cuts are tight. I've added in a bunch of B-roll at the start, in the first minute or so, first 30 seconds of the video, just to make the video seem a little bit more interesting. Now I am going to add some text.
This video, this is 𝗖ście Kitchen.
This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, where I'm like...
This is 𝗖ście Kitchen.
Great, and I'm just gonna, how do I add text? So text in video editing software is known as titles, and aha, here we go. Ooh, that looks fancy. Yeah, why not? Let's stick that in here.
𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this.
This is 𝗖ście Kitchen.
This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing.
Great, so I want title text here to say 𝗖ście Kitchen. So 𝗖ście Kitchen, and I'm gonna move it down a bit. So what's a font that I actually like the look of? 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲𝗃? It's a bit basic. What should we go for? Chalk Duster. Yeah, it looks a bit tacky, but whatevs. Who cares? And let's make it... the issue with my background is a bit... Yeah, this is going to look tacky, but I actually don't care. Do I care? Oh, no, I do care. I can't bring myself to do something that looks tacky. Yeah, I can change the duration of it, but I can't change any other details about it. I think that's because this is iMovie, and iMovie doesn't have a lot of controls. But in Final Cut, you can do all these different settings. It doesn't matter.
This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this...
Right, I'm going to reduce this duration.
To the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition.
Great, that's fine. So I've got my one bit of text just to show that you can add text in iMovie, but obviously if you use a proper editing software like Final Cut or Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve, you'll be able to have much more finely tuned control of exactly what you're doing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some music. So I use a site called Epidemic Sound for royalty-free music, and I might even need to add Ollie's thingy as a... You know what? YouTube... Let's actually just use YouTube Studio. I'm going to download a royalty-free track from YouTube Studio. Okay, good. Oh, I've got 3 views. 40% impression click-through rate. Incredible. Let's see. Copyright. Audio library. I'm just going to use YouTube's audio library, and I want to create something acoustic. Oh no, can't spell acoustic. Acoustic. I want something instrumental. Country and folk calm. Oh dear, it's loud. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy with this. I'm just going to hit download audio track. And then it's going to go. What I'm going to do is just drag and drop it from my thingy into iMovie. Okay, this is really loud. This needs to volume down all the way. Let's see.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel.
That's still really loud. Volume down all the way.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first...
That looks reasonable. I think my own audio is probably quite low. Let's look at my audio settings.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Now, quick caveat.
Hey, you know what? I'm just going to select all of my video clips and use the auto audio setting to make them auto. And
hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video.
okay, I actually want to increase this very slightly. Let's go 3%.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this...
No, it's too loud. Let's go 2%. Can I... Here we go.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. Or should I say welcome to the channel, because this is my first video. This is 𝗖ście Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter Signature Edition Dutch ovens. These are kind of expensive. They're a bit absurd, but I thought, you know what? I'm getting into cooking, and I freaking love Harry Potter, and so I thought, why not? Let's find a way to buy these and then to cook with them. And here I am making a review, because to be honest, I looked on YouTube and I couldn't find many reviews about it. Now, quick caveat before I start the review, I'm a total beginner to the world of cooking, and I actually don't know anything about it.
So I think it actually is a little bit loud. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to blade that, and I'm just going to set this to 1% now. So in the introduction to the video, the audio is the background music is a bit more audible, but then it fades into the background a little bit more as the video progresses. So, yeah.
It's pretty nice. It's sort of how's more like me. And the little one.
Okay, cool. So the audio level sounds good. Now I'm just going to copy and paste that so that it just happens multiple times across the rest of the video. Copy and paste. And now you can see if we zoom out, I've now copied and pasted this bit of the thing so much. And now all I'm going to do is at the end, what I want to do is just sort of get the final bit of this. Why can't I play this? Trim to playhead? Oh no. Basically what I'm trying to do is as the music fades out, I want my video to end. This is a bit advanced, but like I like doing it, so why not? Oops.
If you aren't already, and if you want to see more cooking themed stuff, thanks for watching. And I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
So what I'm trying to do is line up the waveforms here. So if I increase the volume slightly, let's go to 2%.
Below, hit the subscribe button if you aren't already, and if you want to see more cooking themed stuff. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
Yeah. Seems reasonable. Cool.
That was that stop. I found that because it's just the Harry Potter vibes, and I freaking love Harry Potter, it has encouraged me to do more cooking now that I have these, but it is, it does come at the expense of the extra 20%. Although, Le Creuset lifetime guarantee, these apparently last for generations, so I'm hoping my kids and their kids' will also be fans of Harry Potter so they can use these items as well. So yeah, if you want to check them out, I'll put links in the video description to the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 website where you can check these out and you can buy them if you like. And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here, which is my latest upload. I'm hoping to do more reviews and stuff on the channel, and if you have any requests for ideas of content that you'd like to see, please do leave a comment down below. Hit the subscribe button if you aren't already, and if you want to see more cooking themed stuff. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
There's a little bit more we can do.
And I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
Just want to line up the waveforms a little bit more.
I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
I want to be like bye-bye, bum. That's like the cadence I'm trying to go for.
And I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. I'm going to play that again.
More cooking themed stuff. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
Yeah. Love it. Okay. That's the video. And then let's just add some text over here saying thanks for watching. So I'm going to go titles, and let's add in a chromatic. Oh, I like this. Standard. Standard looks good.
Bye.
That could be nice, yep. So cut this to fit the music, and then I can say, thanks for watching, please subscribe. Lots of love. Oh, no. Great.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye bye.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful. And now we're done with the video. It's literally done. How much time have we been going for?
28 minutes.
Sick! Less than half an hour to edit the video, and I'm just going to hit export, and then we're done. So file, share, file, I believe. I'm going to share it to file, so 𝗖𝗍's Kitchen Video 1 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter. And I'm going to do 1080p, quality high, compress faster, whatevs. Hit next, save it as a movie, and then it's going to take a while to export while I'm going to have my lunch. And we can see it over here. It's all exporting. Oh, it's actually happening pretty quickly. It's going to take 1 minute. While I have my lunch, once it's exported, we're going to upload it to YouTube, and that's what we're going to do in the next session. So, as a reminder, if you've gotten this far, this was me blitzing in iMovie, which I've never used before, but I am, in fairness, familiar with Final Cut. The very basics of what it takes to edit a video. Do the A cut, get rid of the pauses, make the A cut super tight, add in relevant B-roll that you care about, add in text, add in images if you want, add a background music track, and hit export. In fairness, if you're editing a video properly, then for me, if I'm editing a proper video for my main channel, it will probably take somewhere between probably between 4 and 10 hours to edit, depending on how complex the video needs to be. And certainly when I was editing most of my videos, most videos would take at least 3 or 4 hours, and generally no more than like 8 hours to edit. So that is kind of the ballpark we're normally talking. This was just me kind of blitzing and doing the bare minimum editing for a video. But hey, we got the video out, and now I can improve in the next one. And really, first 50 videos, we want to try and get that quantity out as quickly as we can, so that we'll improve by getting in the reps. So thanks for watching. Do please check out the Skillshare class or course or wherever you're watching this on how to edit in Final Cut. There's also tons of YouTube tutorials that will take you start to finish on how to edit. We've even got some on our future YouTube channel that we're like, all the recommended resources around how to actually learn to edit, we will put in the video description, but hopefully this has given you a little bit of a flavor of what it's like to do kind of fairly quickly in half an hour, which is quick in terms of the world of editing. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Alright team, at this point we've done all the hard stuff. We've filmed the video, we've shot the video, we filmed the video, we've edited the video, we've done the thumbnail. Now we just need to upload the video. So let's do it. Let's go on YouTube and make it happen. So I'm going to go on my channel. Don't really need to go on my channel, but hey, whatevs. And I'm going to hit this button up at the top, which says upload video. And I'm just going to drag and drop, or rather select the file from my laptop. So I saved it into movies, which I believe is here somewhere. Ali's video, Harry Potter.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel.
That's the one. It's getting uploaded. So I just double click that. And I'm going to title it how do you spell Le Creuset? Le Creuset? Le Creuset. Okay. Le Creuset Harry Potter signature Dutch oven review. Yeah, so thing to keep in mind is you want your title to be ideally less than 55 characters, because if it's more than 55 characters, it's going to get cut off when people watch the video in mobile. This is a welcome to my first proper video. This is a video review of the Harry Potter Le Creuset Signature Edition Dutch ovens in 26 centimeters and 20 centimeters respectively. Caveat, I'm a total noob. When it comes to cooking, so hopefully this isn't too bad. Enjoy, XX. Links to products, and I can just find a link to the website. Here we go, there we go. And I'll just flag up that this is UK in case anyone is watching this internationally. And please subscribe if you'd like to see more. Should I put timestamps? No, I can't be bothered with timestamps. So that's enough for the description of the video. Description's not that important, it doesn't really matter too much. But now I'm going to upload my thumbnail. Oh, I need to verify my phone number. That's kind of annoying. Okay, well, after I've uploaded the video, I'll be able to choose the thumbnail. So let's see, playlists, none, audience, not set for kids. Then I'm going to go video elements, end screen. Yeah, you know what, let's add an end screen. And let's add one video and one subscribe. And I think we'll put it, I think I'm pointing in that direction.
And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here, which is my latest.
The other side. So I'm going to put that video over here, which is my latest upload. And let's say most recent upload.
And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here.
Okay, and I want that to start over here, so I can just edit the settings. Okay, here we go. So this is what it's now going to look like.
And that's the end of my review. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, click over here, which is my latest upload.
That looks good.
I'm hoping to do more reviews and stuff on the channel. And if you have any requests for ideas of content that you'd like to see, please do leave a comment down below. Hit the subscribe button if you aren't already, and if you want to see more cooking themed stuff. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's a bit annoying. Oh, yeah, I want to get rid of that. Oh no, I can't get rid of it, can I? Oh, I can actually. Yeah, I want the whole thank you for watching thing to show.
Which is my latest upload. And theme stuff. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Bye-bye.
Nice. Good. So let's save that. So I've done my end screen element, and then I don't need to bother with cards. We're going to do some copyright checks once it's finished processing, and initially I'm going to save it as unlisted because I want to edit the thumbnail before I actually hit the publish button. Cool. Processing will begin shortly. Excellent. So now this is rocked up, and now I should be able to upload a thumbnail. Wonderful. So I'll go into my downloads, and I think I will use this as the thumbnail. Yeah, this looks pretty good. File is bigger than 2 meg. Oh, okay, fine. Let's reduce the file size. So tools, adjust size. Let's make it 1920 by 1080, save. Hopefully that's less than 2 megabytes. Not that one, this one. Perfect. And now visibility is pending, but let's just hit it to public. And now I can hit save. And now when the video finishes processing and the copyright checks are done, it should just upload to my channel. And that was nice and easy. Here we go, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter signature 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 review. Maybe we don't even need the X. 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter signature 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲. Nice. Great. We've done it. We've done it, people. We have a video on the channel. Here we go. It's online. Look at it. The thumbnail looks pretty reasonable as well. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to change the thumbnail for Welcome to 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen just because why not? Upload thumbnail. Let's use that thumbnail that I made for this one, because this can be like my little welcome video. I'm just going to adjust the size to make it smaller. Save. Just because then it makes the channel look a little bit nicer. Perfect. Save. So now we have 2 videos on the channel. We have my random phone one that I uploaded without a thumbnail. Oh, I want to see the thumbnail. Why can't I see the thumbnail? Oh, because I've seen some of the video already. And here's what this video now looks like.
Hey friends, welcome back to the channel.
Oh, it looks bad quality because it hasn't finished uploading yet. But it hasn't finished processing yet. Like whenever you upload something to YouTube, it takes a few minutes for YouTube to process it so that it comes out in HD. But this is it.
I just want to say welcome to the channel because this is my first video. This is 𝗖𝗓's Kitchen, and in this video we are reviewing this 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 Harry Potter signature edition Dutch ovens. These are
Great. We've done it. Well done, everyone. Hopefully by the end of this lesson you have also uploaded your video and given it a title and thumbnail. And now that's it. No one's going to watch this unless we start getting search traffic. And there's really no need to share it on Twitter. You can share it on Twitter or on Facebook, wherever else if you want. I'm not going to do that. Maybe I'll share it once this class actually goes live. But for now, I actually don't want this video to get any views, but it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what happens to it. So now that's it. And now it's on to the next video. So thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to the course. In this lesson we're talking about 6 probably tips for how to grow your channel. These are somewhat miscellaneous, but hopefully they'll be helpful if you are a beginner to YouTube. And the first one really is that the reason a channel grows is ultimately by making good videos. There is no way to grow a channel by making bad videos. So you have to make good videos. Now, what is a good video? Well, in YouTube speak, there are only two things that make a good video. The first one is that people have to click on it, and the second one is that the people who click on it have to watch the video. And the more people we can get to click on our videos, and of those, the more people that we can get to watch more of our videos, the better our video is doing according to YouTube and according to viewers. Now everyone has this idea of like the algorithm. How do I make videos better for the algorithm? Really, that's like a bit of a false concept. Like you don't want to be thinking about making your videos better for the algorithm. You just want to be thinking about making your videos better for viewers. So how do we make a more intriguing title and thumbnail that accurately depicts what's in the video and that gives the viewer an accurate promise of what's to come? And then once they click on it, how do we actually engage them through the content, and how do we make it either entertaining or educational or inspirational or whatever combination of those 3 things you want? And this is really the $1 million question. How do we make good videos? How do we make a good title and thumbnail, and then how do we make an actually good video? And honestly, if there was a formula for this, someone would have solved it, and then it wouldn't be a formula because, you know, everyone would evolve to keep ahead of that. The answer is not clickbait. Clickbait means that you've got a title and a thumbnail. This was like a big thing back in like 2013-ish on YouTube. You know, people would have titles and thumbnails with like bikini models on them, and the video would be like some dude giving productivity advice. But that's creating a false expectation in the mind of the viewers. So maybe you'll get more clicks, but those people are immediately going to leave the video. And people immediately leaving the video is a signal to the algorithm that this is a bad video. It is a video that people are not watching all the way through. So clickbait is not the way forward. The way forward is by making titles and thumbnails that are genuinely intriguing and interesting and get people's interest, but that also accurately depict what is actually the value of the video. And then when it comes to the people actually watching bit, that bit incorporates so many different things, like how engaging are you on camera? How good is the writing of the video? How intriguing is the writing of the video? How much value, whether it's entertainment or education or inspiration, are you actually delivering to the viewer? What's going on screen? What's the branding like? Are they vibing with your personality? Is the audio quality good enough for it to kind of seem reasonable? Is there background music that creates a good vibe? There are so many things that go into that. And that is why tip number 2 is focusing on quantity rather than quality. And it comes back to that idea that we said earlier, which is that your first 50 videos are for you. your next 50 videos are for your audience. It takes a large amount of time to actually get good at making videos, and while your videos suck, you really shouldn't expect any growth on your channel. And if you have an expectation of growth while your videos are just objectively awful, then you're gonna be setting yourself up for disappointment. It would be kind of like, I'm in the process of learning Mandarin. I'm really bad at Mandarin right now. I can barely string together like three words in Mandarin to make a sentence. If I tried to write blog posts in Mandarin, no one would read them because they just wouldn't make any sense. And if I was thinking, oh, but I'm putting in the work, I'm being consistent, I'm like publishing blog posts in Mandarin, but no one's reading them, what the hell am I doing? I currently suck at Mandarin. My blog posts are objectively awful. Of course no one's going to read them because they're objectively awful. Whereas if I spent a long time getting fluent in Mandarin, getting familiar with it, that now when I start to write blog posts in Mandarin, I can actually think about the value I'm providing rather than just my inability to actually speak the language. It's kind of like that for YouTube. It's not quite that extreme. That's a very extreme example. But it is kind of like that for YouTube. While your videos are awful, you cannot expect any growth. And that's why at the start, we want to be focusing on quantity rather than quality. Because A, quantity has a quality all of its own. But also B, the quantity of videos just getting in the reps, that's what helps us get better at the craft of making videos. If you are already a pro at the craft of making videos, then that's okay. You don't need to suffer through the quantity phase. Suffer is maybe the wrong word. It's actually quite fun as you improve a skill. But if you already know how to make amazing videos, then great, just go straight for quality. But if you don't, you need to go through putting in lots and lots of reps to actually get good at the craft of making videos, which is why quantity is more important than quality, at least at the beginning. Tip number 3 is that even when you're in that quantity stage, the way that you can get your videos found if you actually want people to watch the videos is to go after search traffic. So for example, the video that I am going to film / have filmed by the time you've watched this is a review of the 𝗧𝗯𝗃 Harry Potter collection Dutch oven. That is a very niche thing that there is not already a significant market for on YouTube. There's not that much competition for it. And I'm targeting people who are searching for that thing. People like me, 3 weeks ago before I bought this, while I was searching for reviews about the thing. This is not the sort of video that's ever going to go viral. It's never going to get, I don't know, 1 million views. It's not the sort of video that people would click on their home screen, on their home screen and be like, oh my god, I can't wait to see this review of this Dutch oven. It's the sort of video that people explicitly searching for the thing might be interested in. And so by targeting search traffic with my initial, I don't know, crop of videos, even if my quality is not very good and my camera presence is not very good and I suck at presenting and my writing is awful and the quality is bad, even if all those things are true, I can still provide value to people who are searching for a specific thing. The mistake would be, like at the start, while I'm still making crappy videos, if I make a video called, I don't know, 10 productivity tips. There's so much competition for 10 productivity tips. You're competing with people like me, Thomas Frank, Matt 𝗖𝗲𝗷. You're competing with like people with millions of subscribers who already know how to make good videos. There's no way your crappy video is actually going to succeed in that format, but there is a chance it could succeed if you're carving out this niche for yourself within search. That's one way of doing it, to be honest. For the first 50 videos, while I'm still bad at making videos, I would not even have an expectation of growth at all, and I would just be trying to make videos to figure out what are the things I enjoy, and maybe what are the things that are resonating with some people. Tip number 4 is that as I'm getting better at making videos, I'd be spending a lot of time on YouTube itself, but I'll be spending that time intentionally on YouTube, doing a bunch of market research into other channels, other creators, other genres to see what is working on YouTube, what are the things that I personally enjoy watching, and what is it about those things that I enjoy watching. Do I like the branding of pickup lines? Do I like the camera presence of Peter McKinnon? Do I like the editing style of 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 𝗏? Do I like the background sort of soft jazz piano music that Matt 𝗖𝗲𝗏 uses? Do I like the color grading that 𝗖𝗍 uses? Do I like, I don't know, Becky and Chris's interior design? What are the aspects of other people's YouTube channels that I like? And on top of that, what are the sort of YouTube channels that are within the genre I'm interested in? If I'm making a cooking channel, I'm going to be extremely familiar with the top 50 to 100 cooking channels, and I'm going to see, okay, what are these guys doing well, and what are they doing that I could potentially do differently, and what are the elements from those that I can take? What are their video titles that are doing well? Ooh, you know, what that channel has 100,000 subscribers, but they had this video that had 5 million views. So their view to subscriber ratio is huge. That was by far the most popular video on that channel. What was it about that video that made it so popular? And is there a way that I can sort of take the lessons from that video and reverse engineer the success of that particular video? Obviously, nothing is guaranteed, but this is the way how we can use intentional consumption of YouTube videos as a way of actively and deliberately improving the quality of our own videos over time. All right, so tip number 5 is to try and land on this idea of creator market fit. Now, in the world of startups, there's the concept of product market fit. And what startups do when they are first building their products is that they actually don't build the product immediately. They spend a large amount of time interviewing potential customers, phone calls, Zoom calls, actual physical real life meetups and to have coffee, chatting to people on Twitter, putting surveys out there, and just doing a bunch of research to figure out what does the market actually want? And is there demand for this thing that I think I might want to make? And only after they've spent many months generally trying to figure out what's going on do they then actually build something. But then as they're building it, they're constantly iterating on it and they're putting it out there to the market, they're shipping it and they're seeing what happens and they're getting feedback from users. And eventually, usually after a few years of like scrambling around doing this thing, they land on this magical idea of product market fit, which usually people say is when they've got over $1 million in recurring revenue a year, depending on who you ask about this. But once you have product market fit, it shows that your product is a fit for the market. And at that point, growth becomes so much easier. And it feels, startup founders who have product market fit describes it as a feeling that it almost feels like cheating. It feels like in the early days, we were struggling so hard to get even a single customer. It felt like taking blood from a stone. But then once we got product market fit, at that point, it seemed like we were just growing organically. People wanted to use us. People were coming to us. And we can take that same concept and apply it to the world of creators and think about this idea of creator market fit. At the start, you're throwing lots of spaghetti at the wall. You're being your archaeologist, you're digging for these different sites, and you're hoping something will stick. As you're doing that, you're actually getting better at making videos as a YouTuber itself. And eventually you might stumble upon this thing like, oh, when I make cooking reviews about this one specific thing, that seems to resonate with the audience. Let me do a little bit more of that, a little bit more of that. And then you think, oh my God, now people are actually asking me to make videos about other stuff. And now I make videos about that stuff. And now, oh my God, those videos are doing well and people are watching the channel. That feeling of like, oh my God, the channel is growing is when you've stumbled on creator market fit. And once you've done that, it's time to double down on that specific thing that's been working and basically just do more and more and more of that and slowly try and dial the sort of quality dial to get a little bit better over time. And once you've got this creator market fit, that's really when you start to see the flywheel effect in action. Jim Collins, this business coach, writer guy, talks about this concept of flywheels where, a flywheel is this thing that takes a lot of energy to get going, but once it starts going and gathers momentum, then it becomes unstoppable. And similarly, it's going to take a lot of energy, a large input of time and effort and hustle and blood, sweat and tears and all that kind of stuff, hopefully while having fun, to do your first X number of videos. But then once you've hit on creator audience fit, that's when it's going to seem like your channel is just like growing organically and things are just happening for you. But the crucial thing is that you don't want to stop the consistency before you've gotten to that point. This is a mistake so many creators make. They make videos consistently for a few weeks or a few months. They're not seeing momentum and they just give up. But it's like they've stopped before they've got a chance for the flywheel to gather momentum. They've stopped before they've let compounding actually run its course. And so really, tip number 5 would be, yes, look out for creator market fit, but recognize it will take some amount of time of work where you're throwing spaghetti at the wall and nothing is sticking for you to make any progress at all. And finally, tip number 6 is a bit of a different one. It's that actually it's not good to obsess over analytics at the beginning of your journey. A lot of YouTubers are like, oh, I put a video out there and then I spent 12 hours looking at the analytics to analyze my retention graphs and figure out exactly where viewers were dropping off. It's like when you have not many views on your channel, A, the analytics are kind of pointless because they're not particularly statistically significant. And B, the amount of time you're spending looking at analytics is time that could be spent making a new video. So I would suggest that until you have at least a few thousand subscribers or a few thousand views, it's kind of pointless to look at analytics. I would just spend all of that time and effort just making more videos instead and doing what I know it will take to make a video better. When you're at sort of millions of subscribers and whatever, at that point, retention graphs. When I say this specific thing, my retention graph goes up a little bit, therefore let me do more of that. At those levels of numbers, that stuff starts becoming important. But certainly in the early days, you know what the difference between your video and your dream YouTuber video looks like. So just make it better and try and get your own skills, your own quality to the point where it's actually good. And then you can start worrying about retention graphs once you've got more of an audience. So those were 6 tips on how to grow on YouTube. Hopefully that was helpful and I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Alrighty, welcome back to the course. In this lesson, we are talking about 10 tips for aspiring YouTubers / 10 tips for beginner YouTubers / 10 tips I wish I'd known when starting YouTube for the first time. And in fact, I have already recorded this video on my main YouTube channel. So if you haven't seen it, I'm just going to include it right here in this lesson, just for ease of browsing. So starting this YouTube channel is hands down the single best thing I've ever done in my life. And so in this video, I'm going to be sharing my top 10 tips on how you can get started with setting up your own channel if that's what you're into. Coming in at number 10, we have don't worry about what other people will say. I always ask this question. I ask a question on Twitter and on Instagram, and I ask people, what are your fears about starting on YouTube and what do you want to know? And the number one complaint is always, I'm worried about what my friends and family will think. I've been running a course called the Part-Time YouTuber Academy where we have people who are sort of aged from 18 up to like 55. And basically everyone in that age range also worries about what their friends and family will think. But you know what? The thing that everyone realizes is that once you've uploaded your first video, all of that fear kind of goes away because you realize that no one gives a shit. Like, no one actually cares whether you're uploading videos to YouTube. You might think it's like the biggest deal in the world that, oh my God, what is my mum going to say? What are my cousins going to say? What are my friends in university going to say? But no one actually cares. Everyone is just so worried about their own lives that the fact that I'm doing YouTube, no one cares. The fact that you're going to start a YouTube channel talking about whatever you want, no one cares. And we just need to get that into our heads. And this is such a common fear, and we all have it. And it's just the first thing you have to get over. Basically, no one cares. Stop deluding yourself into thinking that people are thinking about you, because everyone is just worried about themselves. They're worried about how they are appearing to other people. There's this thing in psychology called the spotlight effect, which is that we all walk through life thinking that there is a spotlight trained on us and just not realizing that everyone else is absorbed in their own life, and we are only the heroes of our own story, and we are supporting cast in everyone else's story if they're even thinking about us at all. So start your YouTube channel. Do not worry about what people will think. 99% of the fear is in just before you publish your first video. But I promise you, as soon as you hit publish on that video, 99% of the fear will disappear and you will stop worrying what people think. Then at point number 9, we have gear doesn't matter at the start. Gear does matter in the long run, but at the start, gear does not matter at all. When I started my YouTube channel, I started filming on my iPhone. I did not have any microphone attached to it. I literally just got the camera, lay in bed, pointed at myself and said, hey guys, I'm thinking I'm going to start some kind of vlog. I knew absolutely nothing about editing. I just followed free YouTube tutorials about how to edit videos. And that's what you have to do when you're getting started. It's like if you're starting learning how to write, it doesn't matter what pen you're using as long as you're writing something. If you're getting started learning how to draw, it does not matter what pencil and what paper you're using. That's all a distraction. What you need to do is just pick up any old pencil you've got lying, or pen that you've got lying around the house, any old piece of paper or scrap paper, and just start learning from day one. It's the same thing with YouTube, really. If you're watching this, you have a device which is capable of recording video. You have your phone. If you want to get started on YouTube, screw the gear. Don't think, oh, I need to wait to upgrade to a fancy ass camera before I'm allowed to get started on YouTube. Start with whatever you have. Start with your phone, and you can always upgrade later. And in fact, over there is a video where I talk about exactly how to start filming videos with just your iPhone. And it looks pretty reasonable. If you do want to upgrade something, then upgrade your audio quality firstly, because people will sit through a bad video quality, but no one will sit through bad audio quality. So that's the first thing to upgrade. And if you want to learn more about exactly which gear to upgrade and like a shopping list for gear at different levels, you should definitely sign up to my part-time YouTuber free 7-day email course. This is totally free. You just enter your email address, and then every day I will email you with a long ass article which contains lots of tips about getting started on YouTube. And one of those in the 7-day course is about exactly what gear you need to upgrade and in which order. And I give you different levels for gear at different budget levels. So again, that'll be linked in the video description if you want to check it out. Again, totally free, just 7 days of emails from me where I give you my top tips on getting started on YouTube as a beginner. Point number 8, we have don't worry about the numbers. Once you've started on YouTube, this is a mistake everyone makes, is that you way too focused on the analytics. But at the start, like, it doesn't really matter. The only thing you have to do is just keep on producing more and more and more videos and not really worry about the fact that no one is watching them and that you're not getting very many subscribers. If you look at the stats, according to TubeBuddy, the average channel with 1,000 to 10,000 subscribers has made 152 videos. So until you've made 152 videos, you do not have the right to complain that you're not growing on YouTube. You have to make 152 videos first, and then we can think about how to tweak your growth prospects on YouTube. For me, it took me 52 videos and 6 months to hit 1,000 subscribers. That was making 2 videos a week, 6 months in a row, while I was a full-time medical student at Cambridge, while preparing for my final year medical student exams. 2 videos a week, 6 months, and then I hit 1,000 subscribers. And so at the very least, if you've made anything less than 52 videos, then don't worry about your subscriber count. You can always email me for advice or sign up to my YouTube part-time YouTuber mailing list and reply to emails on that. You can always email me for advice further down the line, but I can't give you any advice until you've made at least 52 videos. That's just how it works. Alright, point number 7 is this idea of stacking the deck in your favor. So we've established that you're going to start your channel and you're just going to do it and not care about what people think. But to succeed on YouTube, you want to think in terms of stacking the deck. How do you take the deck and how do you stack it in your favor? Now, the extent to which you should stack the deck depends on how you're thinking about YouTube. If you're thinking about YouTube purely as a hobby, where you don't actually care about the numbers and you're thinking, oh, it would be nice to make money from this further down the line, but it's not my primary aim right now, then that's great. You don't need to worry about stacking the deck in your favor. But if, like a lot of students in our course, the Part-Time YouTuber Academy, you're thinking of YouTube more as a business opportunity, so the more business, entrepreneurial, people-minded end of the spectrum, you then want to think about, how do I stack the deck to try and grow on YouTube or to try and achieve my goals for YouTube, you know, as effectively as possible? And there's broadly 2 ways of stacking the deck. You can stack the deck in terms of time, or you can stack the deck in terms of money. How do you stack the deck in terms of time? Well, It involves putting in the time to learn how to get better on camera, which happens over time as you make more and more videos. It involves putting in the time to get better at editing videos. Again, it happens as you just produce more and more videos. I've got a friend called 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 who has grown from 0 to 500,000 plus subscribers on YouTube by making like 10 or 12 videos or something stupid like that, because he spends hundreds of hours editing each one to make it, craft it into a perfect Netflix documentary style video. He is stacking the deck in his favor by spending large amounts of time, hundreds and hundreds of hours, writing, scripting, and editing his videos. The other way of stacking the deck in your favor is by using money. Now, we're not going to talk about this because this is a more advanced point, but for example, you can invest in gear, and number two, you can invest in hiring your own team, which is now what I've done. And actually, a lot of people don't realize that you can outsource video editing for quite cheaply very early on. And so especially if you have a job where your time is worth, let's say, more than $10 an hour, you can easily outsource video editing to someone who you're paying less than $10 an hour to, if you want, as a way of stacking the deck in your favor by using money. Again, that's a bit of an advanced point. We'll talk about that more in my part-time YouTuber free email course, so sign up in the video description if you want to check that out. But yeah, that's kind of how I think about it. Like, there are no guaranteed formulae to success on YouTube, but really it's all about stacking the deck in your favor in whatever way you can, depending on what your goals for YouTube are. Are you a hobbyist or are you an entrepreneur business person? I'm somewhere in the middle, leaning kind of towards the business side, so I do whatever I can to stack the deck in my favor. Point number 6, use your unfair advantages. Now, I've got a secret 3-part formula for success on YouTube, and in fact, success in anything in life. And that is success equals work multiplied by luck multiplied by unfair advantages. Now, work, you have to put in the work. You have to put in the time and the effort to do this. Otherwise, it's not going to go anywhere. Luck, you are kind of reliant. You do have to get a little bit lucky. But the good thing about luck is that the more videos you put out, the higher the odds that any one of them will get picked up by the algorithm and will start to go viral. And in fact, for my channel, it's only been like 2 or 3 videos in the last 3.5 years that have gone really viral, that have really propelled channel growth. Everything else has been fairly average, fairly mediocre. So that was work and luck. But the third component of the success equation is unfair advantages. What are the unfair advantages that you have that you can exploit in your YouTube channel or in whatever you're doing? For me, my unfair advantage was that I was a medical student and I was at Cambridge University. Those are pretty big unfair advantages because the niche that I was targeting was people applying to study medicine at Cambridge University. I was not trying to be a makeup influencer. I was not trying to be a fashion influencer or a lifestyle or workout or fitness influencer. None of that would have used my unfair advantage. Maybe the medical student thing if I was actually interested in fitness. But you want to think about, what are the qualities I have? What are the things that other people can't necessarily compete with, even though we don't really want to think about this as a competition? What are the unfair advantages that I have that I can use to help propel my channel? And if at this point you're thinking, well, I don't have any unfair advantages, you should check out a video linked up there, which will be my book club episode of a book called The Unfair Advantage, which is all about the formula to success, where I chat with one of the authors, 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲, about the 5 different types of unfair advantages. And we talk about how to answer this question of like, well, I don't feel like I have any advantages, because everyone has their unfair advantages. You just have to lean into them. You have to figure out what they are, and then you want to try and weave that into your YouTube channel somehow. Point number 5, focus on quantity rather than quality. It is far more important when you're starting out on YouTube to make 100 really bad videos than to try and make 10 really good videos. Caveat, unless you're going down the 𝗧𝗯𝗹𝗲 route of like, putting in hundreds of hours of editing into the videos, that's like a different style. But like, I imagine for most people watching this, your aim is to become a YouTuber that's sort of like me, whereby you can sit in front of a camera and talk about whatever you want, and it's kind of nice, and you share your life and you share your experiences and you do some teaching, rather than to craft a Netflix documentary. But whatever the case, quantity is more important than quality at the start. And there's a nice story that I like, which is the parable of the pottery class. And the story goes that there's a pottery class and the teacher divides the group into 2 different groups. One of the groups has to make a pot every day for 30 days. So by the end of the 30 days, they make 30 pots. Whereas the other group has to focus on a single pot for the whole 30 days. So they only have 1 pot at the end of the 30 days. And then at the end of the 30 days, the teacher kind of brings all the pots together and judges the quality of the pots. And he gives out prizes about whose the best pots were. And every single pot that won a prize came from the quantity group rather than the quality group. Especially when you're getting started out in something, there are so many learnings to be had, improving your own ability to talk to the camera, improving your ability to edit videos, improving your storytelling. All of these happen through quantity rather than through quality. You have to get in the reps. And so my theory on this is that you just have to make 100 videos, make at least 100 videos, and then worry about trying to improve the quality of them. Because by virtue of making 100 videos, you're naturally going to improve the quality of them without even really thinking about it. But the main thing is you've got to get in the reps. It's all about quantity rather than quality at the start. Number 4 is don't really worry about what your niche is. Like, people get hung up on this, like, I don't know what to make videos about. It would be like a writer saying, I don't know what to write about, therefore I'm not going to write. Or like an artist saying, I don't know what my masterpiece is going to be, therefore I'm not going to hold a paintbrush. It's totally okay for your niche to emerge over time. Yes, you can take a very calculating route and plot it out in advance and be like, okay, this is my path. Or you can do what I recommend, which is just start making videos on YouTube about whatever you enjoy, whatever you want. If I was starting on YouTube, I wouldn't really worry about the niche thing. I just think, you know what, let me make videos about the things that I enjoy, maybe some close-up magic because I'm not a total loser, maybe like iPhones, maybe like, you know, my favorite pen, maybe like, you know, tips of getting started on YouTube, maybe life as a medical student, maybe like whatever experiences in my life that I enjoy talking about and that I think I could teach on the internet. That is the stuff I would start making videos about. And over time, as you start making videos about things that you enjoy, the audience starts to resonate with some of those things. And so your niche ends up emerging over time. I never thought I would be a productivity YouTuber, but I seem to have become a productivity YouTuber because that niche just sort of emerged over time. It was not forward planned in advance. And so if you've got a lot of interest, if you've got a lot of things you're interested in, or even if you don't know what to talk about on YouTube, just start making stuff and you will figure it out. Don't be one of those writers who says, I don't know what my bestseller book is going to be about, therefore I'm not going to write a single word. It's the same with YouTube. Who cares if you don't know what your niche is? Your niche will change over time. I started off making videos for medical school applicants. I now no longer care about medical school applicants in terms of making videos, and therefore it just sort of changes over time. So don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. Just make the videos that you enjoy at the start. Point number 3, be patient and be consistent. Those are really the only two things that you need for success on YouTube. You need consistency and you need patience. Consistency in publishing at least one video a week, and patience in that not worrying about the fact that you're not going to get any traction for a large amount of time. Success on YouTube is absolutely not an overnight thing, and certainly with my channel, you know, for my first like 80 videos, I made no money, and then I started making a few dollars here and there. And with all of these things, like with every good thing in life, it's like a compounding returns curve. And you don't realize it when you're right at the start of the curve because you're not seeing any traction. But 3 years later, if you can stick with publishing 2 videos a week for 3.5 years like I've been doing, you look back and you think, oh my God, you know, my first 100 videos, they were just part of that, getting that flywheel to turn. And really, it's all about that consistency, but also having the patience and having the faith that this will pay off in the long run, just not in the short term. It's like one of my goals for the new year is to get 6-pack abs. But if I were to do some crunches right now and to not see any abs coming out, it would be a bit silly of me to say, oh, you know, why am I not growing on YouTube, or why are my abs not coming out? Because you have to do it every day for several months before you see any results. And that consistency is what gives you the result, rather than a super intense ab workout on day 1. Point number 2 is try and think about it in terms of systems. Now, this is a big thing that we teach in our course, the Part-Time YouTuber Academy. Again, if you wanted the free 7-day email course, hit the link in the video description. But it's really all about building a system, because we've established that the way to grow on YouTube is by being consistent for a very long time. You then want to start thinking, okay, if I need to be consistent and put out 1 or 2 videos a week for the next 5 years, how can I build a system around that to make it easier for me to do? And at the start of our YouTube careers, what everyone does, and what I did, is you think 1 video at a time. You think, okay, what's this week's video? Okay, what's next week's video? And then another one. But then very quickly you realize that, okay, this is quite hard to sustain. And so you want to think about building a system in terms of, how can I generate as many ideas for content as possible? And then number 2, how can I kind of refine these ideas and turn them into titles and thumbnails and hooks? Number 3, how can I sort of create these videos in parallel? Number 4, how can I find pockets of time throughout the day where maybe, you know, I've got a 10-minute break at work or in my lunch break where I can plan out a video that's going to be pushed out several months in advance? How can I plan out my content calendar so that I actually only have to film once and I can batch film maybe 5 videos in a row so that I don't have to go through all the effort of setting up the lights and camera and everything? It's all of this stuff around building a system. And if you want a book recommendation on that, you should check out The E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber. This is a book I've been recommending to all the students in our course, and everyone who's read it says that, oh my God, this book is absolutely amazing. It's just a great way of changing your mindset to thinking in terms of systems. And that, I would say, that's one of the books that's most changed my life, and that has made publishing on YouTube a lot easier, because now instead of thinking of it as 1 video at a time, I think of it as a holistic, cohesive, coherent system. And finally, point number 1 is, if you're thinking of getting started on YouTube, then just do it. You know, you could literally pause this video right now, you could get your phone out, you could switch on the recording, the camera, turn on selfie mode on your phone and be like, hey guys, this is my first YouTube video. You know, I was watching Ali's tips on getting started on YouTube video, and he was saying, to be honest, you should just kind of do it. And so this is it. I'm going to start my YouTube channel, and this is video number 1. That video took me 11 seconds to film. And if you're starting on YouTube, you could literally do that. Like, pause this video right now, turn on the selfie camera on your phone and just upload it using the YouTube app on your phone. It is that simple. Like, we all overthink this so much. Like, oh my God, my first video has to be good and has to be perfect. And what are people going to think? But what we don't realize is that no one cares. No one's going to watch your first video. Like, who gives a toss? Like, if it takes the average channel 152 videos to go between 1,000 and 10,000 subscribers, why do you think that video number 1 matters? It's just completely inconsequential. Video number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20, 30, 40, none of those videos actually matter in the long run. What matters is that you actually just get started and you realize that hitting that publish button on YouTube is not as hard as it originally seems. And there's that quote that I like, that, you know, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. And so if you're thinking, oh damn, I wish I'd started YouTube 10 years. I wish I'd started YouTube 10 years ago. But if I didn't have a channel and I was watching and I'd watched to the end of this video, I would just get my phone out and film that video right now. In fact, if you're doing that, link it in the comments down below and I will subscribe to your channel and I'll be like your first subscriber for whatever that's worth. But I just need you to upload that very first video and then commit to publishing at least 1 video a week. So those were 10 tips on getting started on YouTube. You really don't need anything else. You just need to get started. But if you're interested in joining me on a live course where I teach a few hundred people about how to do this stuff with assignments and things and everything, and we teach you about the systems-based approach to growing your channel, then check out the Part-Time YouTuber Academy, link in the video description, along with my free 7-day email course, again linked in the video description. Do you need a course to succeed on YouTube? No, absolutely not. It really is just about publishing content consistently, and there is absolutely nothing I teach on my course that you can't find out on the internet anyway. Check out the Video Creators podcast, check out the Video Creators YouTube channel, check out Think Media, they've got a fantastic YouTube channel. There are so many free resources online. So if you don't want to sign up to a course, that's fine. You can do the work yourself. But if you're the sort of person who benefits from accountability and having a community of people to go through the process with, on top of the content, that's all in one place, nicely packaged up for you, then you might like to check out the course. Whatever happens, once you start your YouTube channel, you're going to need some tips for time management, which is why you should check out that video where I talk through my 8 top tips for managing your time so you can pump out that content consistently. Thank you so much. All the best with your channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. All right, so that was 10 tips for aspiring YouTubers. Hope you found that somewhat helpful. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Right, let's talk about how to make YouTube sustainable. And I don't know why we're doing this on the piano, because we were like, partly, we were getting to the end of this filming. It's been two solid days of filming for this class, and we were like, oh, let's inject a bit of fun into it. And to be honest, that's really the main point here. The way we make YouTube sustainable is by finding ways to make it a little bit more fun. And like, especially in the early days where, you know, the way motivation works is like, you put in some effort and you see some success, and then the small success that you see fuels the fire of motivation. Motivation does not work by the sense of like, you need to feel like doing something and then you'll have the motivation and then you'll do it. It's like you do something, it works a little bit, and then that success feeds on itself. But in the early days of starting a YouTube channel, you're probably not going to have much success. You're going to think that your work is absolutely shite, and there's going to be a large gap between what you know a good video looks like and the sorts of videos that you're capable of producing. You're going to feel like, oh my God, I hate talking to a camera. Oh my God, I hate the sound of my voice when I'm editing my videos. Oh my God, when I talk to a camera, it just feels like such an absolute shithole. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I can't get my thoughts in order. You know, you stumble and stutter your way through the video, and it feels really painful. And then you get to editing it, and you think this is just really bad. My gear's not good enough. My phone's a bit shit. Like, the camera's not great. The lighting's a bit awful. The sound sounds bad. Can't figure out my background music. And it's all a bit of a slog. But really, the way to make it sustainable is by finding ways to keep it fun. And by also kind of managing expectations and not expecting us to get any growth in the first 50 videos, which is why I say the first 50 videos are for you to hone your skills, and the next 50 videos are for your audience where you can worry about providing value. Now, what are some other ways that we can make YouTube more sustainable? I think another big one is making sure that the goals that you're setting are goals that are 100% within your control. So when I first started YouTube in 2017, people would ask me, you know, what are your goals for YouTube? Like, how many subscribers do you want to get to? And I never had a subscriber goal. I thought in the back of my mind that, oh, if I can get 4,000 subscribers in my first year, that's like pretty cool. But that wasn't really a goal. The goal in my mind was, I just want to make 1 or 2 videos every week, and I want to get a little bit better with each one. That was it. It wasn't even the second part. I want to get a little bit better with each one because, you know, the whole every video needs to be better than the last is not really something you can sustain forever. It's kind of like if you're into like weightlifting and stuff, like when you're a beginner, when you're a noob, you can always lift a little bit more this week than you could last week. But then you get to a point where you plateau and suddenly you actually can't just keep on lifting higher and higher and higher weights. You have to actually get stronger. It's kind of the same with YouTube. For your first few videos, you do genuinely get really good, like a lot better with each one. But then there comes a sort of a plateau point, and at that point, like having the requirement that your video has to be objectively better than the previous one is actually not particularly helpful. So if the goal is something that's within your control, like for me, making 1 or 2 videos each week is actually a goal that's 100% within my control. Whereas getting a certain subscriber count, getting a certain view count, getting a certain revenue count, those are things that are actually not within my control. They're partly within my control because I can do the work, but they also require other people to watch the videos and to like them and to comment on them and to hit the subscribe button. So it's not a goal that I have fully within my control. And for me personally, when I have goals that are outside of my control, that's quite demotivating and it makes it less fun doing the thing. And I think the third way of making stuff more fun is by making progress visible in a way that's different to views, like subscribers and all that kind of stuff. Yes, it's really nice when you start getting the views, you start getting the comments, and that really fuels the dopamine hits and like, yeah, things are working. But in the early days, before you start to get that stuff, you need to have more of an internal sense of progress and an internal sense of leveling up. And this comes from you knowing internally that, oh, this video that I'm now making is a little bit better than the one I made last week, and my skills are improving a little bit. So the way that I did it is that after my first few videos, when I first got the hang of editing, I would watch a bunch of other YouTubers and be like, oh, in my next edit, I want to incorporate this thing that I saw from Peter McKinnon. Or in my next edit, I want to incorporate this storytelling technique that I saw Matt D'Avella use. And I spent loads of time watching a ton of YouTube tutorials to be like, you know, how to make transitions nicer, how to deal with background music and stuff. And just that feeling of like acquiring mastery over time, that feeling of making progress is a big part of what makes stuff feel more fun for us. And this is the concept that games tap into when you're leveling up in a game doing this grindy activity. Game designers know that that sense of progress, that feeling of mastery, that feeling of getting better and leveling up, it drives a profound amount of intrinsic motivation to continue to play the game because it's genuinely fun. And it's kind of the same with YouTube. We just need to find our own internal sources of intrinsic motivation for it, rather than relying on the external metrics like views, subscribers, comments, and that kind of stuff. I think another way to make things more fun is to recognize that it actually is okay to take a break. You know, when we start on YouTube, you know, everyone peddles this whole idea of consistency, but you know, to be honest, like YouTube, the official YouTube team behind YouTube has done the analysis, and they say that taking a break from your channel will not negatively adversely affect it in terms of like the algorithm performance. Yes, if you take absolutely ages away, then your viewers might kind of then lose touch with you, but especially in the early days where you don't have any viewers, or if you do, there's not that many of them, it doesn't matter too much if you take a break of a week here and there, because if real life gets in the way, then sometimes real life gets in the way. And it's better to produce, I don't know, 2 videos a month than 0 videos a month. Because like, yes, in a dream world, you'd be making 1 or 2 videos a week. That's like a good spot to be in. But if you can only manage 2 videos a month, 3 videos a month, that's also better than nothing. What you don't want to do is think, oh, okay, I can't commit to doing this every single week for the rest of my life. Therefore, I'm not going to get started at all. You know, sometimes stuff happens. Back in the day, you know, I don't think I missed an upload for like 2 years in a row. But there were some weeks where loads of stuff was happening in med school, or when I was working as a doctor, if I had a weird shift pattern, where instead of doing a video, I would just do a live stream. These days, YouTube has shorts. So instead of doing a video, you can make a short. And so there's all these ways that you can lower the bar for the sorts of videos that you're allowed to make. And speaking of lowering the bar, that's also a generally good strategy for making things fun. You know, we can easily get into this perfectionist trap of like, oh my God, this video needs to be good. But what I found is that as my channel has grown, I've got to actively fight that kind of default inertia of just the bar going higher and higher. To the point where, you know, now if I feel bad uploading a video that I think is low quality, but as long as it feels authentic to me, I'm trying to lower that bar as much as possible. Even some videos that we do on the main channel today with like 2.5 million subscribers are videos that I just have an idea for. I have like 3 bullet points on my phone and I just film the video. And those videos turn out great because people are like, oh, you're being authentic, you're being true to yourself. Whereas often it's the more scripted videos that do less well because people realize that it's kind of scripted and people, you know, at some point want to see more of the authenticity and the personality shining through. So I think lower the bar. Be okay with producing content that, you know, some content that isn't quite as polished as some of your other content. It's totally okay to do community-themed videos. You know, this is something we haven't yet touched on in the course. We talk a lot about this in our YouTuber Academy. There's basically 3 different types of videos. There's discoverable videos, there's community videos, and there's sales videos. So a discoverable video is a video that you wanna try and get it to attract a new audience. So you're trying to put your best foot forward for a discoverable video. Whereas a community video is a video that is a video designed to only appeal to your existing viewers. So when I do a Q&A video, or when I do an answering assumptions video, or when I do a what's in my bag video, you know, I'm not expecting those videos to be viral hits that new people will discover. I'm just expecting that, you know, people in my existing audience are interested in me doing a Q&A. People in my existing audience are interested in me doing an assumptions video, and those are often the easier videos for me to film. So if I'm having an off week, or if I'm having an off month, or if life at work is tough, or if real life is getting in the way, I can always lower the bar and create more community content that's easier for me to film, rather than feeling that every video needs to be a kind of discoverable heavy lift that really kind of appeals to a new audience. So those were just a few thoughts on how to make things more fun. Hope you found that helpful. And really, you know, the name of the game is to, you know, it's to just find a way to make it sustainable. Because so many people quit YouTube before they have a chance for the compounding to take effect. So many people quit YouTube because they don't see progress in the first 30 videos and they think, oh my God, I'm doing something badly. But I think just reset the expectations. Your first 50 videos are for you, and then your next 50 videos are for the audience. And within those first 50, that's when you need to enjoy the process, try and make it sustainable, and slowly level up over time. And now, once you're in the realm of trying to please an audience, at that point, the equation somewhat changes, but still, trying to make things fun is always the way forward. So thanks for watching. Hope that lesson was helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is the end of the lesson. In this little video, I just want to share some final closing thoughts. So firstly, if you've gotten to this point, well done. You've made a big step in putting out your first YouTube video. I really hope you have done that. If you're watching this on Skillshare, please do post the class project in the projects area, and it'll be cool to see what other students have come up with as well for their first videos on their YouTube channels. And really, I just want to reiterate that the thing to keep in mind is that your first 50 videos are for you, your next 50 videos are for them, and you shouldn't really have an expectation of growth while your videos still suck. And hopefully over time, as you get better at making videos, then as you develop that skill, then you can switch towards actually thinking about trying to make videos that are good for the audience, that are high quality, that people will get a certain amount of value from. For some people that'll be 50 videos, some people that'll be 100, some people it's 5 videos, 10, 20, 30. I think 50 is a good number, and 50 was the number I had in my head when I first started my YouTube channels, where I thought, you know what, I know my first 50 videos are going to be crap, but I'm just going to get through them, and in fact I will put that thing from my first video in like 2017 right here so you can see what I mean.
For the past few days I've kind of had the idea that it would be really cool to start vlogging. I really enjoy watching vlogs on YouTube. They say that whenever you're starting on YouTube, your first 50 videos are going to be terrible. So I'm kind of hoping that over the next year I'll make my 50 terrible videos, and then when we hit August the 1st, 2018, when life as a junior doctor starts, and then I'd be able to kind of hit the ground running and be able to actually film decent vlogs, maybe once a week, talking about aspects of being a junior doctor, and hopefully people will find it interesting.
And so yeah, just keep going, keep it sustainable, keep it fun, and you know, the thing that I tell students of our part-time YouTuber Academy is that if you can publish a video every week for the next 2 years, I can basically guarantee that your life will change. I can't put any numbers on it. I can't tell you how many subscribers you'll have or how much revenue you'll be making, but I can 100% guarantee that your life will change, provided you make 1 video a week, you upload consistently to YouTube for the next 2 years, and you slowly get aim for marginal improvements over time. If you want to learn more about YouTube, you can totally check out my course, the Part-Time YouTuber Academy. That'll be linked down below. I also have a class all about editing with Final Cut Pro, so if you want to dive deeper into editing for YouTube videos, that'll be linked down below as well. And we've got a bunch more things like productivity for creators and like, you know, camera confidence, a few other things. Anyway, all of the other stuff that I've done around the sphere will be linked in the video description. And you can also check out my brand new YouTube channel, the Part-Time Creator Academy, which should hopefully launch by the time you're watching this, which will have free content galore about how to be a part-time creator. So thank you so much for being with me in this journey. It's been a fun 2 days of filming. I hope you've enjoyed watching this course, and I really hope you got some value from it. All the best with your YouTube journey, and hopefully I'll see you sometime soon. Bye-bye.